Okay, good for him. Shit, I know that's right.
He was up. He ate it in.
Hi, KB. Hi, Taurus. I know you didn't found me from Ginger. Hi, Jamira. Welcome in, my loves.
Found you from Ginger.
Bad and Bougie. Hi, Boo. Taurus Toussaint. User something. I don't know, but I've seen their face in Ginger before. Hi, Anika. Hi, Iman. Hi, Raish. Dang, y'all are joining fast. I haven't even shared it to my story yet. Hey, Boo. Hi, Cookie. Hi, Healthy. Hi, Val. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in, y'all. Hi, Albie. Hi, Stars. Hi, Babe. Hi, Moni. Hi, Lex. Y'all. Hi, Alexandra. Thank you so much for the likes already. Thank you for clicking the screen to share out the live. As you see, but never any pressure from me. But welcome in. Welcome in. Happy Sunday, y'all. Why do you look like that?
I was saying if it was, I forgot it don't like when I use.
Hi, Pumpkin. Yeah, it won't let you use certain words. Hi, Babe. Hi, Iman. Thank you for liking. Thank you for liking. Thank you for reposting. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Jojo. I'm going to give us a couple minutes. Thank you. I'm going to give us a couple minutes for everybody to hop in before we start talking. But I seen the streets was popping this weekend. Hi, Pumpkin. I seen the streets was on fire this weekend. Y'all, what is going on? Hi, Sadio. Hi, Samaya. Hi, Kay. Hi, Lacey. Hello, hello. Welcome in, my friends. If you write something to me and I can't see it, it's because sometimes TikTok be filtering y'all comments. Look, it just sent me a thing. Some comments in this live were filtered for protection of the community. So I don't know, child. I don't know why I be doing that. It won't let Chris write sexy in here. Hi, Kay. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the gift. Hi, Skylar. Welcome in, everyone. So if it be filtering your stuff, y'all, or I'm not responding to your comments, it's probably because it didn't show it to me. Hi, O. Hi, Markel. Hi, Antoinette. Okay, so y'all know that we have to get into this conversation about, you know what? Let me share this to my subscribers. Sent me the whole everything going on. I've had 2 people send it to me. Now, Nicolandria Nation. Thank you, Alicia. What's happening, friends? What are y'all doing right now, friends? Hi, Chris. Like, I was just on live on Friday telling y'all how y'all have good sense. And by Saturday, y'all were like, Tina, watch this.
Not too soon.
Thank you, Kay Carol. Like, Skylar, losing their minds. I was literally, Erica, for real. They were like, let me show you something. Jamira said it wasn't me. It wasn't. Like Shaggy, it wasn't me. Listen, I said, Angie, I'm gonna get into it. Okay, Erica just hopped in. Okay, I know that Nikki also wants to be in this conversation, y'all, but we have to get into it. Thank you for the follows, y'all. I'm so close to 10,000. Hi, Reed. Hi, Reedy. Hi, Lex. Lex, same. I don't know how. How did we get here? Nobody's supposed to be. What is happening? What is happening? I'm shooketh, okay? I was on, so I actually follow Allie and I follow Big Mama Lana. That's it, right? I think I might be mutuals. I know I'm mutuals with Allie. I don't know if I'm mutuals with. Now, why is AI commenting in here? Hi, Shaquille. Hi, Vibe and Legacy. And I have to, so I did get a question on the form. Somebody wants to know my thoughts about Cordina. I be feeling like y'all be being messy. Hi, Adelaide. Hi, William. Hi, Raymond. And yes, Giselle. So I have to answer the question from the form, but I also did get a couple of subscribers sent over some stuff to me. Hi, my love. Hi, Lauren. I do. I do. So I got that sent over to me, Rachel. And so a couple of subscribers, y'all know that y'all can always ask me to talk about stuff. So we are going to talk about that. And then we are going to open the panel too. Hi, Adelaide. Listen, Erica. I said, even if I didn't want to know. Hi, K Boogie. No, I love that about y'all, honestly. I appreciate y'all being like, Tina. Sarah's, it's getting weird. It's getting weird. Juanita said, I'm curious to hear your take because parasocial keeps getting thrown around. This whole thing is just a wonderful live set. This whole thing is just a small, loud few dragging. It's so wild. Yes, you need my professional opinion. Cool as shell. Okay. So let me start with the people. The only person not in here, I think, is Nikki. Let me send it to Nikki real quick. I'm going to tell you, K Boogie, give me just a second, because the people that sent it to me, I at least want them to be in here for the conversation so that I don't have to repeat myself a whole bunch of times. Nick just talked about the parasocialism and how it has affected their relationship. Siobhan, a whole lot is going on, babe. There goes Nikki. Okay, I said back during the Halloween party thing that having fans was a bad idea. A lot of people have said that. Hi, my love. A lot of people have said that the fans having fans is part of the problem. So I'm going to try to approach this with a lot of nuance and a lot of care. I want y'all to tap up the live because I do want to open up the panel. The fans dragged every Greek Fest girl that looked at Nick the wrong way. This is no different. I am going to talk about that, Sakura. That's exactly what I'm about to get into. Comparison between wanting to see Nickelandria kiss but not wanting to geek over Nick's body part. Listen, y'all, you spoke with EJ last night, Nikki. Okay. Thank you for sharing out the live. Listen, y'all. Some people are not going to like where I land on this, but y'all know that has never kept me from saying what I want to say. Has never kept me from saying what I want to say. So here's the thing. I'm going to address a couple of things and then we're going to zoom out. Okay? You're going to like it, Adelaide? You got blocked by Lana? No. I mean, I guess live your life, but everybody gets to do whatever they want to do in their space, right? Thank you. Oh, yeah, somebody else said you liked my t-shirt. Thank you. Thank you so much, Juanita, for my gift. Thank you for liking my shirt. It's one of my favorite hang around the house shirts. Okay, let me get into it, y'all. And I'm going to try to watch y'all comments too. Okay. So here's the thing. I'm going to push back on the cheeky comment thing, but I'm going to start from what I came into the discourse before I ever saw the video from Sharon. Okay? I saw the discourse because I was on Big Mama Lana's live and I didn't know what people were talking about because I'm not on Twitter. Y'all know I refuse to go on Twitter. Everybody over there is unwell. I'm sorry to my people in here that be on Twitter, but y'all know them people on Twitter are unfucking well, okay? Unwell. So I don't go over there, okay? So I didn't know anything that had been said on Twitter, and my threads is still very much just cute, okay? It's just cute on my threads, okay? It'd be cutesy stuff. No mess. Okay, so I'm very protected in my algorithm over there. Okay, Then I'm on here. I follow Big Mama Lana, so I was able to see the discourse, but I couldn't really tell what they were talking about. And then they gave like a recap of, I guess, like hate trains that had been thrown at them. This was the people that were on there were, I think, EJ, Big Mama Lana, somebody named Leo, and then somebody else. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I don't know the Avengers like that. No, Purple. I just got on. Okay, I just got on. Sakura, I don't disagree with you, right? So Kayla, okay, thank you, Erica. I don't know the Avengers like that. Y'all know I'm very honest about, like, I don't really like keep up with the people that are like, you would have to be really, 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 really huge for me to like know who you were, because I just don't keep up with it like that. So I hear them talking about it. I'm watching. No, I just got on and I'm just getting into the conversation. They shared some screenshots of some stuff, but I'm gonna be honest, I was in and out because I couldn't figure out what the fuck they were talking about, right? So I'm in and out of the live, and then I saw that Allie went live, and Allie's my mutual. And then I got on Allie's live, and I saw that there was a screenshot of Big Mama Lana in the back. And I'm like, wait, that's the Allie they were talking about in Big Mama's Lana's live. I didn't know they were talking about the Allie that I'm mutuals with. So then I see people, because I'm just going back and forth listening, right? I'm kind of just popping back and forth. And then I saw people literally going between the lives, reporting what the other person was saying in their live. That was weird.
As fuck.
That was weird. That was giving messy. Okay? It was giving messy, and I don't like that shit. Y'all know I don't like that shit. And I tell y'all all the time to consider your sources, right? I tell you all the time, be mindful of people. Why are you telling me that? Why do you want me to know that, right? Sometimes people are looking out for you. Sometimes people are like, hey, this is happening and I want you to know, blah, blah, blah. But why are you telling me that? What is your intention? I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. And I know it's the internet, but I don't like that shit, okay? So to me, it was too much. That was too much, okay? And some people are saying they were spreading misinformation back and forth. Somebody took a clip of Lana's live and sent it to Allie. Again, what's the motivation, right? And I only even know so because I follow both of them. So they both, and I like to go and when people I follow are live, I like to go in their live and, tap up and try to, support or whatever. And it was, right? My thing is I had not seen, so I heard the discourse before I heard the video, saw the video from Sharon. Okay. I heard the discourse first. Okay. As of right now, I still, it's Allie Geek. I think it's her. Thank you, India, Allie Geek. I still follow both of them. I like Allie's politics outside of the show, outside of her commentary around Love Island. So I fuck with that. Personally. I'm not about to be swayed behind no fandom bullshit. And here's the thing. Allie played her video on her live. I don't know why people went where they went based on what Allie said in her video. I don't know why people went where they went based on what Allie said in her video. I'm going to be honest. I don't get it. Nothing was clicking for me as to why people went there. She didn't say anything that, to be perfectly honest, I wouldn't have fucking said to y'all. Allie didn't say nobody's fucking name. Allie didn't say, okay, see, I'm not on X, Allie P, so I don't have any idea what her behavior was on X. So y'all can inform me. Y'all can let me know. But Allie did not say anybody's name. She just said y'all. Right? Y'all that did this, that's weird. And I don't disagree with that statement. Maybe that's a hot take, but I don't disagree with the statement. I think it's weird as fuck. And here's my thing. People are like, oh, it was a cheeky comment. How did y'all feel when that woman gave that? Because y'all came into my life talking about it. When that woman gave them sex toys. Was that not very weird? Was that not odd? And I said to y'all before, I feel like people want them to, the pressure for them to perform their relationship. Why don't they kiss enough? Why don't they do this? Why don't they do that? I said, I think it's weird. I feel like y'all want them to have an OF. And it's just a little weird to me. But I'm not in the practice of sexualizing people like that. That's weird to me, honestly. Because I spent a lot of my life being objectified and sexualized. So I don't do it to other people because it's weird to me. Outside of someone that is choosing to engage in the creation of content that is explicitly for sexualization, I personally don't engage in that type of politic. I don't believe that someone simply existing in public and me thinking that they are attractive gives me the right to then sexualize them personally. So I think that's weird in general, personally. That said, I think it's a stretch to have so much smoke for Sharon about this as well. Sharon, I think she was being very careful in what I saw, y'all. Again, I am willing to always acknowledge that I have very limited information. I only have the context that y'all provide to me. So I got to see Sharon's video. I saw Allie's videos, right? And Christina, thank you for saying that. A lot of this is from whatever then came on the Twitter app afterward, right? But her video, she was being very cheeky, but she wasn't explicitly saying anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and so for her to be getting all the smoke, that feels weird. That feels weird to me, right? But I always believe that more than one thing can be true at a time. That said, I wouldn't have made the video, probably, right? Okay, someone's saying she made another video where it went bad. I would not have personally made it, personally, because I think it's weird. I've said the same thing to y'all about Alandria. I've said the same thing about how people talk about Alandria's body. Especially because Alandria told us on that show, out of her own mouth, that the reason why she likes to move how she moves in relationships is because she is accustomed to, she didn't like to get physical real fast because people basically objectified her, right? So she chose not to. So when then the public does it, that shit is weird to me. And I feel like y'all don't fucking know how to respect boundaries. I feel like, where's the fucking couth? Where's the goddamn decorum? Y'all listen to that girl, like, that's weird to me. I like that, exactly. If you are going to have a cute little kiki and you like, damn, she's a baddie, da-da-da-da-da, because I'd be like, damn, she bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's gorgeous, she's beautiful, da-da-da-da. Anything more than that, keep that off the internet, baby. Not everything has to be our business. Right? A Wonderful Life blog is saying the problem is that nobody really listens to Ola or Nick. Marmar, the robot, said there's a line. Exactly. To me, it's like, and I know what it's like to exist in public. Y'all have seen videos of my body, right? I know what it's like to exist in public with a particular body type and what that draws from people, because people feel like simply me existing in public gives them a right to access my body in a certain type of way. And if you've never been objectified, which I find that hard to believe because I think we all get objectified to a certain extent. If you've never been objectified, okay, maybe you don't get it. Maybe it doesn't click for you. Maybe you don't understand, right? But it's weird to me. And I'm going to be honest. I don't know. Y'all are telling me, hi, Nene. Y'all are telling, hi Kia. Exactly. Cool ass. You can't even smile at men in public because they're like, oh my gosh, she wants to get digged down by me immediately right now. Like, oh my God, I'm just here. Hi, Kim. I don't disagree with that. I will say though, shit, hold on. Okay, I will say though too, Sheeta, right? I only saw the one video. I'm not on TikTok. Okay? I mean, I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on Twitter. I'm on TikTok right now. I'm not on Twitter. So I only saw it was one video, and then someone commented to Allie, and so Allie's follow-up video. And from what I understand, Allie is the one that's being alleged as the person that started the hate train, okay? What I saw was a general statement. It wasn't explicitly to Sharon. I agree. Exactly, Miriam. It's bigger than Sharon. That's why Allie made the video general. And that is, y'all know I'm always going to tell you the threats, all of that shit that's too much. Now you're doing too fucking much. Okay? But making a general video saying, hey, y'all, let's not objectify people and their bodies, I don't think is actually that wild of a take. I don't think that's that wild of a take. Right? I don't think that's that wild of a take. Exactly. And again, this goes back to, of course, Twitter started the hate train. This goes back to the parasocialism, right? To have someone make a general take saying, hey, it's weird to objectify his body in this way. We should not do that. And then for people to be like, yes, the people that have done that should now redact themselves. Babe. I need you to sit on a couch. I need you to sit on a couch with a professional, because why was that where you went? That is unwell behavior. And that is the parasocialism, because why do you feel like your defense of Nick and Alandria, people you don't fucking know them. You don't know Nick and Alandria. Why did you feel like defense of them meant that you should tell someone to do that? So someone's saying there was an ongoing Twitter hate train that Allie commented on there, then made her general PSA. I have no evidence of any of those things that y'all are telling me because I'm not on Twitter, so I'm only going to speak to what I know. Y'all know I don't dabble in like conjecture. I don't dabble in like possibilities. Like I'm only going to speak to what I know and what I've seen. That's it. People fixating on Sharon and people fixating on Allie when Allie's statement was general and not that wild of a take again, it's inappropriate. People are doing the absolute fucking most. Everybody needs to take a fucking chill pill. And here's the thing, Bad. People have gotten extremely bold with what they say online. They think there are no consequences. People have always been that way. Way back in the day, I used to work in customer service, okay? And I used to do face-to-face customer service. And we had a like where you could call in as well. People would come in and I'd pull up their account and I'd read the comments of how they were talking to people on the phone. Not at all how they talk to me in my face. People are always more bold when they feel like there's a level of separation between you and them, right? When you feel like I can't reach across this counter and grab your ass. That's what it is, right? So people always are going to try to be a little bit more buck, a little bit more rah, rah, rah when it's fucking online, you know? This goes back to me telling y'all also, again, consider the source. If you have one follower, if you're following 3 people, I'm not going back and forth with you. You're not even a real human. You're not even courageous enough to not be on your burner account talking shit. I don't got nothing to say to you. I don't have anything to say to you. Right? Somebody on this platform before, when all that shit was happening with the Chalet fans, somebody tagged me into a video of a Chalet fan that was talking shit about me. But the person talking shit had already blocked me before you made the video. You're a bitch. I'm not worried about nothing. I'm not worried about nothing you could say. Cause you don't want to go bar for real. If you gotta block me to talk shit about me, I don't care about anything you have to say. And I'm considering the source. Why'd you tag me in that? Why'd you tag me in that? What did you think I was going to do in response? You trying to get me worked up. And so for me, it's that's the other thing I'll say to y'all all the time, that I be wanting the creators to clock in around. Someone sent you, and I don't know how it went down, right? But like, if someone sent you this person's video, why? Why did they send it to you? Why did they send you the clip of the live? Why did they do that? What are they trying to provoke? And are you going to play the game or not? Because not everything needs a response. That said, sometimes y'all be doing too fucking much and a response is needed. That's true too, right? So for me, the hate trains, when you start getting to a certain, you yapping way too much, and now I gotta say something. You know what I'm saying? But if it's you tagging me into, hi Nikisha, you tagging me into this one person's thing, I'm not doing that shit with you. So for me personally, as I'm watching it, I'm watching people that are wanting to stir the pot. That's what I'm seeing, right? There are some people that want to stir the pot because you took a statement that it's not that wild of a take to say that you shouldn't objectify people. I don't know why that feels like a wild take. I don't know why that feels like a wild take. Again, I know that y'all are saying some other things have been said on Twitter. I haven't seen them. Right? I haven't seen them. But to say, I don't think y'all should objectify people, that's a little weird. And not be like, bitch, she wasn't coming. Like, to me, that's, y'all, you're doing too much. And then to go at Sharon as though Sharon was the only person that made a video. Because my understanding is it was multiple people, which is why it was generalized, because it wasn't just her. Again, it's too much. Everybody needs to put their feet on the ground. You know, I be feeling like sometimes, you know, it's like my kids are in middle school and in high school, right? Well, yeah, I have one middle schooler and then high schoolers. And middle schoolers, they definitely will run shit back and forth. And I'm always telling my kids, ask them why. Why did they feel like they could say that in front of you? While you're telling me as my friend, why did they feel like they could say that to you about me as my friend? And what's your intention in telling me? What's your intention? Right? So for me, it's always, you gotta, the people going back and forth in between and adding fuel to the fire, you gotta be curious as to why. Because ain't no skin off their back. Because y'all are fighting. They're watching a show. They got their little popcorn. They just, that's weird. That's weird. I would say, for me, I saw the video. The Snapchat that Olandria had made. I saw the video. I saw all of that. It actually made me uncomfortable, personally. Because I was like, oh my God, like, please. You know, like, no thank you, right? Personally, right? I think something that also needs to be considered is like the age difference. I don't have any idea how old these creators are. I'm sure they're younger for me, but I bet also part of it. No, I don't think Alandria was doing that to get people to do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Alandria was doing that. I don't think that's why she posted it all. I think she just was taking a cute video of her man. You know what I'm saying? She was just taking a cute video of her man. But people were getting giddy at it. You can read the comments. You can read the comments. And to me, as a 39-year-old woman, I'm no 24-year-old. I'm not, personally. It's a no for me. It's a no for me. Personally. And I will say, even if she's like, oh, my man is fine, whatever, that's her man. That's her man. Again, back to them boundaries. Right? They are not y'all's personal Sims. Hi, Sola. And then people feeling like, because I've seen a lot of commentary around like why it's okay for people to do it. I actually don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about none of that. It's not okay. Campaigning to have the right to sexualize someone who is fully clothed is actually fucking weird. And even if they weren't. But like there's no scenario in that where you're like, oh yeah, no, they were like asking for us to do that. That was what they were trying to elicit. Did my man have on like a turtleneck? A jacket and some pants? Like, in what scenario in your head were you like, oh no, that was the intention of the outfit, you know, like, what? I'm confused. Exactly, Kim Possible. She won't even kiss. They won't even kiss in public. They won't even kiss in public. And they said, go back and watch the show. We didn't kiss enough for y'all. So why would you think that she wants you? Like, y'all are actually doing fucking gymnastics mentally if you are wanting to convince yourself that she would want you to and would be okay with you doing that. Like, you're not being fucking for real. You're not being fucking for real. Nikki said that I'm a hypocrite because I definitely lust after some celebrities. I just don't put it online. But that's the thing, right? That's the thing, is you're not putting it out there to normalize the behavior for other people. What bothers me is the normalization. People are trying to normalize it like that's just okay to do. It's not an OF. You're not paying a subscription where they are choosing to create content that is with their consent about allowing you access to their body in that way. That's not what's happening. So stop that shit. And explicitly, these two, much younger than a lot of us, not everybody, right? These two people that have said, we're choosing to not do that in public. I'm just saying. It's not that wild of a take to be like, hi, Tashina, to be like. And you know what? That's the problem, Sakura. Also, If you would not say it to Nick or Ola's face, don't say it online. That's the problem. A bunch of these motherfuckers would. A bunch of these people would, and that is what we need to be pushing up against. It's not even just about Nick and Alandria. That is what we need to be pushing up against. Why do you think it's okay that people, all that Nick was doing was existing in his body in clothes? That's all he was doing. And I cannot and will not ever get behind people feeling like that makes it okay. Because I can remember being a teenage girl being objectified by grown-ass men simply because I was existing in my body. And dare I say, if some man was on here talking about Olandria having a camo print, y'all would be in a fucking uproar. But because it's a man, you think it's okay? But I thought we were taking SA against men and boys seriously. And I'm not saying this is an SA situation. I'm saying you're playing in the same sandbox. That simply by him existing in his body, that somehow that makes all of this okay. It doesn't, y'all. Stop it. Stop it. And I'm going to say it again. I believe that what is happening with Sharon and what is happening with Allie and everybody else that is receiving hate, completely fucking inappropriate. Be well. Be well. Inappropriate. Inappropriate. Uncalled for. But stop with the other shit too. I'm sorry. Not sorry. Stop with the other shit. User makes a great point. Same. I think this is Nene. There's a cultural component to objectifying little brown and slash black girls too. Yes. Exactly. Yes, Slight. Keep it kind and no shaming here. Just checking unchecked behavior. Yes, Jasmine. Multiple things can be true at the same time. Yes, slight slayage, and Jasmine, yes. Iman, here's the thing. Ebony, the Nicolandrians, and I am gonna open my panel. I want to answer the Cordina question, and then we can come back to this. One of my followers did tell me that their suspicion is that a lot of the people doing the cruelty are not actually Nicolandrians. That they're the other fan base infiltrating to cause infighting. I could totally buy that. I could totally buy that. Honestly. That said, oh, thank you. That said, we know for a fact the creators are Nicolandrians, and then they started doing too much. So maybe somebody lit the fire, but then y'all blew on that motherfucker. So again, you have to consider the source. You have to consider the source. You have to consider the motivation. Thank you, Sola. Thank you, Mir. I don't like it. And don't get me wrong, I understand it. Anika, A video was posted of Nick by Olandria where you could see body parts of his. A lot of creators, High Star, a few different creators made videos talking about that body part. One creator was like, hey, or a couple of creators maybe, but the one made a video that was like, hey, let's maybe like not talk about people's body parts. Let's not objectify. Thank you for the gifts, y'all. And then live battles started going back and forth, child. Hi, Toy. My stance is, Lily or Lele, I'm not sure how to say it. What's your opinion on the Smex toy a fan personally gifted to them? Unwell. I said that when it happened. Absolutely the fuck inappropriate. You don't fucking know them people. And why would you be telling these 20-somethings that you're essentially imagining them having Smex? That's weird, y'all. I'm sorry. Not sorry. That's not what they signed up for. Thank you, Mir. They went on Love Island. Yes, you saw them kissing. Yes, you saw them doing little challenges. But that's what they consented to on the show. They did not consent to you formulating. They're not fucking corn stars. They're not corn stars. They're living their lives and trying to also navigate their relationship. The shit is weird. I don't care. I don't care. I'm pro-ho. It's definitely no prude shit over here. I'm pro-ho as fuck. Pay for your corn. Go straight to the creator. I'm with all that shit. But what we're not going to do is act like Nick and Alandria, who's DJing fucking sets, who's fucking doing high fashion modeling. Like, we're not going to act like those people. Which how the persona that you're watching them create online, that you're watching them craft, you're not going to act like that persona is like, yeah, a Smex toy would make sense for this person. Cut the shit. That is you having your own freaky ass imaginings about them. I don't care. I don't care. Be well. Be well. That is unwell. There's nothing about them and the way that they moved. Hi, Sayla, that would make you think. Exactly, that's what I said, period. No fucking decorum. There is nothing about them and the way that they move that would make you think that they would be cool with y'all talking about that man's imprint. There's nothing about them that would make you think that. And people saying Big Belgium, that's how I know y'all don't watch reality TV for real, because he's talking about Big Dominican. He's talking about Biggie from Baddies, because she's his favorite person over there. So people were like, oh, we're going to call you Big Belgium because she's Big Dominican. Don't fucking play in my face. Don't get on my nerves. Cut the shit. And all that said, y'all are doing too fucking much on Allie and the Avengers and fucking everybody. Y'all are doing too much. Not y'all. I know it's not y'all. I know y'all have good sense. I know y'all have good sense. I'm not talking about y'all explicitly. You're going too fucking far. Listen, I make jokes about myself all the time. Right? It doesn't mean that everybody then has access to do that about me or with me. And even when I will say this, because some of my followers were, some of the people that follow me were mutuals, right? So they might inbox me something and we might kiki amongst ourselves, but they're not flooding. I saw that, Eliana, sorry. It's too far. I be telling y'all, yeah, I do certain workouts because I want a fat ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever. But that's something I'm saying about my own self. All the rest of that, again, y'all, it's weird. Again, you're not watching him he's not in a campaign where he is, exactly. He's not in a campaign where the entire intention of the campaign is to sell smecks or to be smexual that he has consented to. The man was fully clothed doing a fit check. Y'all are being weird. I don't care. I don't care. Because you can think it in your head and you can talk about it in your group chat, but you don't need to put everything the fuck online. Okay? He's also in a relationship. Yes. Y'all always know I'm going to have a balanced take. You know? Because again, more than one thing can be true. I'm not going to stop fucking with Allie because people are mad about her take. Again, I haven't seen anything else. If there was something I saw, if you want to provide me evidence of like, no, this is where she went too far, I'm willing to take in new information. But for me right now, what I saw, not inappropriate. Period. Slight slayage. Nuances in the building with you every time. Oh, thank you. Right? And to your point, right? Allie has this take about a lot of shit. It's not. This was not the first time we've heard Allie say something like this explicitly. I've heard Allie have takes about not doing this in general about them before this moment. Like acting like that was the first time anybody ever said anything or that Allie had ever said anything was actually weird and just gives that you don't engage with Allie's content and you don't know her politics. Because she talks about people taking a step back and not being so parasocial about them all the time. And then people going and sending redaction threats and telling people to unalive themselves. Don't piss me off. Don't do that. You're unwell. Not y'all. You're unwell. And she did. So for me, it's like, I don't know, because that's too much. And again, I'm willing to have more information sent to me and for my mind to be changed. Y'all know that. I'm willing to take in more information and be like, okay, I can see why Lana may have had that reaction. But for me, I haven't seen anything personally. And I don't see everything. I don't know what Allie has done to cause Lana to call her out her name like that. That was unexpected for me. Hi, Jules. The Nicolandrians were losing their minds on each other. And so my subscribers sent me this up. It was like, can you please give your take? Because it is like extremes on both sides and we need to hear it from someone else. So I don't know. Okay, so Lana did go back and say she was wrong for calling her out of her name. People get escalated. We have reactions. That's why it shocked me too, Skylar, because I experienced Lana as typically very balanced, very grown, so I was shocked by that. And I'm not going to act like people are not human and you know what I mean? But like, if we can take accountability and move forward, great. It does not excuse what is happening to the Avengers. It also, I don't know why Allie is the person being targeted about it. Calling who out their name? If you want to send it to me, Eliana, you can. But yeah, Rachel, people have their moments. We all fucking do. The important thing is to be able to take a step back and be like, ooh, I was tripping, my bad. And take accountability and move forward. And Tavia, exactly. Like, again, I said, I started this video with my take is similar to Allie's. I think it's weird. I think it's inappropriate. I think people should stop. Again, saying that, and maybe I'm defensive of Nick and Alandria around this, right? Because people saying, oh, they're models, they signed up for this, they're selling us their body in this way, whatever, as like a way to justify it. It is about the print thing, Jules. That's frustrating to me personally, because what they are humans who happen to model. And I don't like people doing that, because people will, y'all know, people come into my lives, people come into almost an hour, babe. People come into my comments. You're a therapist. I'm not a therapist 24 hours, 7 days a week, baby. And I'll cuss you out.
And there are models of certain product. That product is not their bodies.
Y'all heard that? They are models of a particular product, not models of their bodies. Selling their bodies. That's what you said, right?
Yeah. I said that product is not their bodies.
That product is not their bodies. They said, why did he eat like that? Clock it. Exactly. Thank you, Mer. Y'all know Chris, he don't say a lot, but when he say something, he be saying it. And so for me, so the live I watched yesterday was upset because Allie was mutuals with them, but was dogpiled on. And they weren't even modeling in that video.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't appreciate when people say, well, this is your profession, and so you have to always constantly be in the role of your profession. And it's a misrepresentation of their profession. That's unfair. It's like asking a teacher to only ever be in, flats and, exactly. It's like asking a teacher to only ever be in flats and her teacher cardigan and pants all day, every day. She can't never do nothing but always ever be a teacher. Baby, I'm going to be a hoochie on the weekend. What are you talking about? Legs out, drinks up. Like, I could do, you know what I'm saying? And so for me, I don't appreciate that. Nasha, that's the one. Capitalism makes us think you are your job. Mm-hmm. These people are humans who happen to be doing a job. And I said to y'all right when they came out of the villa, they're going to have to set some boundaries with us. Okay, thank you, Eliana. They're going to have to set boundaries with fans. Right? And it is a hard lesson to learn, right? Is that you, and I just need, I told y'all like a couple lives ago, I missed the days when we didn't know what was happening with celebrities unless Gossip or US Magazine or somebody caught the shit and dug through their trash and then put it into the bag. I miss those days. I miss those days when we didn't have such easy access. You know what I mean? Because now people feel like bring back celebrity allure, bring back the culture, right? Because to y'all's point, them following people, it makes people feel like now I know you in a way that maybe I don't actually know you, but I feel like I have access to you. I'm following you. I told y'all that unwell ass Chalet spam that was in my DMs talking about I have contact with their management, Michelle and Alan's management. Whole time they're just following the management. People do not understand that social media is not real life. Like, it's real life, but y'all know what I mean. And so people feel like simply because I'm on their live, I'm a super fan, or I'm this or I'm that there's a level of closeness that does not actually exist. And so, yeah, I need us to just be well. I need us to be well. And I'm sure it's so fun and it's so cool that like they know your name. I know that like recently they had someone, I saw it on Threads, they had someone come into the live that was like 56 days sober, and like they shouted them out and they remembered the person from like a meet and greet, and Nick like remembered the amount of days that person was sober at the meet and greet too. Like that is so cool. I know that that feels so good because you enjoy these people so much. That feels so affirming. And that is the extent of the relationship, right? They don't know anything about your personal life. They don't know anything about you. You only know things about them. It's much more one-sided than I think people are willing to acknowledge. And shaking the table. No, it's okay. Because maybe I don't agree with that. Hi, Darius. Thank you. Hi, Amazon. Hi, Share Your Voice. I think Voices Podcast. Did I see the video, Shy? The video of Sharon or the video of Nick? I saw both. I didn't see anything other than the originals. The original videos. What I was going to say was even if that was your friend, if they were your friends, you wouldn't have got on the internet talking about his print. You wouldn't have, because that's your friend. So you actually would think it was weird. The fact that you're talking about his print is because there is a level of disconnect for you. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Because there's no way that one of my friends would be commenting about Chris's print on a video. Are y'all cool? What? So stop. Stop. And like, again, it's nothing wrong with being like, that man is fine, or oh damn, she's a baddie, she's so gorgeous, da 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 da. But like, yes, Tashina, there is a lot of bullying going on, and I do not condone that. I've already spoke to that. Like that is unwell behavior, and we're not going to lose sight of the actual message, which is important, which is that y'all need to stop treating these people like they're fucking corn stars. They're not. And they're not your personal Sims, okay? They did not sign up for you to consume their bodies, and that's another function of capitalism. Wake that shit up. Capitalism teaches all of us that we have to trade our bodies in some way for money. So part of what's happening for people subconsciously is, well, they have to trade their bodies for us to continue to give them this level of fame, to give them this level of clout, to continue to buy their products. They owe us access to their bodies in that way. No, the fuck they don't. No, the fuck they don't. Look at the Material Podcast. Someone said, well, they were on Love Island. That's basically saying they asked for it. Exactly. It's giving, well, what does she have on? Ho, is you cool? About my 16, are you talking to me? Before I get in your ass, let me be clear. Are you talking to me? I just want to make sure I'm clear. I don't want to jump if I don't need to.
They probably are.
So the larger conversation is, that's actually weird. About my 16, I want to know if your comment is to me. Let me read what you said. Okay, move on. I'm sure Ola and Nick are annoyed by this fandom at this point. Are you asking me to move on? I want to make sure that I'm clear that, okay, the request is for me. So my response to you about my 16 is I know that you don't know what it's like to have people actually give a fuck about what you have to say because you're never talking anything of substance. You don't have any value that you're adding into the sphere. And so you cannot relate, but baby, I can't relate. Okay. People come into my DMs and explicitly ask me for my thoughts. You know why? Because I'm intelligent. You know why? Because people value what I have to say. I add something to the world. I add something to the digital space. So we are going to have this conversation as long as the people that pay to subscribe to me ask me to have this conversation. I know you don't know what that's like for people to give a fuck about what you have to say to give you money, but I do. So if this is not the conversation for you, baby, that's fine. Get the fuck about my live though. Okay? I just wanted to make sure before I gave you my commentary. Bye-bye. As you should be. Toodles. That said, the panel is definitely about to get opened, y'all. Rachel, you know I don't even do that. I don't even be doing all that. But you know, if you want to be cute, we could be cute.
Sunday read.
Like, our show just came on, y'all. Cut it out. Y'all are so funny. Y'all love when I get on them. I don't know why they be coming over here doing all that. Just leave, mamas. Bye, Felicia. I gave them many chances. I was like, let me clarify first before I get on your ass. Let me make sure first. Because, you know, sometimes I be froggy and I don't need to be. So I just, let me know. Somebody asked me about Cordell and Serena on the Sunday Forum. That's what somebody asked about. I don't really have an opinion about. Someone wants to know, do I think that they're whether or not I think they're a good couple. I don't really know enough about them, y'all, to have, I would say, a point. About them. I saw them on the show during season 6. I don't follow people's social medias like that. Y'all know that. And I don't believe that social media is a good indicator of what's happening in a relationship dynamic because it's a curated image. But baby, you're still here. I thought you were leaving. You announced your departure like you were at the fucking airport, and yet here you fucking are. Still. I don't know. I will say, y'all know I watched Beyond the Villa season 1. And I thought that I was going to get a read on them because I thought I might be interested in what's going on with them. But then he was hardly on the show. He was hardly on the show because he was booked and busy. So I didn't really get a read, I would say, personally. I don't think I have enough of a read. Right? Sakura, oh no, girl. Oh no. I will say that what I have seen, they seem very cute together. He seems to really like her. She seems to really like him. What she shared about their relationship, it seems like they are. Don't get me started, Jules. Don't get me started, Jules, on that fucking show. Don't do it.
That piece of shit.
But I will say, she seems to be moving at a rate of speed that feels right for her, for their relationship dynamic. She's very clear about not wanting to move together. No, I agree. I agree, Jules. I agree. And I think he'll bounce back. But, ooh, baby. She seems to be moving at a rate of speed that makes sense for her in their relationship. I can appreciate her saying that she doesn't want to move in until they're married because she has the whole time that they're married to be living together. And so wanting a little bit of her independence still while they're not married, I can appreciate that. Isn't there age difference? He was relatively young, like 22 on the show, right? So I think the only thing that's curious to me is always what's curious to me. Okay, they're only 3 years apart. I thought they were closer. Is that they are so young, right? And so a lot can change. A lot can change, right? Yeah, they only have a 3-year age difference. Him being only 22 on the show. Am I remembering that correctly, y'all? He was 22 while they were filming Love Island. Okay. That's the only thing that I'm like, I wonder what will happen. Because, again, who you are at 22 is different than who you are at 25, 26, 27. So I don't know. Maybe they'll grow together. Lots of couples do. Tashina, I don't think so because she was very clear on Beyond the Villa. She doesn't want to live together until she's married. They spend a lot of time together at each other's homes, but she doesn't want to live together until they're married. So that's the only thing that I would be like, we'll see. You know what I mean? Is just, do they want different things as they continue to get older, or will they grow together? Somebody said, somebody asked me what I thought about Nick and Olandria's age difference, if I thought it would be a concern. I actually don't feel concerned about their age difference. Again, to me, y'all, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, not that big of a deal. It's about where those years are placed. I tell y'all that a lot. It's about where the years are that make the difference, right? It's about where are you developmentally, where are you experience-wise, where are you life-wise. That is what makes the difference, right? Nick is 24, but he's well-traveled. He's been working for a really long time. He's got his degree. Like, he's lived a lot of life already. Where, like, Olandria, she has her degree and was, like, working a regular 9 to 5. So I think that they're actually pretty well matched experience-wise, where she's above in some areas and he's above in some areas, where it will encourage them to step up to each other's plates, right? It's not like we're living completely different lives. You can't relate to these things because of this 3-year difference. Does that make sense? So I feel less, and he's 24. He's not 21. And she's 24. You know what I'm saying? So I think that doesn't concern me when it comes to them. Okay, those are my thoughts around Cordina. I know that my panel is open. I already have people. Thank you so much, Kim. I already have people waiting in the queue. Y'all know that subscribers will be prioritized. I will say we can have conversation about Nicolandria Nation. Hi, Shay, blowing up. I want to encourage us when we're up here. You already know what I'm going to say. I want to encourage us when we're up here to zoom out, right? We remember in my space, we look at these individual things, but we're talking about a zoomed out experience. We're not talking about just what happened with Allie and Sharon and Lana and blah, 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 blah. We're zooming out. We're talking about bigger picture stuff. Okay? So thank you, Camilla. Apply your senses, please. This isn't a Nicolandria space per se. So if you're going to come up here and that's what you want to talk about, I need you to be zoomed out. And Jules, I don't disagree with you. I would love to keep it to a minimum. Lana called Allie out of her name. My understanding, Tashina, is that she has since apologized, but there was some back and forth between Avengers and Allie on live yesterday. It was kind of a mess. And then they were getting threats, like Lana and the other Avengers were getting threats from people. It was a mess on Twitter. Okay? And I would love to not give it a shit ton of space. Yeah, Camilla said, don't come and ruin my favorite live. I'm a fight."
For real.
So yeah, y'all, let's zoom out. Let's talk about the bigger picture stuff. Y'all know that I like to do nuance over here. You know that I like to look at everything from like a sociopolitical, psychological, critical thinking space. So like, yes, this is the event, but we're not going to stay focused on the singular event. Okay? All right. Let me look at Hi Jamila. And I hear you. I agree that I would love for people to move on from this topic. I will say the reason why I'm making space for it in my live is because I know that people have been frustrated in other lives. You know what I mean? Hi, Christina. I know that people have felt like it hasn't been the level of like care and nuance around the conversation in other spaces. And I do like to make my space where people can have certain conversations if they want to. I know somebody also asked about Beyond the Villa, what we thought about Shalace and the Van Carthens not doing it. Honestly, the Van Carthens are bigger than the program. They don't need to be on Beyond the Villa. And I don't believe that Shalace was invited. I said what I said. We could talk about that more if y'all want. Hi, Jules.
Oh, I'm first up here. I'm gagging.
Hello, hello. Hi, Antoinette. Hi, Skylar.
Hi.
Thank you for the gift. Okay, y'all, I'm trying to bring in all my subs first. And then I will rotate, y'all, because I see y'all. Okay, Kia, I will elaborate. I got you. Give me 2 seconds to finish bringing up the first round of panelists, and then we'll rotate and bring up new people because it's a bunch of y'all in my queue today. Come on, TikTok.
Keep tapping your screens.
Thank you for tapping, y'all. Okay, hello, all my panelists. Real quick, before y'all chime in, I want to respond to this question in the comments. Why do I not believe that Shalace was invited? Alan, in my opinion, Alan left the villa and then proved that he was bad for the brand.
Yep.
Right? He went on that podcast and was like, how can I show my entire ass? Right? And then he didn't want to do any press runs, right? Saying he's in LA whole time he's not, right? I think that he proved that he is somebody said a loose cannon. Hi, Leo. Are you one of the Avengers? Are you that Leo? And I don't know if you like being called an Avenger or not, but okay, Erica, no problem, babe. So I think that he proved to production that that they didn't feel like maybe he was trustworthy. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Okay, hi Leo. Nice to have you over here. We were talking about all this stuff. We don't need no mess. I don't think it's gonna be no mess. Oh, with Alan, I agree. I think that they realize, you know what, that is not. We can't guarantee what that's gonna look like, and we're not trying to have that over here. And so they was like, nah, he don't need to be on it. That's why I think that they would not have been invited. Oh, thank you for coming in to say hi. You can hang if you want. It ain't gonna be no mess in here, Ivy. You know I don't do that. I don't do no mess. I mean, we be messy, but but not like that. Not like that. I think he might come on as a friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that Taylor and Clark being there, it would make sense if they were like there as a friend. I'm shady, so I would prefer it just be a FaceTime call. I would rather it not be like a whole show up to the event type of situation, but you know, whatever. Okay, do we want to go from bottom up, Nikki? I know that I was on, y'all, I'm silly. I was on the live last night with you if you want to chat about that, but you can talk about whatever you want to talk about, as you know.
I am actually, I don't know why I came up right now. I'm actually sending out a newsletter for work for tomorrow. It's almost done. So I was just like, I hope she starts with Jules. But no, 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 you came to me first.
I
You
can go
came
to the
to me
top.
first. And I was just like, of course she's going to do that. Of course Tina is going to come to me first. Listen, I do have some things. Honestly, Tina, as you know, I'm having conflict. So I don't necessarily know if I feel safe enough right now.
Okay.
So I just kind of want to hear some perspectives. Can you?
You got it, Nikki. I will come back to you. And I will say, y'all know, and I let me give this disclaimer because y'all know we do cute messy over here, okay? We're brave in this space together. That means sometimes I might say some shit, somebody might say some shit you don't like, okay? But we should always be able to come to a space where we can be courageous enough to have the conversation in a way that still has care and compassion in it, okay? Now, I ain't never had nobody come up on my panel and just be stupid. That's never happened, okay? But if it does happen, let me be very clear. I don't do stupid. I will drop you and block you, okay? But nobody has ever done that. That has never happened in my space. I trust that it's not going to happen in my space. Hi, Exel. Um,
Can I just clarify? It's
yes,
not in
yes.
Tina's space. I'm just saying in other spaces that I have not felt safe, and I think that is why I'm trying to get my thoughts together.
I got you, boo. I got you. So we're gonna start with Jules. Jules, I know you don't want to keep dragging it, so babe, you can talk about whatever you want to.
Oh, I was gonna ask, like, what are the main topics that I know we got the little, print situation, and then what's the other things?
We were talking about print. I talked about Cordina. I talked about Beyond the Villa season 2. But if you have something you want to offer into the space, you certainly can. I would love us to talk about print from a zoomed out perspective if we're going to talk about it, though. It's just going to be
Okay,
all.
I think I'm gonna talk about it, and it's gonna be very zoomed out because I was talking about alleys and all these other names that I don't even know. Um, my first thing is I think when I saw the video, because I did see the video, someone posted it on Twitter last night of like, I don't want to say names, but the girl, because I don't want to send hate her way. But I do feel like it was odd because my whole thing is like I wouldn't want nobody coming on the internet talk about my man's gold member. Like, look, why are we doing that? And then you talking about you got a man at home, so like worry about your man at home. I'm confused. But I feel like Come Here Cream community, Nicolandria stands, whatever you want to call them. Like, I'm a part of the community. Like, y'all might see me in there sometimes, but I feel like it's contradictory behavior. Like, y'all will, oh shit, I kind of lost my train of thought. But like, I don't know. It's like I just see some contradictory like behavior from the fandom sometimes. Like, oh, when the white girls at the meet and greets, that's what I was about to get on. When they were doing too much and like, trying to get like, oh Nikki, like, kiss on the cheek. Can we give you a kiss on the cheek? Like stuff like that. But then y'all turn around and do stuff like this. So I'm like, you can't have it both ways just because like y'all don't want white girls doing it, but like think it's okay because y'all, we for the people, we riding for Alandria, like we can do this though. We can do this though. Like I don't think that's cute. Um I don't like also that we're giving it this much life at the same time. Like, yes, check her, cool, but like, let's move on because I feel like y'all are giving fans too much of a platform. Like, y'all are fans. Y'all are fans. Be fans. Be on the sideline. Cheer. Like, let's not make the moment about you because it's not about you. Like, go do your own shit. Pop your own brand. Like, if you want to be somebody, I just don't like get the whole like put and print fans on a pedestal, and that's low key the Barb's fault. As a Nicki fan, that's the Barb's fault. Um, yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Not much more else to say on that. I would, Nick is handsome. That's all I look at, and I'm happy for Ola. Like, what else more is there to do but cheer them on and hope for the best? Cordina, I was. Wait, you know what? I'm not. I'm not gonna speak on that because I'm still like hurt for my sis. But like Janae and Kenny, like I was a voter. That was my like number one. Cordina, like I just started getting into them like this year. Like not for real getting into them, but like when I see them come up, I'm like, okay, like yeah, like I see why everybody was voting for them. Like I saw like the like I used to skip through the episodes, I'm not gonna lie, but like I finally saw like the clip of her like doing Cordell's hair for the first time, and I was like, oh my god, like this is so cute, you know. Yes, y'all, I'm behaving. Like, I don't know what y'all want me to do. Like, I'm not behaving on purpose, but it's, I mean, like, you know, it's just, I just feel like we shouldn't be giving it as much life as we are. You know, she obviously got a little excited. You know, she felt something stir in her uterus or something. I don't know. But, you know, pipe down. Like, that's somebody else's man. I don't know. But yeah, I guess that's my thoughts for the time being. Yeah, Alondria, Nick, up 1,000 per usual. Y'all know my Bob.
Period. Okay, nothing happened with Cordell and Serena, y'all. Nothing happened with them. Somebody, y'all know that you can send me.
Wait. Sorry to cut you off. Can we please talk about Asian fried chicken HBC? I'm sorry.
Yes,
Y'all,
we can.
I just want
Okay,
to clarify.
leave him out.
Yeah, I just want to clarify real quick because people thought I was shading Cordell. I was not shading him. I just want to be clear. I was not shading him. I'm just disgusted at the fact that his team would even put that script in front of his face. I know it was Kiki who probably like offered it after they had their little like interviews, you know, on her little podcast. But I'm like, no, this should have never been a sign on. I don't know, but like this is not it. I talked about Kiki in prior spaces. I mean, not spaces. This is not Twitter, but lives that I was on in the past. And you know my thoughts on her. That's a bird, and she proves herself once again. I'm so glad like this happened. Like y'all know me. Like I believe in people getting the medicine they deserve. Huda got hers. Kiki's next, and yeah, we'll see who's after that.
Period. We can definitely talk about that. Y'all, nothing happened with Cordell and Serena. Y'all know that I have a Google form that you can fill out if you want me to talk about certain things on Sundays, and then I will talk about it. Somebody asked me about Cordell and Serena, my perspective on their relationship, so I just talked about it. Nothing has happened. They just wanted to know what I thought about them. That I know of. And y'all, thank you so much for gifting my panelists. Literally, all my panelists already have gifts. I love that for them. Okay. Antoinette, please go ahead and give us your thoughts, my love.
Hey y'all. Hey Tina. Thank you for letting me up. Jules, literally everything you said. But also, and I talked about this the last time, not the last time, but before the last time I was on your panel. And it is going to be zoomed out because again, it's about fan culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
As someone who has been a part of fan culture since I was in my tweens, what I'm seeing is people engaging in fan/stan culture without understanding it, and that's why things are blowing up and snowballing the way they are, right? And again, this could have been nipped in the bud when a few weeks ago when all that Halloween stuff was happening. People were like, we don't get it, leave them alone, y'all are just messing with them, they're just sweet little babies. Babe, first of all, and this is what I don't like, the auntie word gets thrown around. Avengers, there are people who are married in their mid 30s, 40s. There are people on Twitter who are young, but are also in their mid 30s. Like their ages are all platforms. No one age is on one platform. That is a misconception. I don't know where that's coming from. The problem is some of y'all don't understand how to engage in stan culture, and you could obviously the bigger argument is, hey, why are we engaging in fan culture? It's here. It's here. It's not really going anywhere, right? So it's like, okay, I just want to bring up two specific situations where stan culture has gotten out of control. On Book Talk specifically, there was this girl. Everybody know her. She's so weird. I'm sorry, I hate to be, but I don't want to say her name. But honestly, if you say Book Talk and weird girl, you know who I'm talking about. Basically, the fan fiction. She's grown. You were reading fan fiction about these hockey players, and it was blowing up. Like it was bringing like a lot of like light to this hockey team, to the point where the team, they invited you and some other like Book Talk girlies out, but you were being weird. When I say she was doing the take Sharon's video, turn it to 11. All right, I'm so old ass reference, but okay, to the point where one of the wives was like, nah, it's too much ice, you got me fucked up. Like there's too much ice, because at this point, just like the Avengers, you have now met my man. You have now been in close proximity with my man. This is like, these are real people. Although you're reading fan fiction about them, he is a real person. They snatched her up so good that she really only reads fiction. Like her content changed quickly. Not fiction. She talks about fake people who don't exist, okay? Because you had to get reminded that this is a real man. Although this is fan fiction that you're reading, that you're fanning over, this is a real person with a wife and children. So there was that situation, and she had to change her content. And this is my PSA to like a lot of the Avengers, like you might have to switch up your content. My favorite Avenger actually is that white boy. Why? Because his content of Nicolandria peaked when they were in the villa. When they left, yeah, he went right back to regular scheduled programming. His streaming video games and workout content, and like if something happens, he'll post about them or whatever. But he's not a fan. He's not in that sense. He knows he's not a fan page, I should say. He's a person who's just on the internet. Jerry, yeah, he's a person who's on the internet who happened to like Nicolandria. A lot of them are understanding that they are operating their pages like fan pages. Over 70% of your content is Nicolandria. You sit on lives for hours talking about Nick and Delandria. Baby, you're a fan page. I'm sorry. Like, and what's crazy is this situation could have been nipped in the bud if the second there was pushback to those videos, because it was not just that one girl, which I hate that it got pushed on her, because it wasn't. I've also seen an auntie make the same video with like 20,000 likes about in the same exact way. The second you would have saw that pushback, all you had to do was delete that video. Not friend it, because Nick and Alandria's mother follow her. All you had to do was delete that video, be a little PSA like, hey, I went too far, my bad, and move on. So the second situation I don't bring up is like there's this massive fan page for Beyonce called what's her name? It's not. I don't know if they're even her. That's the thing. Those are the great fan pages. You don't know who they are, right? I want to say their name is Danny, right? And it's not B Legion, but it's Danny. Beyonce had did an interview and she had mentioned like all the upcoming girls or whatever, and she had mentioned white and black girls. But Danny, when you reposted this, because again you're a Beyonce fan page, you only mentioned the white girls. And so what happened is Twitter. It was like, oh, so we know Danny ain't black. Like it was like a whole bunch of discourse. But you know what Danny did? Because at the end of the day, Danny is a paid fan page. She limited those comments, waited a couple of weeks, and eventually like the discourse died down. But also she was more mindful about reporting what I guess Beyonce says correctly, because again you're a Beyonce fan page. And you know why there was no real pushback? Because Danny doesn't have shooters. That's the difference. People aren't fans of Danny. People follow Danny because she reports on Beyonce. People follow B Legion because they report on Beyonce. B Legion and Danny don't have shooters. The problem with this other new group of fan pages is that they're amassing a fandom. And so what happens is y'all see, oh, you coming for her? You ain't finna come for my girl. And it's like, whoa, it was critiqued because that was a weird video on top of the comments. And also the critique wasn't just about the video, it was several videos and several comments. And again, because y'all have y'all fans, and then because now y'all are seen as like friends, y'all friends have to stick up for y'all, and their fans that they now have because of Nick and Alandria also have to come for y'all. So now it's this big thing, when in reality, if y'all were operating like actual fan pages, when she made that video, y'all would have messaged her and been like, nah, we don't do that around here. She would have deleted it and we would have moved on. As a matter of fact, we ate so much that night, she would have immediately posted like the next picture that they put out of them at that gala. Like that's how fandom typically works. But no, y'all aren't operating like that. Y'all are trying, and I get it. They should. Their content should be monetized, and it is, all of them. But understand that, and this is why Nicolandria Core, we don't see them anymore. Like they went back to just being Nicolandria Core, and whatever they do on their personal pages is theirs. Because no, people follow Nicolandria Core for Nicolandria. They're not following it for you. People following a lot, and again, that's why I say if they have to change their content, they're gonna have to change it. People are following y'all because they want to know, they want crumbs or whatever. Like they're not following y'all because of you. And when you start to overstep, there will be critiques. Or when you start to mess with their faves, which is Nick and Alandria, they will have critiques about that. And you have to be able to deal with that if you want to be a type of fan page that's face forward. If you don't want to be a face forward fan page, then baby, that was for that type of video, or even commentary that was made about that video was for somebody with a nameless, faceless. That was your Finsta post. That was not your main post where the person you're objectifying, their partner and their partner's mother is following you. That was not for them. And then to friend it, people are like, oh, she deleted it. No, she didn't. She made it a friends. Those people you're talking about, they're your friends, so they're still going to see it regardless. The problem was them ever seeing it. There should have never been an option. And also, I think it's just a matter of like overall like fandom. Like understand that you aren't friends, and I understand that like I would never want to tell Nicolandria what to do, but I think like them following them has really put like maybe an inkling of something in your head that like you're more friends than you are, and you're just not. Like it's not that. People joke about like the real celebrities not having following zero people, or like just following their partner, but like they do that for a reason. There's them. You get whatever content they put out, and that's it. Some of them have taken it as like, oh, we cool like that. Y'all not cool like that. Like, like it's not. And regretfully for Nick and Alandria, and I will say my thing is influencers, they don't have that same kind of shield of like celebrity that like bigger celebrities have. Because the reality is, even if there was like a meet and greet for like a Tom Cruise or something, no one is bringing him sex toys. Because in your mind, you're like, that's Tom Cruise. Even if I had the opportunity, I'm not going there with you because that's Tom Cruise. But when it comes to influencers, and this is not just a Nick and Landry thing, influencers in general, people tend to feel, because the way they amass their fame is by making you feel like they're your friend, so you tend to overstep your boundaries. The reality is they're still not your friend. Like, they're not. And then too many of their fans don't understand that you are still a fan. Even if you do your makeup with them for an hour-long video while they're doing their makeup, that's a video. Those are people that you do not know. They're not in community with you. Also, even online communities, as much as I love some of the content creators that I follow, like you and other creators, even the ones that I have group chats with, I have real friends in real life. Like, I have a real fan, like a real community who, like, if something, like, who I really lean on. And I think people tend to conflate online community with real community, and I think they're like the same thing when maybe they're not. Because the reality is, if all of y'all are operating like fans, even Lona's live, it hurt my feelings. And I'm not even Allie, and it hurt my feelings. I was like, dang, that was like uncalled for. And I'm happy that she apologized. But it's like, again, when you start to think that the people online are like your friends, I go up for my friends until you remember, wait, these are all fan pages. Do I need to put my neck on the line for another fan page? Not necessarily. I can DM her, but I don't have to like go in on somebody for another fan page. It's just not that serious. And people are like, oh, you can't police. No, you can't police. What I can do is critique. People critique every day. And that's the thing is, like, if you can't take the critiques of being a content creator that puts themselves out there, because y'all aren't putting Nick and Landry out there. They're making their content, and we're watching it and we're consuming it. You are making content with your face in it, and you're and saying it. You are putting yourself out there. So now you're opening yourself up to critique. And if you're talking about famous people, you're also opening yourself up to be critiqued by their fans. And if you can't handle that, it may be time to detach. Like, and also, and I'm gonna say this to some of my fellow Nickelandrians, some of y'all need to get laid. Some of y'all need to get laid real bad in real life, because, baby, it's giving you aren't, and you're projecting whatever fantasies that are up here onto these two people who don't know you. Like, and I'm gonna need you to like download Bumble. What is it? What the kids be using? I don't know. I got a man in real life, so I don't know. Whatever the kids be using, I'm gonna need you to download it and go get laid, and stop like making fan fiction out of every little interaction. Like, it's like, you can't just be like, dang, that's so cute, they look so nice. No, now it gotta be a almost 2-minute long video about a print. Be serious. And on that note, thank you.
Thank you, Internet. Y'all, I don't think it's that much of a stretch. I was reading y'all's comments. I don't think it's that much of a stretch to say that fan pages have fans. I think that y'all, thank you for continuing to like up the live. It is 340 of y'all in here, which means some of y'all are in here being unwell. And so I'm just gonna address it real quick. You have always the option to scroll, my love. Bree, you have the option to scroll. Okay. Don't come in here being ridiculous, because I will cuss you out. You're not safe over here. I don't pander to y'all over here. Okay. And I'm not a Nicolandrian, so we're not talking about any one particular couple. Just know that you're not safe. So if you want to be stupid over here, I can be stupid back with you. Okay. I do want to say that I don't think it's that much of a stretch to say that some of these fan pages have fans, y'all. Like, a lot of people do get very protective of their favorite creators. That's a true statement, right? Hi, Twerk for Dimes. Hello. And so I do think that some of the people are going up for their creator, right? And I'm so glad that you like that. I do try to be very balanced over here, right? And that doesn't mean that I don't sometimes favor other people over the others, right? That is what it is. I'm honest about that shit though. And then to Tata, you had said you don't oh, you don't think Bree meant it that way? Okay. All right. Tata, I agree that we cannot police people. I do think that it doesn't, we're always open for critique, right? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Okay, Bree. Okay, I take it back. I apologize, Bree. Bree did not mean it that way, y'all. I apologize, Bree. That's my bad. When the numbers start to get to be a little bit too high, I be having cray people in here. So I apologize. I take it back. Okay, Skylar, please give us your thoughts.
Hi, I love you, and I'm so glad you are live because I feel like I've been running around in circles. Listening to brick walls talk to brick walls was kind of crazy. But I think the parasocialism of this entire relationship when it comes to Nick and Landria stems far back into the villa because everybody was living on crumbs and delusions and things that they wanted to microanalyze. And I don't think if we spent all of that time analyzing their relationship, that video would have ever been made because you don't notice that if you're paying attention to every single thing. People are paying attention to what they're saying in the videos. Even if you can't understand it, people spend hours trying to dissect what someone is saying. So I think a lot of it comes down to this over analyzation of their relationship and the things that they post. And I saw a creator mention that it goes back to people still wanting to prove that their relationship is real. So they use these moments in their like videos or pictures or anything to kind of get at that point. I do think that the video that was made was too far, right? I would never make that video about my friend's man at all. And especially if her mother followed me. Oh girl, I'm not doing that. I'm not no So like I don't know. That's where I was like, I drew the line because when she made that follow-up video, she said, well, Ola follows me. So if she felt uncomfortable, like she wouldn't be following me. No, it's not about being uncomfortable. It's about that you shouldn't even take it there. And when people were commenting on her first video, she was deleting those comments. And those comments were coming from a positive place of critique. Because like, no, I didn't notice that when Ola made the video. You shouldn't have noticed that. That's not your man. We should not be looking there. And also people like to say that they're like a freaky couple or things like that. No, that's what people are putting onto them. Just because they were on a game show about over sexualization does not mean that that's who they are. They have never once made that a thing outside of the villa, inside of the villa. They don't even let us see them kiss each other. Like, period. Like, we don't see any physical attention, physical affection, nothing. So why would you think that they were trying to be sexualized in that moment? Like, that makes that whole video really, really wrong. Like, the video is her showing off his outfit because for weeks people have been talking about how poorly he dresses. Okay, now he's wearing these designer clothes and now look at my man. And now we're looking at his print. Like, come on. Like, it's not that serious. Like, I had to ask my husband if I was going crazy. Like, does this make sense to you? Like, why would you get on the internet and make the video? Now, do I think that she should be harassed, sent death threats? No. Send her a DM. Say this was distasteful. I don't really like the way that you did it, but maybe you should delete the video. Her follow-up video, I think, is what really took it too far. And then also everybody getting on the internet to then defend her, then took it too far again. We don't need lives every time something happens. We don't need to get on the internet and start defending everybody and putting it all on Front Street. We can just keep it to ourselves. Talk about it in your group chat. And like all of the videos that were done about it are wrong, right? Like we shouldn't be talking about someone's sexual parts that shouldn't, like if he was fully clothed, why are we seeing this? Where are we seeing this from? And also like I just think it comes back to people wanting to date those two people through the other person. They are using the lens of a relationship that they're not a part of. You wouldn't notice that in like anybody else's man. I think that they're trying to date each other, them through each other. And I think that's where a lot of the parasocial comes from, because you guys made it a huge deal when people were sexualizing her. Why is it not a big deal when they're sexualizing him? If we're making so many videos about how we shouldn't do it to her, we shouldn't do it to him at all. I don't like it just should never happen. And like with the white girls from Greek Fest that were doing it to him, like you guys, that wasn't as like that was a big deal. Okay, but what about this? That's just my part.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I want to answer this question in the comments. Call Me Kate said, is it parasocial to assume how people feel, then defend without confirmation? This is a genuine question from Kate, y'all. Kate follows me a lot, or like engages with my content a lot. I would say this. I think that for anyone to presume how they feel is again, it's a presumption, right? Like nobody knows how they feel, which is why I don't like to zoom in too much. I think this is about zooming out in the conversation, right? Because the reality is, even if Nick was like, oh yeah, I loved when y'all did that, I still would not want you all to normalize sexualizing and objectifying strangers' bodies on the internet. Like, I still would say that that's actually not okay to do. I don't want a man walking past me on the street making a comment about my body. I don't want a woman walking past my sons or my husband on the street making comments about their bodies that are strangers to them. I don't think that it's okay to do it, period. Whether this one, to me, okay, let me say it like this. A lot of us in here are Black people, okay? A lot of us in here are Black people. And it is not the same way I would not be listening to no non-Black person tell me, well, my Black friend said it's cool if I said nigga. I don't give a fuck what your singular Black friend said to you about that shit. Don't say that shit in front of me. Don't say that shit in front of me. Universally, it is not appropriate for you to be using that word. I don't give a fuck what your one singular friend had to say about it. So for me, it's the same thing when it comes to bodies, right? And in this particular scenario, if we're gonna go into this particular scenario, this was a man who was fully clothed, doing a fit check, getting ready to go to an event. This was not even a moment where you could be like, oh, in this particular video, this particular campaign was about the sexualization of him. Like, that was the intention, was to sell the sex. Slightly Slay, just quoting Chris again. They are models selling a product, and the product is not their bodies. That is not the product they are selling, right? We are not looking at their OF account of them sexualizing themselves and then being like, well, why are you sexualizing them? Because that wouldn't make sense in that context, right? This was a fit check. And I'm never going to normalize people sexualizing that, objectifying around that, when people are literally just existing in their bodies. Whether it is Nick and Alandria or anybody the fuck else. So what I would say is parasocial, right? Because parasocial has to do with feeling like you have a relationship with someone that they don't have actually in return with you. And I haven't seen all the discourse, y'all. What would be parasocial would be defending it because you're like, well, they're my homie, and they would be okay with me saying that. That's a level of like, I don't, because if it was your friend, you probably wouldn't be commenting on their meat print. And I don't think that that's what Sharon did, y'all. That's not what I'm saying, because Sharon didn't actually say anything explicit in her video, right? It was cringy, but she didn't say anything explicit. But to all the people sexualizing, no. It was heavily implied. Y'all are not wrong about that. Right? So she said it in the second video. See, I didn't see them all. I didn't even see her video until last night in the live that I was in with Nikki. And it was only one. So I don't have all the context. I will admit that. That's why I'd rather have it from a zoomed out perspective, the conversation. I'd rather have it from a zoomed out perspective rather than focusing in on just her. Because what I'm seeing people defend, regardless of what Sharon said explicitly, what I'm seeing people defend is that it's okay to be sexualizing them because they signed up for this shit. That's weird. Don't do that. No, they haven't. That's not what they signed up for. You know what I'm saying? That's not what they signed up for. Don't defend that. And so to your question, Anna, sincerely, I need help. How is this different than fan fiction? I'm feeling guilty about loving fics. Sakura Bay posted and it was like, I would argue that loving fan fiction about real humans is actually how the line starts to get told. And I don't disagree. I will say, though, see, for me, it's not a both sides. I cannot both sides objectification, right? What I would say is the only difference, and it's a small, okay, Skylar, thank you so much. It's a small one. A small one is if you're enjoying that fan fiction in the privacy of your own home with your fucking self. You know what I mean? By yourself, quietly in your fucking house. But Antoinette so eloquently gave us the example of people that don't do that. And so I would say you're swimming in the same pond, right? And you have to be very mindful about how you engage with particular content because they did not sign up for that. Again, I'm a huge fan of SMEX workers. I would love for you to just go to the corn creator and give them their money and do all of that over there with them because that is in fact what they signed up for. That is their job. And still only within the context of their job, right? If we see them on the street, we're not being weird with them about what their job is, right? So that's what I would say. I think you're swimming in the same pond. I think you have to be very, very mindful. Because they're not consenting to that. Go ahead, Jewel.
Yeah, can I say something real quick and then I'm gonna step down? Because y'all reminded me of some points. I think her name was it Skylar and Antoinette. They both reminded me of some things that I wanted to say before. So yeah, when we're talking like that's the thing that's like troubling me the most about this whole thing is I feel like we're reverting and Trump's America, but it's like really sickening how fast it's happening. Because I mentioned earlier in the chat like we want to sit here and yell about like what happened to Britney Spears, Pamela Anderson, D'Angelo, the members of Danity Kane, all these different celebrities who were over sexualized outside of the limits that they wanted to be. Because a lot of that was just expression of talent or the art that they wanted to put across and they didn't want to make it a whole brand, but it ended up becoming a brand or it was pushed on them and tabloids were really cruel to them, exposing things and all types of different crazy things. So I really hate that this is happening specifically with the two of them, and it's a really weird and odd thing. I know, like, to have to be on the receiving end of it, like watching it, like that's literally why I feel like Alandria also stepped off of X, because like it's this constant thing. Like literally I was getting so like irritated going on like just scrolling like my For You section of X, and seeing like some of the content, because like for a couple of days, no, like not even a couple of days, like there were periods throughout over the past couple of months, but like this month heavily, like people calling Nick ugly and like all types of crazy things. I'm like, this is literally given that toxic like early 2000s, early 10s like culture of let's just dog pile on a person for no reason. Like, I'm like, in what world has this man been ugly? Like, he has one pimple on his face and now he ugly. Like, I'm like, okay, like let's see what y'all look like. And that's my thing. Like, nobody wants to treat them like they're human anymore. And I guess that comes with becoming bigger than the program a little bit, but I just hate that it's happening. That was something I wanted to mention earlier, but I'm stepping down, y'all.
Thank you, Jules. Jules kept it cute for y'all today, okay? Kept it cute.
I'm trying to do better. I gotta start moving in the energy for 2026. Love light. Trying to get my money up.
I'm gonna let Jules hang out so y'all can continue to gift him for a little bit. Thank you, Jules, for being here. Miriam, you asked me what was going on. Tell me if you are not clear, and I will give a recap after Tata goes, because I want Miriam pays to subscribe to me, and so Miriam can ask me whatever questions she wants. My subscribers can ask me whatever they want in here. Okay, Tata, please give us your thoughts.
So I'm coming from a space where when I made the video, I didn't see Olandria's video. I only saw Nick's. Now, Nick's video is much more explicit. And in that video, right, you see everything. And he started out the whole day making you know how Nick's always like, he's always insinuating things, kind of like the way he talks. So I was like, okay, so when he made that video, I made a video saying like, did he mean to do that? Like, does he realize that everything is showing? Like, it was a very much like, if you were not on Snapchat, you didn't see the video, you have no what I'm talking about. Like, it was like that. We were all kikiing, and no one ever really said anything. Like, the video is like 300K views, and it's like, and we were just having a laugh, right? And then the next day, I found out about people bullying Sharon on Twitter, which I'm only on TikTok, so I don't know what the hell's going on over there. So then, and I made a video saying like, there's a Puritan culture that I have been noticing that we're doing, because it's one thing to say that we do over sexualize people. It's another thing for us to be pulling ourselves back into space where people being sexual is not okay. And then we're also pushing so many different conversations all at once, so many different feelings to one thing. Yes, there are people who are treating Nick and Orlandria as if they're no longer people. If you don't like those people, don't interact with them. But don't try to police every single person who feels a certain type of way and make it seem like it's this all-encompassing thing. Because I have yet to see the people who are over-sexualizing Nick. I haven't seen it. So I'm not saying it's not happening, but I'm saying for y'all to be making that big of a deal about it, it has to be all over the streets. And I haven't seen it. I mean, at the end of the day, Nick and Orlandria are two very sexually attractive people. We are sexually attracted to them. You'd be lying if you say you're not. So if I'm saying, oh my God, I can't believe he wore these pants where he's showing everything. Okay, Nick, I see what you're working with and moving with my day. All of a sudden, everyone's like, oh my God, we're talking about his dick. Who the fuck is talking about his dick? It's someone saying that oh my gosh, she has a dick. It's like, we're shocked, we're surprised, we're clutching our pearls. Like, we gotta fucking relax at some point, because you're making it seem like we're back at the times where the people were just nothing but sex. We're not there. Stop making it seem like we're making a crisis happening when there is no crisis. It's a little odd. It's a little bit weird the way we feel like you can't. If you're a fan of these people, I'm attracted to Orlandria sexually. What I discuss about her is like other things that I find that are beautiful about her. But if I want to say like her ass is like, I love that. I look at that ass all the time, because I do. I'm not gonna sit here and act like a fucking prude and act like I don't do it. And I'm also not gonna allow someone to crucify me for saying she has a nice ass. That's fucking weird that we cannot talk about someone's ass where it's not this big to do. It's also weird that we like people who still bring up the whole sex toy thing, right? This lady came out and said this is her profession. You would not feel the same way if a person who was like into finance came and bought them a fucking finance book. You wouldn't have a problem with it. But the fact that this lady bought sex toy, it's a problem. We got to be honest about what we're actually feeling. We, as a culture, it's like we have
Say Schmex, say Schmex,
Yeah,
say Schmex.
Tata, you gotta
Please,
say
we
Schmeck.
don't want this live to,
Sorry, I'm
yes.
so sorry.
It's okay.
We as a culture, we gotta admit that we have an issue with that. And I feel like what's happening, I'm not saying that people don't overdo it. Yes, people do it, but we're having multiple conversations at once. We're not admitting the fact that we're just as uncomfortable seeing it, and so therefore we project the fact that because we're uncomfortable seeing it, we think that they're uncomfortable seeing it. All of a sudden, we know exactly how they're feeling, so therefore we're outraged on their behalf. Like for me personally, the Lendria talked about the fact that people tend to over-sexualize her, right? You see, I never talk about her body because she made that point clear, right? But I'm also aware that Lendria does play around where like, you're not dumb, you're not stupid. So we can't just act like all of a sudden we're gonna make Alendra into this prude so that way we can protect her feelings because she's just a baby. Like, we gotta chill. She's an adult and we're all adults. Let's be honest about the fact that we're overdoing this because we're making a crisis where there is no crisis. That's it. That's all.
Okay, I'm gonna disagree with almost everything you said, Tata. And y'all, not too well, y'all can do whatever y'all want to do in the comments, but I absolutely I'm gonna speak to it. Here's my thing. I actually don't think that people are doing enough about it, right? Whatever you feel about Sharon's video, whatever. I don't care about that, right? What I care about is people normalizing objectification of people's bodies. Period, full stop. I'm sorry. I'm actually not sorry, right? Knowing that Alandria has an amazing body and she's gorgeous and she's beautiful and she's a baddie, all of that totally fine. I personally am actually not sexually attracted to her. I'm not sexually attracted to Nick, but even if I were, I would think that it is weird. I would still think that it would be weird to be commenting. There are actors or like people that are famous and I'm like, oh wow, they're cute. Like, oh yeah, they're attractive. And I would still never do that. Normalizing this idea that we have a right to speak on people's bodies and their private parts when all they are doing is existing in public is actually right in the same sandbox as great culture. Right? It is actually inappropriate to me to say because someone is existing as a public figure that we consider to be a baddie or to be fine or whatever, that now we have a right to comment on them sexually, to comment on their body parts is actually unwell behavior, in my opinion. To feel like, you know, and I didn't see Nick snap. I do see people in comments saying what actually Nick was trying to like cover some things up. I wouldn't care if Nick was standing there in his pants, because I seen the outfit. The pants were tight, but Nick was also fully clothed. Nick had on all of his clothes and was the video I saw doing a fit check. Nothing about that would make me feel like now I can still catcall him. And to Rachel's point, right, she wore a short skirt, so obviously she wanted me to catcall her. I don't think it's appropriate. Gigi thought I was saying that Nick had posted something too. I don't think that it's appropriate to say simply because of what someone has on their body as they are existing in public, that again, that somehow gives us access to their body. I don't think it's prude behavior. I disagree about the Smex toy. I think she was absolutely inappropriate. Absolutely inappropriate, out of line. I think as a mother, because to be fair, Nick is closer to, like, he's only 6 years older than my own child. I would feel a way if my son was out in the public as a public figure, as a DJ. He's getting ready to DJ a fucking set, doing a fan meet and greet, and some grown ass woman brought him a Smex toy. I would feel a way about that as his parent, that you are imagining my child sexually, even if he is an adult. It's weird and it's inappropriate. These are strangers. These are not corn stars. They're not corn stars doing a meet and greet. We're like, oh, it makes sense because this is their profession. So I'm in the lane of their profession. It would have made more sense for the girl to bring a burn CD with her favorite songs on it or something. Like, that would be more in his lane. Bringing a Smex toy is simply because you are imagining that man sexually, and you need to do something about that, because that is, again, it is unwell behavior to feel like you are owed access to people in that way. You can be sexually attracted to someone. It does not mean that you need to be inappropriate with them. And thinking that you get to talk about people's body parts, and I'm not saying, again, this is why I'm zoomed out, right? This is why we're having the conversation, because it's about not normalizing this in general, whatever any particular creator said. It's about having the conversation at large, that we should not be fighting to defend people's rights to comment on people's bodies in this way. Period. My opinion, right? I actually do not want to normalize that, and I don't think it's prude behavior to say, because again, I think Megan's a baddie. I think Alandra's a baddie. I'm also not salivating over them anywhere, but especially not online, right? Because they're still humans. And I don't personally appreciate being separated from my humanity, and so I would not do that to someone else. It's one thing, you know, like I was telling them earlier, you know, sometimes I post a little like hoochie mama post, and my friends, you know, my mutuals might DM me, whatever, and we have a little kiki, right? But y'all don't know them people. And the reality is, if that was your homegirl, and you would get online and talk about her man's print, she wouldn't be your friend for very much longer. because you would understand in the context of friendship why that is odd, right? Hi, American Dream. And so for me, I think that what it feels like is people are separating them from their humanity, which is why people feel like they have access to them in that way. I want to let the rest of the panel go. Tata, I'm going to keep you up here and let us come back to you. I do want us to have dialogue around it. I don't want it to feel like a dog piling though, y'all. So be mindful as you continue to respond. Chai, please give us your thoughts.
Hi, it's Chi, by the way.
Thank you for correcting me.
No worries. Yeah, this has been a lot. And I agree with the other panelists. I will say I disagree with Tata. Like, it doesn't matter if, in my opinion, because I know, like you mentioned, like, oh, people are saying that they went on this show where they're like wearing bikinis 24/7, or the fact that, like, yeah, Ola naturally tends to grab at her boobs, or like they zoomed at the, crotch area. Like, I also am of the standpoint that, like, regardless what anyone does, like, it is not on you to add on to that, or like, speak your two piece on it. I personally I would never do that. Like, cringy, past cringy is just, it's uncomfortable. um and I do think, to your point of zooming out, like, it is a mixture of, like, parasocialism and a lack of discernment on all sides that has been bothering me, because even now, like, there's discourse about, her modeling with another man, and they're like creating all these, like, fan fiction type jokes around it and everything. Like, there's a, yes, entitlement, lack of discernment, parasocialism. I don't think that there might be some people that it's stemming from wanting to be in their place or date them. I do think, at least from Ola's perspective, at least for me, it came from like, in terms of parasocialism, it came from me just being very protective given what she went through on the show, and being able to resonate with her as a Black woman. And I think while in the villa watching that, a lot of people definitely, like, related to her in that sense and resonated with her, and were very protective, and, like, protective of her relationship with him. Like, Nick is not a bad person overall. Like, he has his flaws here and there, but, like, I think people were protective of them because they seem so genuine. And I think it's just, now we're getting to a point of, like, because you relate to them so much, or you're so protective of them, the lines are getting blurred, and, like, people are just, oh, they're great and they relate to us when they came out, so therefore, we want to support them, we can joke with them and all this other stuff. And yeah, the lines are getting blurred. And I think that the situation is unfortunate, because while I do think the issue at hand, I agree. I do think that people need to be mindful and, like, not objectify. I think it got conflated with the toxicity that is Twitter, and the dogpiling that was happening. Um, I watched both Sharon and Ali's content, and, like, they've both been really good at trying to tell people to, like, touch grass and be mindful, whatever. But they also love the, like, Nicolandria of it all, right? And while Ali did make a general statement, I think there needs to be context behind it as well, where a lot of these, like, Avengers were getting so much hate, like, all these, can I say death threats, or DT, to the point where even after this video, like, a lot of people on Twitter were, like, calling her an essayer, and it was just a lot, and it's just like, I think from all perspectives, egos were bruised, because naturally you become very defensive of it, because that, like, obviously, intention versus impact. Your intention wasn't to create this space or have this conversation, but the impact of it all, it's still something that, from a moral high ground, people do find it uncomfortable. It is cringe, and the bigger conversation about objectification. So I think, like, because of it, there was a lot of defensiveness, which is why the second video definitely was, like, I think, the catalyst that really riled up people. And then people are just making lives upon lives, like reacting to reactions and all that stuff. So it's very frustrating because, to your point, we definitely need to zoom out and remember the actual issue and like make it sort of a lesson learned, if you will. And I hope people take that into consideration moving forward. Like, don't get defensive, reflect, and do better. Because I feel like we're like, this issue definitely got conflated with the bullying. And that's why you've seen quote unquote fans of fans also defending. But in that defense, they're also maybe like saying things that are making it worse and stuff like that. So I think everyone should restructure in a sense of there should be a lesson learned about how we view people that are of like celebrity status, influencing status, or whatever, but also like put yourself in their shoes. Like, we keep saying these people are not Sims, the fans themselves, even if you think that these quote unquote Avengers are representations of the fan base, everyone is a human being at the end of the day. And like, if you can't have discernment to put yourself in everyone's shoes, whether it's Nick, Ola's, Sharon's, Allie's, like, just be mindful of that. I think that's like my biggest takeaway, because I think people are so quick to like react out of protection of people, regardless whether it's a fan of a fan or Nick and Ola. And that reaction is creating more discourse, and people are like losing the bigger picture of learning the lesson here. And that's what's frustrating me, because we could move on if we just like self-reflected and learned, but we're not doing that. Instead, it's like people want to like, not your live, because I love your live, obviously, but like people are like, I need to respond to this. Like, I have to say something. It's not everything you have to react. Sometimes it's just learning from the like what is being said. Your intention wasn't to do that. But do you see why, because this happened, how can you see it from their perspective? Would you feel this way if you were Ola? Would you feel like, to your point, like, would I want my friend talking about my guy's print or whatever? Like, I think it's just more of a learning lesson. Don't get defensive, and like, just like understanding that. So yeah.
Thank you, Chi. I want to respond to Larger Curbs. I know I just missed like 100 messages because literally it told me y'all have said 100 more things in the comments since then. So if I missed your comment and you want me to respond to it, say something. So Larger Curve said, saying objectify is like Alan saying love bomb, way out of context, in my opinion, stretching to fit it. So objectification has to do with reducing someone to an object, explicitly oftentimes around their sexuality and their sexual attractiveness. While I do not necessarily, what I saw, I can only speak to what I saw. I don't know that the first video from Sharon, I would say, was objectification. It definitely was sexualizing. But what I have seen people do in response has absolutely been objectification. Well, they are celebrities. They signed up for this. They were on Love Island and they did this, right? It's this reduction to, well, they're attractive and they have done things that have been, sexual before the agua ad, right? And so people have absolutely defended the reducing and the separation of them from their humanity, not considering them as humans, to, well, I get to consume them in this way. I get to stay focused on this. And it has been the excuse making afterward that I would say people are absolutely objectifying. And so Renice is saying Allie's point was that Sharon, and she didn't even say Sharon's name. She said people in general. Allie's point was that these people making these videos opened a space for people to sexualize him, and I would say, and to objectify them, right? And I don't disagree with that, right? And I do agree that a couple of people have said in the comments, and I think Erica will probably speak to it when Erica speaks as well, that like also you have to be mindful that some of the people in the communities doing the redactions, doing the all that stuff is probably ops, right? It's probably ops. So here's the thing, Larger Curves, because I feel like maybe you're trying to defend it. So I'm gonna be very, very clear about where I stand. Thank you, Ivy. The Van Cartons posted these images. The way people are reacting is what objectifies the situation. Absolutely. That's the conversation we're having, right? Is that the people, their response, the way that people have said, well, I think they're attractive, and so I should be able to talk about them in this way, regardless of how you would feel if it was your man, how your friend would feel if it was your actual friend and her man. I get to talk about them in this way because I find them attractive, and they've been on a show where I watched them kiss before. So you don't see them as people. There's no consideration of their humanity. It has been the defense making, right? And we need to talk about the concept of consent with people as well, right? It is one thing, again, and I'm going to keep saying this, it is one thing for them to be making, and I've said this to y'all before, I think some people would love for Ola and Nick to make OF content. I think that's weird to think about people in that way in general because I've been objectified a ton throughout my life. So it makes me uncomfortable in general. That is my bias. But also I think that that's just like a normal human thing, right? But there are people, they have told us that they're not even going to kiss for y'all anymore because y'all kept harassing them about proving their relationship, and they said, y'all go back and watch the show. That was what Alandria said to y'all. So thinking that she would be cool with y'all being like, oh my God, your print, like you're not living in reality. You're not listening to her. You're not hearing her humanity, right? That man was fully clothed. I need y'all to understand on a zoomed out level why that would not be normal under any other circumstances. People only feel like it's normal because they have a level of separation from them because they are celebrities. And so they in some way separate them from their humanity. Exactly. So I said the man was in a turtleneck and some damn pants and a jacket. He was fully clothed, socks and shoes on. There's a level of separation that people have from their humanity simply because they're a celebrity. As a very small creator, I experienced the same thing. They're getting it on a much bigger level, right? People don't see them. And that's the thing that people need to start clocking for themselves. It's like, why do I feel comfortable talking about his body like that? Would I talk about his body like that if that was my homie's man? Would I talk about his body like that if that was my actual friend? Would I do that? Probably not, because you would think it was weird. You might tell him he's fine. Like, damn, you look good, da-da-da-da-da. But you wouldn't be commenting. You wouldn't be talking about Alandria's camel print. If a man was talking about Alandria's camel print, you would think that was weird. Why? Because it is. Because it is.
Also, I just want to say, someone said something along the lines of like Nick's DJ name being Frico Nico and like calling himself Big Belgian. Once again, it still goes back to the fact that even if that was the case, like I even made an example of like Alandria tends to like, hold her boobs when she takes pictures and all that other stuff, right? Like, even if that's the case, it does not warrant you like also piling onto that. Like if he considers himself freaky, great. That's him and his body. That's not your body to consider freaky or objectify or schmexualize, like that's I think what is trying to be said here, that like rather than being defensive and making these excuses, like just put yourself in someone's shoes and understand that like that is at the end of the day their body, the way they perceive themselves. They didn't ask or invite you to like do the same for them. That's really what it is.
I also, and then I'm going to move to you, Bad, Nikki, and then back up to Erica. I also want to name to the person that just came in and said Sharon didn't do anything wrong. Babe, we're not talking about Sharon. So I would love for you to just sit quietly and listen first before you start trying to comment, because you don't know the context of the conversation. You probably just came in. But see, making these issues is what the issue is, in my opinion. Actually, I would strongly disagree with that. Normalizing and just being like, we're not going to address it is what allows shit like that to breed. Actually, I think every time that you see something that is inappropriate behavior, you actually should say something against it. Because what do I say to y'all all the time? If you stand in the middle, if you are middle of the road, thank you, India, when it comes to oppression and harm, you have sided with the oppressor and the harmer every single time. Every single time. Silence is complicity. Thank you for saying that. Look at the Material Podcast. Silence is complicity. And here's the thing, to the person that asked me, how do we move forward as a fan base? Because Nick Landry's are not all gonna feel the same. I actually don't give a fuck personally. I don't give a fuck how Nicolandrians move forward. What I give a fuck about is having the conversation of how we do not normalize doing this to people. It doesn't matter if Nick said he was uncomfortable or not. That's the part y'all are not fucking clocking. Y'all about to piss me off now. That's the part that you're not fucking clocking. It's not about any one individual fucking person, okay? It's not about one individual fucking person. That's why the conversation is important, because y'all motherfuckers are gonna sit in here, not everybody, but I'm mad now. Y'all motherfuckers are gonna sit in here and make excuses because one singular person said they're okay with it, and then you're gonna engage with some person that you don't fucking know in the real world that's not okay with it, but y'all have then normalized it. So why would you not think it's okay? Because you spent all this time normalizing it. The shit is weird whether Nick is okay with it or not. The shit is fucking weird. Period. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. If Nick said he's okay with it, that then gives you the right to catcall other strangers on the fucking street, you fucking weirdos. Why do you feel like you have access to people's bodies in that way? Why do you fucking feel like you have the right to comment on people and sexualize people in this way? It's fucking weird. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if Nick says he's uncomfortable with it or if he said, I fucking loved it, because Nick is one singular individual person. Objectification is not okay, period. Full fucking stop, y'all. Stop stop fighting for your right to normalize this. Stop fighting for your right to do this. It is weird. It is grape culture. Stop it. I don't give a fuck how Nick feels individually. I mean, I hope that he doesn't feel terribly about it. I will say that, right? But it is weird. It is weird behavior. My fucking teenagers know not to do shit like that to people their own fucking age that they actually know. So I want you to understand what you're doing. Y'all are in here fighting for the right to catcall people. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. You're in here fighting for the right. How can I make it okay to catcall and objectify people? What thing can I come up with that makes it okay for me to be in this level, in this ideology of great culture? I need you to understand what you're doing. Y'all know that over here, it's never just the one thing. And if you're new here, maybe you don't know that. But over here, it's never just the one thing. We're always zooming out to the larger macro level conversation of this shit. Thank you, Chi. I've been telling y'all to zoom out and look at the bigger issue at hand. It is not just about him, babes. It's not. And I don't like to fuss. Okay, Erica, come back if you need to. I don't like to fuss, okay? I'm sorry for fussing. But it's not just about him. And as a person, we sat on my live talking about halitosis, attempting to coerce Chris. We sat on here talking shit about her. Miriam and Gigi, stop. We sat on here talking, and y'all had all the smoke for her. For some reason, you can't understand how this is playing in the same sandbox. That's how great culture thrives. Because it's insidious. Because you don't even know that it's there. So what we do over here on my live is we illuminate the thing that has felt masked. That's what we do over here. And it's not about any individual person. All this event did was invite us into a larger conversation. That's it. Exactly, a whole snack. You cannot, we don't defend rights and wrongs. We are going to use this opportunity to zoom out and say, hold on, how would I feel in this scenario, in this scenario, in this scenario? What can I take from this? I love my live enough to keep it a buck with y'all every single fucking time. I'm never gonna be in here just trying to make you feel good, even if that means that you're mad at me. Even if that means that you're like, fuck that, Tina, I don't like that take. That's okay. Because we don't do safety over here. We do bravery. We do courage over here. So zoom out. Let's have the larger conversation. Mika is saying, ask yourself a question. If someone did it to Olander, would you be okay? If someone did it to your sibling, would you be okay? If someone was if droves of people were doing it to your man, would you be okay? If droves of people were doing it to your girlfriend, would you be okay? If droves of people were doing it to your partner, would you be okay? Would you think it was funny? Would you think it was cute? I need y'all to be able to flip from only ever being able to conceptualize harm when it is to a woman to also, because again, what it is, okay, sorry y'all, I'm ranting, sorry. But what it is a function of whiteness and the patriarchy, right? That has told you that it's okay to talk about men in this way, because it's okay to talk about women in this way, right? And while you are, most of y'all that watch me are women, and so you can conceptualize, maybe that's not right about women. You're struggling with men. You're struggling in that area. And I want us to stop. I want us to recognize the harm that this does, because by normalizing shit like this, what that does is when he does get his ass grabbed, when he does get his peen touched, when any of that happens, it's like, oh, well, I mean, you can't even conceptualize that it would be something wrong with that. Those of y'all that watch Potomac, when Mr. Darby was grabbing husbands' butts, people were like, oh, kiki, that was funny. But if he had been doing it to women, y'all would have been able to conceptualize it. Normalizing conversation like this about that man is why people kiki about shit like that and don't take it seriously. People existing in their bodies that are banging ass bodies does not mean that they are consenting for you to do some of the things that some of these people do online and the things that y'all are fighting for the right to have access to be able to do. I need us to stop. Terry Crews, great example. Fuck him, but great example. He's a weirdo. Right? This is what they mean when they say, explain it to me like I'm 5, Avita. Listen. Brendan Fraser, all the people, okay? I just need us to, again, I like y'all enough. I love y'all enough. Honestly, we've created a great community over here. Terry, once people do the thing, I pretty much delete them from my mind. I feel like he's an All Lives Matter guy. I can't remember now. I love y'all enough to want to encourage us to be brave over here and to recognize, that feels uncomfortable. How do I sit with the discomfort of what that makes me feel like, rather than running from it or finding a way to soothe the discomfort? How do I sit with it and get curious as to why does that make me uncomfortable? Is it because I align in some ways? And why do I align in those ways? What can I deconstruct? What can I grow around? What can I take, right? Like she so eloquently said. Okay, I'm done ranting. Sorry, y'all. Well, y'all told me not to apologize, but I am done ranting. Bad, please give us your thoughts. Oh, and I'm gonna bring up one more person too.
Well, how to follow that up? You basically said everything I was gonna say, but I'll just repeat it anyway. Um, Basically, well, I'll kind of go back to like when we were talking about stan culture. I was a directioner. I know about toxic stan culture and I know about objectification of young men and it being normalized. The way they used to talk about them, disgusting. So I'm like, I really don't mess with that. And immediately when I saw this discourse, I was like, wait, there are two sides. I feel like this should be common sense. This should be one opinion. I didn't really understand that, but that's a whole other thing. But also going back to what Jules said earlier, why are people caping for strangers that they do not know? Y'all don't know Nick, Alandria. You don't know the people who are running the fan pages. You don't know any of these people. And if you do, that's a separate case. But it just doesn't make sense to me to like throw yourself out there over someone you don't really know and you can't be sure of their morals and values. I tried not to make a habit of doing that. Even for people that I like or have liked for a long time or respect, I don't do that. The hate and the threats, I'm just not understanding this since the first episode basically of the season. That was what, 4 months ago now? 5? It's too much. It's really just too much. Nobody deserves that. Just like nobody deserves to have their body criticized or talked about ad nauseum. Stop it. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought because there's been so many good points. Also, I was gonna say, when people make that excuse about them being on Love Island, like that gave their consent for people to talk about them in a certain way or objectify them, the consent that they gave for being discussed on the show was terminated with the contract. Once they left that villa, that's done with. They said no. And they made it clear. They said it. They said, oh, we're not doing this anymore. We gave y'all what we did while we were on the show. We're being private about it now. We're keeping stuff to ourselves. And you have to respect that. They're human beings. And then my final thing is, it's really a slippery slope when objectification starts to become normalized. Well, it already is normalized, but I think a lot of people, like majority of people, even the few that do, don't seek attention about their body when they're just trying to exist. Everyone's just trying to exist. And thinking that that gives you an invitation to make comments about them is like unacceptable. I also feel like it's like something that hits close for me as a Black young lady who's experienced me and other people in my life be sexualized and fetishized from a very young age. Nobody should be looked at from the perspective of just what their body looks like or what they can offer you because of their body. Like, that's just one of the worst things about society. Like, it just bothers me so much. A general rule of thumb I have is to not comment on people's body, and I feel like that should go for everyone. Like you said earlier, a kiki, that's one thing. Oh, your body's tea, whatever. That's one thing. But speaking about specific parts of someone's body is too far, in my opinion. And then my last thing, obviously we can't control what other people do in private when they're talking to their friends in a group chat. Say what you want. I don't know what you're doing with your friends, but taking it to the internet is a line that needs to be drawn. That doesn't need to become public. It's not for everyone's consumption. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Also, I've agreed with most of the panelists. Like, everyone has had such great points.
Thank
So
you so much, Sarah. Thank you. They love your voice as usual, bad in the comments.
thank you. Thank you. I have gained so much confidence about my voice on video based on being on the live. So I also appreciate you giving us the platform for that too.
Of course. I love it. Okay, Nikki, I know it's you, but I'm gonna let Cece go because I think Cece wants to drop real quick.
Okay.
Go ahead, Cece.
Yes, thank you so much. I thank you for creating this platform for us to come talk. I made I made notes just because this conversation has just been it's just iffy. It's made me feel crazy. I have seen a lot of people refer to people disagreeing with them being sexualized or talked about this way as, you know, as Puritan culture, as being prudes, as being kids that are sensitive. I'm 25, but there have been some younger people that have disagreed, you know. I don't think it's that. I think in the generation that we're in, it's important for us to call these things out. We're progressing, not regressing. And saying that it's Puritan culture, anyways, a great example would be D'Angelo, rest in peace. He was sexualized so much that it was just so hard for him to like come into the public. And I saw like a lot of people saying, you know, we grew up in the 80s and this was normal. Like, I can't believe you guys are talking this way. I can't believe you guys are being sensitive. And I'm like, exactly. I think we're growing into a generation where it's okay for us to be able to point out what's wrong and what's not wrong. I have seen a lot of people also refer to us calling such things out as censoring them, and I disagree. Just like Ali said, it's not censoring, it's not stopping people from talking about these things, but instead it's telling people to be mindful, people with platforms to be mindful of what they put out there. You can have 10 followers or 1,000 followers. Whatever you put on the internet, you should think about it twice before posting anything. We're in the social media world now that I believe that it's important for people to be able to also speak about things that make them uncomfortable and things that do make them feel good, you know? I disagree with all the hate that people are getting, and I'm on Twitter. I'm a Twitter girl down. I've been on Twitter for years. I have seen it come from both sides. I have seen some fans be hateful towards others, and that's not okay. But I do also believe that most of the hate that people are getting are from the others because they're watching us. We're kind of like the biggest fandom from all of this. They're watching us and they're trying to infiltrate in this way. So pushing back onto that, I was on a couple of lives yesterday and the people hosting the lives were saying, you know, people on Twitter are jealous of them getting recognition from, you know, Nick and Olandria. They say that the communities on Twitter are jealous of the reach that they get. And I don't agree. I don't think it's jealousy. I think anyone on Twitter is used to not being noticed or being like, you know, being seen. If you get how Twitter works, you would know. And so I just wanted to touch on that. It's not the communities on Twitter, and it's okay for people to come out of the communities and say whatever they want to say on their, you know, on their regular timeline, because I think it's important for everyone to have a voice, whether you agree or whether you disagree. So it's not censoring, it's just calling out what we see as right and what's not right, what's right and what's wrong. We are very protective of Ola, and so I understand when some people feel like super passionate about things that happen to her. I don't know. I also wanted to talk about, let's see, when some people, like, I don't want to name names, but when some people post things, it can be the simplest thing, whether they're kind of being like, they're just alluding to something. But then you go in the comments and they don't control it at all. They just let it fly free. And I think that's what a lot of people had recently about people that were posting, because I saw some trusted neutrals that said they like went through some of the comments. I couldn't go through the comments because it was just really uncomfortable for me. But they said, like, there are pictures that were even posted in the comments, like, of like his print, which is, it's just like so unnecessary. And I think that's the bigger conversation that we all should be having. People should not justify that just because they went on Love Island or just because they call themselves Big Belgian, which, like, that's not the origin of the name. But just because they say things like that shouldn't give you a reason to still sexualize someone. They can say that, but it's weird for you to say that. I don't think people are really understanding that. Most of the things that I also wanted to talk about, a lot of the panelists have already said, so I'm not going to reiterate that. But yes, just like final thoughts, I think that respect and boundaries are a big thing that we're forgetting in this fandom specifically. I've been in a lot of fandoms, so like stan culture is not new to me, but respect and boundaries, I think that's something that we should really sit back and, think about, because it's that's the root of the issue. That's just it. Like you were saying, I wouldn't talk about my friend's husband's print because I respect and I have boundaries of her. So that's just something that everyone should just sit down and reevaluate. I do get why some people are defending other people, and it makes sense. But I also think that it's important for some of these large creators, instead of just immediately hopping on live or making videos trying to defend an action, it's very important to sit down and say, I expected a lot of videos after that whole incident with, I don't want to name her, but Sharon. I expected a lot of videos to come out the next day of, hey guys, I've sat down and I've thought about it, and bullying is not okay, but we can also agree that, some of these things are not okay either, and address both the bullying and talking about these two strangers this way. The vibe that I got yesterday was a lot of people just trying to defend. I said on Twitter, I was like, why are you trying to defend your right to talk sexually about someone? Like, maybe you feel sexually attracted to them, but not everyone in the fandom does, just because they are attractive people. Yes, I just wanted to close that off. Respect and boundaries is very important, and I think a lot of people are lacking those two things.
Thank you, Cece, for your thoughts. I'll continue to let Cece hang if y'all want to continue to send gifts before I drop Cece. We're gonna go to Nikki. I want to. Y'all have both Cece and Jules mentioned D'Angelo. I want to make known to y'all, if you did not know, that D'Angelo's actually a fantastic example of how sexualization leads to problematic things. Because if you don't know, that man was a teenager when him and Angie Stone were dating. She was 30 years old and he was 19 years old. So yeah, this is why we do not normalize the sexualization of people in that way, right? And again, this is the zoomed out conversation around that, right? Is like this is what it normalizes. And as someone that was a kid when that was not talked about, it wasn't really like that big of a deal. It's why we had, anyway, I'm not gonna go there, but just this is why we zoom out and have the conversation. Okay. And I don't disagree. I do think that there are lots of people that are ops that are in the fandom doing this. Yes, I did. I told her to remind me. Okay. India, will you say more? Thank you. Will you say more about that? And then I will. And then, yeah, so y'all, I do think that it is, again, thank you so much, Cece. It is about a zoomed out conversation around this, right? I do think it has been infiltrated. And I will say this, though. And I know somebody came in here talking to me about what the Avengers are doing. I'm not going to comment on that, y'all, because again, for me, it's not explicitly about them as people. This is a much bigger conversation, okay? A much bigger conversation, right? Because again, I don't know that it was, and I'm saying to y'all, I haven't seen everything. it is all the commentary that happened afterward that has been extremely problematic to me. That's a great one too. Ty, Celine Dion and her husband, right? So, yeah, I'm not doing creator beef. I'm not doing that. I don't care about that, right? The only thing I care about is the larger conversation, right? There's so much more conversation to have that's not about them. Okay. Okay. So India wants me to talk about, but I'm gonna have Nikki go and then I'll address it, okay? But I'm gonna say it out loud. Hold on, let me scroll up to the other comments so I can read it too. Okay. And I saw someone ask to come up. Yes, I have a line of people. Don't worry, I see y'all. I'm gonna let you up. Okay, Tina, can you touch on the correlation of this topic with the breakdown of cultural norms in society? And then adding to that, India said, with the current political climate and people in position of power normalizing SA. Yes, we can talk about it also from that perspective. Okay, Nikki, please give us your thoughts.
Actually, that's the perspective I was going to address.
Period.
Okay. Because y'all know I'm a political girly. And this is why I said, Tina, I'm in conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Because we use terms like grape culture that I fear falls into a right-wing stereotype, because they are trying to build this puritanical system when it comes to women.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say, like I put in the comments before, call me a hypocrite, because yes, I have lusted after celebrity, and not in the best way, understanding fully that I am objectifying. Would never do that in person. But like my former pastor said, you have your public sins and you have your private sins, and then you have your secret sins. That was a secret, but I'm letting y'all know that was secret. Because what that man has done to me in my head, wrong. Fully understand, wrong. But I'm not the only one. And there has been so much shame around this conversation that I think is very, very harmful for women. Because as we grow, and especially in the generational gap, because I am a Zennial. So I understand what was normalized when I was growing up should not be normalized now. I am an SA survivor. I have lived in New York City for 20 years. I know exactly what it means. And I grew up as a pastor's kid in the church. So I definitely know what it means to be objectified and sexualized and shamed on very early for her body. Very, very early. What I get conflict on is where the purity line is drawn. On one hand, there's first of all, I didn't see the video until last night. I just saw the commentary behind it. I saw the snap. Didn't notice it. I did not notice it until I went into Ali's live, and that's what they were talking about. I was like, oh my gosh, this is the thing. Did I miss something? I had to go back and and I kept looking. I was like, is that? You know what I mean? Because it wasn't even a thing for me. Maybe because I'm grown and I don't need a 24-year-old. I don't listen to him like that. So I don't know if I was at a different age, would I feel that way? And I'm trying to always come from a perspective of where I was, when I was really, in that place of objectifying people. I understand it logically, and I understand it progressively as a culture we need to get to. But the amount of shame around, people not giving space for growth or actual conversation around it It's just been really nasty and dirty. I've just heard people being like, if you ever laugh at something like that or ever agree with something, you're cringe. Are you? Because guess what? Those same people also were on Twitter having a grand old time when Nick was grabbing Ola's butt in that picture. What's the difference? That's my conflict. What is the difference? And that's my issue politically. Like where's the line? How far are we really going to go? Are we really going to talk about it? Because I'm a firm believer. Like, I grew up very, very repressed sexually. So, and things done to me, but I don't know how to, I want to support people having the freedom to, share their content with us. But I'm also not going to lie, when a video is done and somebody's touching their tatas, that I'm not supposed to look at them and be like, no, cringe. Like, come on. Like, how can we have an honest conversation about that? Because a lot of these people are acting like it's pure, like they're so Puritan. I never do this. Really? Because a lot of you all do. You just don't do it in public. Like I said before, like I said in the last live, she was brave because it would never be me doing something like that on public, because but I also grew up in a culture where we didn't put things out online. I grew up in a culture where you don't embarrass your family. You know what I mean? Like, you don't do things like that. And I know this is going to be really hard for people in the chat, because there's a lot of them that I've interacted with, or not interacted with, but seen having this conversation, that it really, really bothers me that people are not understanding where there's room for progress, and where there's room for progress, and also acknowledging there's a lot of people that still do it. I know it's wrong, but there's a lot of content that is explicitly wanting you to engage in that way. It's just true. And honestly, if we're gonna be keeping it a buck, a lot of this Nick Galandria ship was built on that fan fiction y'all want to, have a problem with. That was a lot. Y'all weren't there, but that's how it was built. And there was a lot of commentary about her being on the show. And I know there's a difference between her being on the show and her being in public. But if we're talking about objectification, a lot of us was objectified, especially when Nick picked all up in those bubbles and did that thing with that the internet lost itself. Soul Ties kiss. Nick done laid the leg. He about to grab that all over the internet. Nobody had a problem then. So why now? So that's what I'm conflicted about. Why now? What about this conversation? Is it okay in the context of the show? Because there's still people there. Or is this in context of them being out the show? Or is this a conversation really about objectifying people?
Yeah. I want to respond, and then Erica, I know you keep having to drop, so I want to give you an opportunity to speak. I think that there's a couple of things that I think this is different for a few different reasons. Number one, and I've said this before, I think that I've talked about this with the Landry explicitly, that she was both bamified and made the Jezebel on the show. Oh yeah, dark skin lover girl. After Erica speaks, will you drop the question again so that I can respond? Yeah, you can go after Erica, Tata. So I've talked about the way that she was made both a Jezebel and a Mammy on the show. I've talked about that explicitly. I've made a whole video about that. I think to say, go ahead and make sure that you drop it after I finish talking, babe, or like after the last person talk, after Tata, so I don't forget. When we're looking at, so I can't speak for anybody else, right? And I will say that I did think it was weird when people were so like, oh my God, like y'all are like, people were hot in the pants behind what they were watching. When I watched the Soul Tie Kiss, what I felt was like passion and I felt excitement in my heart. I didn't feel hot in my pants personally, right? So I actually personally did think that was weird when that was people's reaction, right? It was not, to me, it wasn't giving soft corn so much as it was giving like, yes, like so much passion, like, oh, yes, their moment is happening. Like it was romance for me personally, right?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that though. I understand you have been very consistent because I've been in your spaces since the whole thing started. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm saying the discourse is dishonest.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of people that have, that I follow that have definitely, had their moments.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I will say, so, and y'all know me, I don't know the people you're talking about, right? So I'm going to say I always leave room for people to grow. And I'm not going to discount, right? I am not going to sit up here and act like there are not people that are looking for a moment. There are probably people that are looking for a moment. There are absolutely some people that are like, oh, this is my opportunity to come for the Avengers and I'm going to make a name for myself. Absolutely. That is definitely probably happening with some people online. I don't know if I feel that way explicitly about Allie, just because she's had the same take about a lot of these things for a very long time. But I absolutely can see that. People saying like now here's the line for them. I will say though, even if they're changing their mind about the show versus the real world, I would say like that's actually okay, right? That it is okay to say, on the show, they're signed to a contract where they have to engage in certain behaviors. When someone is doing a fit check as they're preparing to go to a gala, that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing, right? As you being in your bikini and the whole intention is to sex it up and to rev it up and to connect and see if the passion and all that. That's different. It's different. And I think it's okay for people to say, hold on, there might be a line about the way that we discuss them in these two scenarios that are different than each other, right? I don't think it's fair when people say, and I think I saw it in the comments, like, did we see the Agua commercials? I don't think it's fair to say something like that and then think that you now get to apply that to someone all the time. Again, this goes back to consent. If someone tells you yes one time, it's always yes. No, you know that in real life. You know in real life that if you say yes tonight, it doesn't mean it's yes 3 nights from now. It doesn't mean that. And so it's okay to say in that context of the selling of that particular product, which the product they were selling was the goddamn water. Like Chris said, the product they were selling was not their bodies, right? It is okay to say in that context that they are consenting with their contract to really rev it up and get y'all excited and continue to give you breadcrumbs, because that's how the fandom has been built, right? Which is why people call them Agua de Freaky Water, right? That was the marketing that was happening. That is not them in their regular lives. And I think it's okay for people to say, when they're just doing their regular life shit, we don't need to be engaging with them that way. Right? And again, you can't make anybody do shit. Right? You can't make nobody do nothing. But I do think that it is an invitation. It is an invitation for us to say, why am I okay with in their regular life engaging with them in that way? Why do I feel like that one time or that 6 times or that 30 times somehow makes it okay? Someone else said, like, thinking about actors, right? They're playing a character, right? They're playing a character. And so you're probably not going to engage with them if you ran into them in regular life as that character. And if you did, everybody would probably think it was a little bit weird that you were. Like, that my name is actually not that, and I'm not that character, right? There are actors that have stopped coming out in public because of how they get treated, because people can't separate them from their character. Again, that objectification, not necessarily sexually, but devolving them and removing them from humanity and only allowing them to be this object in this character. And I think it's okay for people to say, hold on, are we doing that in this situation with Nick and Alandria explicitly? But again, how are we engaging with this on a larger culture as well? Right? We need to be able to allow these people, whether it's Nick and Alandria or anybody else, to be humans outside of their jobs. Right? And I'm not saying that some people are not being disingenuous. I believe you around that. And I'm saying that I would always invite into the space people being able to get more information and then grow their perspective and shift as needed. Right? To me, that is an admirable trait. Right? To be able to say, oh, maybe I was being a little weird about that. Maybe I should shift. And we make the argument, to your point, Candy Cane. We make the argument all the time that they're not our personal Sims, right? They're not performing for us 24/7, right? They're not. And I know that we want to believe that, but they're not, because we got introduced to them via reality TV. But their life is not a reality TV show. And I think it's okay for us to get curious about how we are engaging with them. Erica, I want to let you talk. I'm going to use the restroom. I can still hear y'all though.
Yeah, but Tina, you didn't answer the question about the political, but we can do that when you come back. Okay.
I love that question. So yes, I'm going to come back to it. Erica, I want you to share. I know that Bay and Dark Skin Lover Girl, you also had questions. Don't drop them until I'm back over here, okay? Erica, go ahead and please share your thoughts.
Okay, thank you. So, well, I'll tell you when I come back to you. But I'm gonna be trying to be eloquent with this because usually I'm not eloquent on Taylor's panels. I'm kind of very raggedy with my commentary, so I'm gonna try my best. So let me just say this. I feel like this was already brewing in the mix because of an earlier clipping of a live earlier that week that talked about the sex lives of Nick and Alandria. There was already a clip live circulating for a period of time. And people were already in an icky situation. There was already people being bullied around that commentary already earlier that week. So I feel like it was already in the air. So, and even when I got on Allie's live to clear that up, because people were starting to say, "Oh yeah, they're being weird." I said, "Wait, that was actually a commentary for July that they were listening to. Nobody on that panel was actually saying it was a commentary. I actually unfollowed the creator who made those videos in July. It was Mrs. D's live for the people who were asking. And I was in there for it got really graphic and out of pocket. And I agree. It was gross. And I wanted to make I was like, is she gonna sway back the other direction at some point? But people didn't know that was clipped in a negative manner by a other fan base to infiltrate, be mean to Nickelandria Nation. But then that goes down to book talk and fandoms. I'm gonna tell y'all, I have been on book talk, I've been in fandoms. We have talked about Wig before. Antoinette talked about it very well. Wig took it too far, but before that, Wig was already taking it too far, and people kept correcting gently. You're straying the lines, you're towing the lines of it quite a bit. And I feel like this situation, there was a lot of correction beforehand that was given, but it was never taken. And now that it's blown into proportion with another situation that's been going on, y'all want to, it's being inflated and not taken for what it is. And fandoms, that's why, as someone who reads books and everything, I do not read books. Like, if you've read Randa Kent books, which she toes on the line of consent in her books, that's a dangerous place to be. And people Well, a guy who was in one of that looks like a character, they assumed he looked like the character. They were toying the line of consent so much he was uncomfortable. It was a gay romance that they were saying that he looked like and that, and he said, "Hey, bro, I'm not a part of this. Please back up." Wig, y'all know who Wig is. Stop playing. Y'all know who she is with that hockey player. Freaked out, like she was doing it to that man. It was gross. And I'm not gonna tell you I didn't laugh because Tata made a video, and I'm sure she knows I laughed because I saw the picture. I actually saw Nick's before I saw Olaf. I don't put my raunchy behavior on the internet for people to talk about. Okay, I don't play those games like that. Because what I think is okay talking to my best friend of 10 years about is not okay for the internet to know because they don't know me. They don't know how they might misconstrue it, and I don't want you to never misconstrue something. So did I kiki with my friends? Absolutely. Absolutely. I kiki with my best friend, and that was it in a group chat, that in our little group chat. That was my business. And then I also, sorry, oh my God. And I feel like this was the low hanging fruit of a conversation because I feel like I've gone over the place. I wrote notes. The low hanging fruit of this conversation was the hate, the jealousy, the unaliving threats, and the bullying. We know that's wrong. That's common sense. Y'all are missing the bigger picture. Sexualizing anybody is wrong. You saw this with Billie Eilish talk about this. You saw this with Mariah Carey, then Lovato, Selena Gomez, Miley Cyrus. They've all talked about this repeatedly. Billie Eilish said, I don't feel comfortable. That's why I hid my body. That's why she's going back to hiding her body for the amount of sexualization. She tried to be free. She really, really, really did. And I feel like this narrative, I was in Tina's, I don't even like to bother Tina because she got a husband and kids. I don't try to bother her. So, but I feel like this was supposed to turn into a broader conversation. Um, uh, it could have turned into a broad conversation. I feel like we were getting lost in those lower hanging fruits. We, Twitter is a cesspool of unintelligent people. Why are we even playing in there? Why are we even why are we even playing over there? And then I also want to say, change the narrative around sexualization. It's not appropriate in any capacity. You have to stop. You have to put yourself in that perspective. It's not okay. Tina has made many great points when she was going off on y'all. Would you be okay if your friend did it to your man? No. And I feel like also the reason that this even blew up proportionally was because of that lie. And I feel like as those content creators grow, as I knew they are new content creators, they must know when to take a step back, reflect, and then come on live and talk because it got out of control and nobody was clarifying. Most people hadn't seen the initial video. I saw every video that led up to it, so I had a full grasp of everything that had happened. And I'm in multiple lives all the time and everything. And when I look at Nick and Landria, I don't see sexualization. I see romance, love, and everything. And I think that Tina hit that point great. I don't see that. I don't, and I love me some dark romance, but I don't see that. I put in because I put a barrier between me and them. I don't play fanfic of any like anything that can be real. That's why I don't particularly like books being made into films because then y'all take it too far. Y'all get real weird because fanfics have already been made for many of those books. Fourth Wing, Course of Thorns and Romance. I hate the actors that are going to play those books because they're about to walk into us to the cesspool of hell. Okay, and parasocialism. I had to look up the definition because y'all act like y'all don't know what it means half the time. Nobody ever thinks it's going to go this far. Nobody ever thinks that it's going to get out of control. But we have, this is why correction is important because it's time that it goes, because it gets that far. Just because nobody ever started out wanting to murder their favorite, I'm sorry, not murder, I'm sorry, unalive their favorite superstar, but the obsession grew. And we can talk about that. That's an honest conversation. So thank you, Tina, for holding this space. Try to be better today with
I love
notes.
you down. I love you down. Tata, please go ahead and share your thoughts. And then I am gonna rotate out it to bring up there's like so many people in the queue, y'all. Um 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of y'all. So I will be doing my best to bring in more folks. Okay, Tata, please go ahead and give a response, my dear.
Yeah, I had time to cool off. When I tell you, I've been sitting here because I usually I was like, I'm excited for the live because I saw this conversation happening, and I was like, the whole time thinking, am I being punked? Because you ever feel like you're being gaslit, but you can't put your finger on it? And the reason why I say this, like, I've learned so much just sitting here learning because like I'm from a culture where a human's body is not sexual until it's in sexual, right? So to me, a human body parts has never been taboo to me. So I genuinely, there are some things that kind of go over my head, but that's okay. That's my shortcoming. But I feel like I sat here because I wanted to get your point of view to see what am I losing it? Because like I said, what draws me to Nick and Alendria is not that, but I'm not gonna lie and tell you I don't find them attractive in that way. But like that's not what they do for me, right? So the conversation I saw happening versus like it's like the conversation happening right here, right now, and the conversation happening outside this live completely. It's like I feel like I'm being punked. I swear, because when I saw the videos on Snapchat before they even got on TikTok, right? And I'm only on here, so I don't know what goes on in the outside world because I filter my little world, right? And so the conversations we're having at Kiki when Nick posted the video, and he posted multiple videos that led up to it, right? So let me see if I can paint a scenario. And this is not me trying to like justify talking about it because I hear you 100%. But I feel like there's such a dishonest conversation happening. I feel like I'm being punked. I swear people are not being honest and I don't like it. Call me a Capricorn. But like, let's just say someone makes a suggestive face, right? And you're like, oh my God, did he just make this face? You saw that, right? Y'all saw that? Okay, we will have a kiki about it. And everyone has a kiki about it. The next thing you know, oh my goodness, he's a baby. Why are you sexualizing him? It's like, am I tripping? Because I swear to you, that is what I saw happening. And it went from like overnight, it became something else. And the conversation that's being had is a very important conversation. But this conversation is layered with so many other conversations, and there's a sense of control. Like the reason why I feel so strongly about this is like I come from a very Puritan world, right? I'm Jewish. I come from a world where like my collarbone was never shown, my elbow, my knee. So when I tell you I know what I mean when I know someone is trying to insert that in a conversation. It's like I saw it happening. I was just like, wait, is this really happening right now? And why did we switch it so we can have this conversation? Because yes, people do take it overboard. Yes, people do over sexualize Nick and Olendria. Yes, this happens. And that conversation needs to be had so that it doesn't get out of control. But why are we mixing so many different conversations? And fuck, I don't know how to say it. Because I still feel like someone's fucking with my mind. Because what I saw versus what's being talked about is two different things. Do I make sense?
Like, I feel like you're saying that the discourse that you saw is different than what...
It's different. And it's like...
It's all over the place. Like, it really is.
There's so many conversations happening all at once. And I wish people would be... Like, the same people who are talking about how they don't like the Orlandria dress because it's too sexual... And the same people are telling you do not talk about sex because you too old to be having this conversation about children. And then but at the same time, oh no, it's because we don't want to over sexualize Nick. No, you having a different conversation. You telling me not to talk about sex. You telling me that I'm too old to be discussing someone's certain age, and you also talking about sexualizing another human being. Those are three different conversations. When you wrap it up into one, it becomes this convoluted thing where I'm just like, which one is it? Because am I saying that people are not over sexualizing Nick? I'm not saying that because I know people are crazy.
Sexualizing.
Sorry. Sorry. But don't make it seem like every conversation that happened this weekend was about that. And then and for you to control what I talk about and how I talk about it, you just make this broad situation. Now all of a sudden everyone's like, and when I tell you, I made the video about it when I saw it. If anyone saw it, like, did I make it sexual? I mean, sexual. Sorry, because then all of a sudden it went from like we're all having a kiki to all of a sudden, oh my god, you're so weird. Why are you talking about this kid? I'm like, what are you talking about?
I saw your video, Tata. I commented. I like your I found it a cheeky video. I understand both sides of your story. Not to cut you off. But yeah, so I get it. I get yours with cheeky. Some I get both sides. There is so much nuance to this conversation, and I can objectively say we should not be sexualizing bodies. But I did say, yeah, I took a sec. I was like, oh, I don't know what I said. I said something. I was like, uh,
I'm
just
sorry, but I'm sorry. I have to say this too. But Tina, you like explicitly said no, none of this is okay at any
mhm.
time, anywhere, any place, anytime, ever.
Yeah. And I
So
agree with that. Now having a little bit more context, I kind of say I kind of lived in the realm of if it's between me and my friends and we say something cool. If I see a video, like there's a video that has been posted and put it on Twitter now again. Now that girl is receiving hate regarding
I
it
I
unnecessarily.
understand that. What I'm having trouble understanding is when schmexual content is put out there to be schmexualized.
But see, that's when I think it doesn't. That's what the content is for. That's why the
Okay.
content is there.
Like, okay. I mean, I just want to be very clear
Yeah.
because Tata is very right. It was like in her assessment. That's been the gaslight. I hate liars. First and foremost, do not lie. Let's be honest. We're not all perfect. We all don't have this very much. I'm progressive and yada yada. We all have room to grow. I'm sick of that. I'm sick of that type of attitude when having discourse online and not understanding that people need space to grow and learn, which is what we're doing now.
Yeah.
I don't know what a fit check is. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Like,
Okay, so I will say this to be clear. Okay, when sexual content is made, it is by a person. It is made with consent, but the intent is for it to be sexual. A fit check is literally when what we saw
oh, you're talking about Nick.
showing you the outfit.
Oh, you're talking about Nick. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, I said that at the very beginning. I didn't even notice it. I didn't even notice it, but that doesn't make me better than somebody that did
Yeah.
because I do it in other areas. That's my whole point.
Yeah.
Stop being liars. Stop being liars. Y'all all do it. Y'all all do it.
Stop calling me out, Nikki. Damn.
Yeah.
I hear you.
I'm just tired. I'm so tired of it.
I'm telling you, it's like I'm being punked.
Yeah,
I'm
I
telling you,
think that's what it is.
Having right now versus the conversation happening outside this live, different conversations.
Yeah, may I
Yeah.
add
And I
something?
wish we'll just be honest.
Yeah.
I want Gigi to share her thoughts. I see y'all in the comments. Yeah, I think it's about the self-control. It's about what are you saying about it, right? The not making the public video, right? Because again, this was not, it's one thing if we're talking about sexual content being made for that. I am, y'all know I'm pro ho, okay? Do your shit. Do your big one. But that's what they're making it for, right? People just existing in their life and us choosing to sexualize as they're just existing in their bodies. We're having two different conversations.
Tina, and I just want to be very clear about this too, is that I'm not the discord. The issue I have the most is that when people actually have, I was called cringy and great culture because I said I was in conflict, but yet I didn't explain what that conflict was. And as you get up here and you're hearing me talk about my conflict, it's not about that I'm in conflict or whether or not it's schmexualization. The conflict is where are we drawing the line? Like, How hard are we gonna go? Are we every single time somebody does it? Are we calling them out? Like, come on.
Yeah, can I? Sorry, I know, like,
But can I get my point of view real quick, y'all?
Hold on, yeah, go ahead, Gigi. Please give your thoughts. Please give your
Sorry,
thoughts.
let me just
Don't
get in
be
here
sorry.
real quick. So, so if y'all have heard me on Tina's lives before, y'all have heard me say, "Sorry, I don't mean to sexualize her," but I've made like comments. So, like Nikki says, everybody has room to grow. I will say when the discourse fell into my lap, right into Miss Curve's lives yesterday. The first thing I said, and if y'all were on panel with me yesterday, you heard me yesterday. First thing I said was, let's not bring up the season or the commercials as an excuse, because then it brings up icky. It gets real questionable, and it makes me feel icky because it's kind of like, and I said this yesterday, it's kind of like, oh, why is she wearing that skirt? Maybe she deserved it. So that's the kind of conversation that it kind of like flips into, right? So I feel like that's kind of weird. Now, listening to Tina, I do see that stepping back, there is a broader conversation to be had, right? About the entire sexualization as a whole of people outside of the island, and as they move forward in their everyday lives. Totally say there's a greater conversation to be had. The way I approached it and the way I saw it from the way it dropped into my lap was because I hadn't originally seen Sharon's video. It was just the conversation around it and then little snippets. So I thought that initially the video where it's zoomed in on his parts and then zooms back out, I thought Sharon, oh God, I almost said Tina. I thought Sharon was the one who did the zooms. And then yesterday, I actually go to check Ola's live and to find out that the video was actually Ola's video where she zooms in and it's his man part. I'm trying not to trip the algorithm, his man part. And I was like, y'all need to go see an optometrist, because I thought this lady made a 10-part series about his whole pee-pee. And really it was her reposting this video, making a commentary on this video that Ola posted. So I was just like, now I feel like, so I see where Nikki's coming from, where I feel like, yes, people are weird. And that doesn't discount that people are weird and got real strange with it. Right? And they did things that were super questionable with it. I felt like the discourse surrounding this creator in particular was reflective of other discourse that happens whenever people within the community or the fandom try to have this gotcha moment to take down a larger creator. And that's how it felt like it was being portrayed. It's like they turned it into this, she's an essayer, she's an SHer. And I was just like, okay, did she make the Zoom video? That's why I was like I was really tripping on Curtis Live yesterday. I was like, y'all need to all make an appointment at Target to go see an optometrist, because she didn't make the video. She reposted a video. I thought she went in and created the Zoom. So I was just like, to me, the way the conversation was being had, it felt like this person was being targeted, because I've seen it happen within the fandom before, where they've tried to take down certain people from this space where they're trying to make it where it's altruistic, but really it's just a virtue signaling dog whistle to take somebody down because they have certain notoriety within the community, or they have certain access within the fandom. And that's the issue I had with it. So I was just like, y'all are super tripping. Right? So I was just like, y'all, is it me? But I do understand, and I do see, because why? When conversations happen, perspectives can shift. I do understand that there is a greater conversation, right, to be had about the sexualization of these people, because I did start my conversation with that. Like, we have to stop using it as this excuse just because they were in a bikini, because, not gonna lie, every time I see a little chocolate from Ola, I'd be like, oh girl, not too much. It doesn't take too much. So I we all do these things, right? But I felt like this situation in and of itself, and I said it yesterday, are we calling out everybody? Because this feels really, really targeted. So it feels to me that the conversation that was being had by a lot of people was very disingenuous. And that's just, so I feel like we lose the plot in situations like this, right? Because it happens, and not for nothing. We've seen it happen throughout the season post Villa. Where people are trying to take people down who have a bigger content, but who have a bigger platform within this. So I just feel like, that was my take on it, because I felt like that was weird.
Mm-hmm. No, I hear that. And again, y'all know that I don't be in the fandom like that. So I only be knowing what y'all be telling me. So I'm willing to yield that there might be people that are making the call out that are being disingenuous about the call out. I am willing to yield that, right? I do, y'all, the comments are moving so fast, I can't see them all. I do think that the zoom in was about showing his belt. I did not realize what was happening. I went to the comments and then I saw everybody commenting about it. Then I went back and I'm like, oh, like y'all are being like, I thought that was weird personally, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, fair.
I did too.
Yeah, I think that it was like people made it that because that's how people perceive, you know, see them. And the caption was Amiri down, right? She was talking about the designer outfit he was in, right? Yeah, I'm Amiri down or something she said, right? It was the comments that were being out of control, and then people ran with that, right? And then for me, again, where it gets lost is the discourse that then starts to fight for the right to be able to do it. That's when you get lost in the sauce now, because to somebody's point, I think it was Antoinette talking about fans having fans. Some people want to defend their favorite creator and don't recognize that maybe the creator opened up a window. And this is not, I'm not only talking about Sharon, right?
You're right.
I'm not only talking because I know that she's not the only one that made a video, so she should not be being targeted. Period. Full stop. Right. And we can talk about the way that we're opening up windows to do things, right? And do we really want to use our space to do that, right? Like I'm like y'all know I'm very particular about my space, right? I don't certain things can't be said in my space. I don't let like I just or I'm gonna correct it if it happens because I don't want to open up my space to certain things to be normalized in here, right? So I think we should have to be mindful about that aspect as well. And that's not just about Sharon. She should not, all the hate, again, and I'm going to keep saying that shit is too fucking far. People are unwell to be going that far. I don't think it's anything wrong with like naming that it's weird behavior and we need to zoom out and talk about why we shouldn't be engaging that way.
Right. No, totally agree. Right. And I think that's because, and y'all know, I think Twitter's a cesspool. And I don't venture out into that cesspool too often without a hazmat suit. So when I did dip my toe back into that cesspool to see like what the discourse was, I think that's why it formed that perspective that the call out seemed really disingenuous for me, because the people doing the call out in these communities were the same people, not 24 hours, that were like making memes about her boobies. So I was just like, so where are we drawing this line? And that's why for me it was just like, where I'm not relaxing on Twitter. It's a cesspool owned by a man who's nothing but a walking cesspool. So I'm not relaxing on Twitter. I remember the days of Twitter and when it first came out and we were okay. So it was okay.
Jack.
Now Twitter is weird. Right. Now Twitter is weird.
It's weird.
So but I will say some of the people that I saw doing the call out were saying people who were, making memes about her movies not 24 hours prior. So I was just like, so where is this coming from? It's not all altruistic. And that's for me where it was. That's not to negate the fact that, people are being weird, because totally acknowledge it, especially since, we can recognize that people are making excuses like, well, they were on this show, they did the commercials. They are people outside of this. So we totally make space for that. Totally. That's a larger space that needs to be made for that. Totally agree. For me, it was more centered on my issue was with the call out and the motive behind the call out, and the fact that I wasn't seeing, like, it's from people who like needed to be called out as well. And I was like, what is happening? So I guess that's where it was for me.
Well, I
did call them out.
For context a little bit, I will say there's a different conversation that I think that's where my frustration was, especially on the hellscape, was that it felt really hypocritical. On the book talk, it felt like people really believe that. So that's where I think, but then it's coming into other lives and people are talking about what's happening in Twitter and kind of conflating the two, where I think that's where a lot of it has just gotten really messy.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say like earlier on. Like there's the bigger message, which you keep saying to zoom out and like focus on and make it like a teaching moment, which is where I could see, from that perspective, like, okay, this is why the discourse has lasted this long. But I do think it's disingenuous if you don't provide the context that there is like two separate types of discourse happening. There's the overall message. And I know someone in here is like, oh, like not everyone is morally flawed like you guys, but it's just like people are capable of learning and doing better. The problem is how this became even bigger despite the message that we're trying to push out here, right? Is that it came from a place of, and I said this earlier, where there was a lot of dogpiling. And this is not just a specific, like, one time situation that just started happening. It's been happening for a while. It's been happening since, like, these meet and greets started happening, you know? And, like, even when I'm on both platforms and I watch literally how they, like, brew to this big discourse on both platforms. And with like Sharon specifically, I have seen, like I said prior to this incident, where people have dragged her and have said things that were ultimately not true, right? Like there's a lot of back and forth, whether it's ops, whether it's people who are very specific to claim that they just love Ola and not Nick. Like there's so many sub fandoms, if you will, and so many other quote unquote representatives of these sub fandoms and blah 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 blah. And there's criticism on across the board. And I've seen where they've said like, oh, for example, like Sharon, she gushes over Nick, but she doesn't talk about Ola, which is simply not true. Like there's a lot of discourse, and that was like added to it. So while Ali was obviously talking about in general, there was a lot of discourse about the quote unquote Avengers prior to, and a lot of people dogpiled. And then once again, it led to, you know, people being defensive rather than like reflecting, right? So I definitely think there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of hypocrisy because the same people dragging, you know, like Sharon or like, let's say like Tata are the same ones who also make like edits where the Nick is grabbing her butt or her boobs in slow-mo, you know, and like sharing that out for hundreds of people to see. So it's like I think that's why there's confusion, because like I said, there is that specific zoom out and think of it from a general perspective, and then people using that as a gotcha moment, and that's why it feels like a lot.
And also, just one last thing, Tina, and then
Sure.
I'll let you go because I know I've talked a lot. But I think some people in the comments are missing the some of the points that we're trying to dissect here. Is that the criticism of sexual objectivity is not consistent. It's only in the context of Nick and Alandria. And we have and Nick Alandria's stand-up was built on other communities who also sexualize their fandoms, and nobody's talking about that as a culture, fan culture as a whole. It's only in the context of Nick and Alandria, and I'm curious about that. I don't understand where that's coming from, because I would just like to have a conversation about how we can get better and create a culture that's safer for people to just be themselves and not be hyper sexualized. That's a conversation. But if we're not honest about how we do in our personal lives, how we do it privately, how we do it secretly, subconsciously, we're conditioned. We need to be honest and stop acting wrong is wrong. Stop acting like that. That gets us nowhere. That gets people turned off and they don't listen to you.
I do. Go ahead, Gigi.
Oh, sorry. I just, because before I forget, it's just too much for me to put. There are not enough characters. So I just wanted to clarify. Am I, because Sakura says that I'm presenting this like it's an overall, like I just want to be clear that I don't think I've generalized anything or like I've targeted anybody in specific, like and I know I'd be saying some shit that's off the wall sometimes, right? And it's totally okay to disagree with me. I'd be saying some shit that is off the wall. I'm not emotionally attached to being called out. You specifically said that I was presenting something in a certain way. Only reason, and when you do that, that's technically called a call out. Bibi, if you need me to explain it in Creole, I can, but that's a whole nother conversation. However, what I was saying, what I am saying though, is that this conversation that I have seen is presented to me, and I think this is why Tina's saying zoom out, and we've like, and even she has specifically said to zoom out, because there are two conversations that are being had. I think there's the perspective of the sexualization that's being had, and also the conversation of, you know, the targeting of specific people being had. There are two different conversations, and when you bring that conversation, when you bring those two sides of the conversation to one, we can see where those intersect, and it provides perspective. But if you continue to block people out because you're standing on some sort of moral high ground that doesn't exist, and I hate to break it to you, but your moral high ground doesn't exist. Like I don't know who told you you were special in life for your moral high ground to exist, but it doesn't. Sorry, nobody is. But I think it's important to have these two sides of the conversations to come together so we can understand where that intersects, and we can talk about it. And that's what creates growth, and that's what creates these things. So that's why I said, from my perspective, what I saw and where the conversation landed for me and why it brought about. So I just wanted to clarify that in case people were thinking like, you know, hey, Gigi's just throwing all this one big thing onto this and thinking that's what defines everything and all of this. Absolutely not. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for great conversation. The fact that Tina is my TikTok therapist. So
Shared.
happens.
Gigi shared.
So I'm going to say, right? And y'all know that I'm always gonna be here for, because, and I say this, okay, hold on, I have like 7 thoughts. Let me slow down. I'm gonna say a couple of things. Number one, people get to change their minds, y'all. People get more information and change their minds. Okay? I see the comments. People get more information. People get to say, oh, you know what? I hadn't thought about it from that perspective, and they get to change their minds. I'm starting there. Number 2, everybody that I've seen so far has been responding out of defense, because that is the most common response. I have this critique all the time, right? People get defensive, right? They want to protect, right? It feels like an attack, right? Because the reality is, the reality is, this might feel hard for us. We're all strangers, right? So when someone that is a stranger to you tries to hold you accountable, you're probably not going to receive that well. You're going to feel like, fuck you, right? Because we are strangers. So defense is probably going to come up first. The work happens in recognizing, I feel defensive. Why do I feel defensive? Is there anything I can hear? That takes a lot, that takes effort, okay? And unfortunately, sometimes we can be in echo chamber spaces, right, where people will simply agree with us, and there is no genuine, compassionate back and forth, right? Y'all heard Tata come up here, and I was like, Tata, I'm going to disagree with most of what you said, right? But Tata and I have a relationship outside of this live right now today, where Tata can hear me, right? And I can hear Tata, and I can disagree, and we can have that dialogue that you all are getting to witness, right? That is not true for a lot of people on the interwebs. Thank you, T-Mac, right? And so people are going to get defensive. And when we get defensive, unfortunately, what can happen is we start digging that hole so deep that it gets really hard to get out of that motherfucker. Okay? It gets really hard if you're digging the hole and it's people trying to help you out that you don't even fucking respect or know. You're like, bitch, you're not helping me. You understand what I'm saying? So that is going to show up, okay? That said, what I'm hearing is 2 explicit conversations that I've been trying to hold the space around. Number 1, what happened in response to these individual creators and individual people is wrong. Period. Full stop. Anybody that went beyond, this is weird, you shouldn't say that, baby, you shouldn't do this is not okay. Anybody that went beyond critique is wrong. Full stop. I don't care. It's your critique does not get to become bullying. It does not get to become violence and aggression toward people verbally online. Period. That's duh. Okay? That is wrong. And yes, and Nike, yes. And This other thing is also wrong. More than one thing can be true at a time. We do that all the time over here, right? We do that all the time over here. More than one thing can be true at a time. Okay? So I'm hearing people say, we watched this thing that happened, and like that conversation was absolutely out of line, out of control, wrong, etc. Right? And also I'm inviting into the conversation, and that behavior is wrong. And I'm also going to say, I tell y'all all the time to consider the source, because it's going to tell you something about the motivation. I am willing to concede. I am willing to yield and say, you know what? There are people that might be having a critique for nothing else other than to have a moment. I'm willing to concede that. And I don't really give a fuck about their motivation in this instance, because the larger message is still accurate. The larger messaging of, hey, don't objectify people. Listen, I don't fuck with Dr. Umar, but a broken clock is wrong twice a day as well. And sometimes that nigga has something that I'm like, you know what? That's a valid point. That's a fair point. And I still don't fuck with that man. Okay? So more than one thing can be true. I think it's okay to say, you're kind of giving hypocrite. I don't know if you have this moral high ground that you think that you have around this. And also, the message is still valid. The message is still right. And I want us to be able to hold all the pieces at one time. That's what I want, right? Which is why I keep encouraging the zoom out, right? And you're right. Call me Kate. I have not seen it, so I don't know, right? Because y'all know I'm not over in that Twitter life. There's a difference between criticism and bullying. Some people don't get that. I agree with that statement. You can critique, you can criticize, you can make observations. That's not inherently bullying, but I don't know what happened. But I did see Big Mama Lana showed the acts with the redaction threats, and that's a problem. That is a problem.
And that's just a sliver. That's just a sliver. You know what I mean? Like, people are doing one but two, when it's like, no, two truths can exist. Like, look at the bigger picture, zoom out, and also don't drag someone who could just like have a teachable moment. Like, she's defensive, which I'm like, in the whole situation. Even Mama Lona, like, really great person as well, she was defensive on Sharon's behalf, and I'm glad she ended up apologizing, because it was wrong, right? So she was wrong in doing that, and she was defensive because of all the nasty things that they get on a daily basis.
Yeah, and so y'all, I know that some of y'all are saying you haven't seen it. Y'all, I was in her live where she showed the screenshots, so that's not speculation for me. I saw it. I absolutely
Same. I was in that same live. I saw
I was
it.
in the same live. I
That's
saw it.
exactly what made me dip my toe into the cesspool, though.
Yeah.
So going back to that's what made me dip my toe into the cesspool and put on my hazmat suit so I can go see what was going on. Because I was just like, this felt very weird. Like, to have this conversation and not have it focus simply on like the whole of what is happening. Instead, it's devolving into these like disgusting personal attacks, which made me wonder, is this altruistic? Like, even, not that, justifying these attacks, because it's not, right? But like, what place is it coming from?
Yeah.
And that's why I was just like, what is going on? And so that's where the conversation turns, and we turn around and we do have, we do tend to lose the plot when that happens.
Yeah. Adelaide, I see your comment. My thing is, how many times do we tell someone it's wrong for them to get it? I don't disagree. And Desi's, tell me if I'm saying it wrong. So is the answer to excuse what Sharon did and others? I would say no. And I think that that's the part that she just said that I keep reiterating, is that people keep wanting that listen, I'm going to give y'all it in a different way. When I be on some of these panels, sometimes when we are critiquing certain things about Black men and Black community, they'll say, but the white man, or if it was a white guy, no, motherfucker, y'all both wrong. Y'all are both wrong. Yeah, I don't care that he got away. You're trying to use that to get away with your bad behavior. Y'all both have bad behavior. I don't care.
Can I ask a question? There's a comment that kind of goes to what I was talking about, from Jim. if you can let me know, you will never defend y'all. I don't know who y'all's behavior to make your content in the detriment of Nick and Ola, because we are having this conversation zoomed out. And my whole point of talking was the fact that we are just having this conversation around Nick and Ola. So is it just for Nick and Ola? If you can explain that.
Yeah. I'm gonna rotate the panel because I do have some subscribers still in here, but in my guest request, so I'll have one more panel up here. I always do prioritize subscribers though, so if you're not subbed, then you don't get prioritized, unfortunately. Okay, so she said it's not. You know what, Desi? I don't follow any fandoms in general, so I have no idea what's happening over there with Chalet's crew. I will say that I've always seen it in relationship to Nick and Alandria's relationship. I don't know. Even when they were in the villa, I truly don't have a memory of seeing content that did it when it came to Michelle and Alan, if I'm honest. I don't remember that personally, but I'm not in the fandom, so maybe it's happening. Okay, y'all. So yeah, this is a zoomed out conversation. I want us to be mindful of that. I saw somebody's comment that was like, they were being so disrespectful to Tina in their live. I don't care, y'all. You don't have to tell me that because I don't care. I've had lives about me. I was on Shalace's Jumbotron. Y'all, I don't care. I don't care. They absolutely do fetishize them. And I think there's a larger conversation, which maybe we can have another time. There's a larger conversation that we can have about the way that Black men, and I'm saying Black men explicitly, fueled that fetishizing by the way that they talked about Alandria in relationship to Nick. The names that they called her, how they contributed to that fetishizing of her. And that's a conversation maybe for another day. But I we need to, this is why I made a video a while back about how Alandria was put into two roles very explicitly around CC was up around being the mammy and being the Jezebel, and how people need to be conscious of the way that they are ingesting and consuming her because of that. We have to. And I don't see it done as much as I know that Michelle said in interviews when they left the villa that she was also the therapist of the villa. I saw it a lot more with Alandria. I'm just going to be honest. I saw it a lot more with Alandria, right? And I need y'all to understand how that is a product of whiteness. That is a product of oppression and the way that they talk about us, right? Imagine anyway, yeah, there's so much to go into it. But I want us to understand that this is also happening, right? That there's this other also another larger conversation. Y'all are so messy. There's another larger conversation, right, to also be had about why we should be being curious about the way we're having the conversation when it comes to the two of them. Okay. Gigi, you just got up here, so I want to keep you up here. Bad, you have not said as much, so I want to keep you up here. Let me look real quick to see who's in here. That's a subscriber, y'all. Hold on.
Can I ask a question while I'm still up?
Of course.
I got a little lost because it was a lot said, and I think I was a little confused. If you can, would you mind just giving a short summary of what people's point was on this part of the panel? Because I feel like we veered off a little from the beginning.
I think the point was what I understood. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong, panelists. I think the point was, yes, we're having a larger conversation in this space, but that's not what's been happening in other spaces. And so there has been some curiosity around the people that have been offering critique, because you are also the same ones and I don't know who it is, right? I'm not going to presume, but some of the people offering critique are the same ones to engage in poor behavior when it comes to Alandria. And so maybe this is feeling more like a moment for them than it is actually being this altruistic, these are just my morals and values. This is just how I feel, period, full stop, because you don't always engage that way. And so being curious about people's motivations. Am I summarizing that correct, panelists?
Yes, that's my point.
Yes, very much my
Absolutely.
point.
Okay, thank you. I think I was confused because I haven't really been seeing that like on my For You page and stuff. So I was a little confused, but that makes more sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for asking for clarity. Okay.
And sorry, can I just clear up something that's happening in your comments? And I'm not sure exactly how we even got here. I just wanted to be very, very clear. When Gigi makes a threat, there's no need for Gigi to veil it. Okay, the offer to say it in Creole was not a threat. It was very much because when I was saying something in English and I said it repeatedly in the comment section for you to reread, you kept taking it from a space of moral high ground. So I offered to translate. It wasn't there. It just wasn't there for you. So I offered to translate. And that's it. That's absolutely what it was. If you want to take it for what it is, a hit dog will holler. And that's all I'm saying. But babes, four decades on this planet, there is no need for me to veil a threat. Okay, I promise you. It was an offer to translate because if I'm saying something repeatedly and you keep taking it, that's all it was. It wasn't that big of a deal. It wasn't that big of a deal.
All right.
So,
but it's all love. It's all love, though.
Listen, the only reason why I'm staying up there is because I think a lot of people have had issues with some of the things that have been said on this panel. But if you need me to drop, I just first and foremost want to make it very clear, very plain, because this is a habit of a lot of y'all that come in these lives. Y'all like to go into other lives and tell people that, oh, she was a grape apologist. She was excusing the behavior. Nobody's excusing the behavior. Everybody's on board. Every single last one of us understand that was wrong. And I need that to stop in the comments. Yeah. Thanks.
Hi, hello, Kelly. I see you, Sola. I see you sent one. Yeah, keep it cute about this live, y'all. Listen, I actually don't do panels where like I look for ops. I'm Nikki, Gigi, Tata, they are my subscribers that have been, I think they've been subscribing to me since I started subscriptions. So we've been rocking since August of this year. So when they come up here, even when I disagree, right, which I disagreed, right, I am able to, we're able to have conversations. So I have people up here that I feel can hear and then be like, oh, okay, like I get this part of the conversation, right? I actually don't do just people that are committed to having bad takes or having bad perspectives. You got to get the fuck out of my life, personally. I don't do that. So I appreciate y'all for being here. Okay, I'm gonna rotate out. That doesn't mean you can't request again. Okay. I'm gonna keep you, Gigi. I'm gonna keep you, Tata, because I think some things are moving. I'm gonna keep you, Nikki. I'm gonna rotate Bad, Chi, Erica. But just request again if you want to come back up. And thank y'all for gifting my panelists, y'all. I appreciate that. I love when y'all do that.
I guess thank you all.
Because my panelists, wherever they land, they always offer very Hagatha, no, I think it does. Did you request? They always are willing to have really healthy, vulnerable conversation. Like, again, someone said it does take a lot of bravery to come up here in general. It takes a lot of bravery to come up here when you know that maybe I disagree with you, but I know that my panelists know that we are courageous over here, so they can come up here. Okay, hold on. Let me add in. It's a bunch of y'all. Hold on. Yeah, you know me, Juanita. I'm not trying to do all that arguing back and forth. We're gonna talk about it. You know what I'm saying? but we're not about to be fighting. And I don't do that. That's not fun to me. That's not how I like to spend my time on the internet, chat. And I know it is still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of y'all waiting. Just hang out.
Well, I can drop if need be. I'll still be in the comments. I'll still be in the chat, so you can make room because I know you have a lot of people waiting in the queue. I do see them.
Yeah,
So I will go ahead and drop down if not, if necessary. I can always come back later. But
I
I do
can.
want to clear up one more thing. Erica, our custody agreement over Tina is pending. So no claiming her, please. She is my TikTok therapist, nobody else's. That's why she has a tagline that excuse me, I'm a therapist, not y'all therapist. The amended version of that is I'm Gigi's therapist, not y'all therapist.
Let me
So
get her real
calm
number,
down, okay?
Gigi. Let me get her real number, and then
Okay,
we gonna
calm
have a
down.
talk. We gonna have a talk.
Because
I'm gonna get her real
that's
number.
pending. Our custody agreement
I'm
is
gonna be
pending, okay?
parasocial ass foot.
Absolutely.
That
I'm parasocial as
number.
hell about
The
Tina.
kids are fighting. The kids are fighting.
No, the kids are fighting. Tina, I can drop because I feel like, there's a lot of Shelleys in the room that are genuinely confused. So I think that I'm not adding any more value. I like I at this point, if you don't understand my point of view, you don't want to understand it. You're not looking to understand it. And there's no point of me having to, defend it any longer. I really appreciate this conversation so much because of how I grew up, because I have been so much shamed around schmexuality, and how I do get to take a step back, and I get to listen, and I get to, really ask myself why I still feel this way, or why I still do things. And I'm a person that I do self-reflect quite a bit. But I also want to just let everybody know this is a hard conversation. For those who are like black and white, this is a hard conversation to have, because everybody has their own lived experience and what they've gone through to get to them this way. And it's a very vulnerable thing to do.
It is.
So shaming somebody because they're not where you are only furthers, and this is why we didn't even get to the political thing, only furthers people not to speak their truth. So we are able to address, you cannot change what you do not acknowledge. And a lot of y'all, that's why I said a lot of y'all are lying. You're not lying to me, you're lying to yourself. Because we all have done it. And a lot of you are younger than me, so I know you've done it. So stop acting as this is a black and white issue. It's a black and white issue when it comes to it being the objectification wrong. But it's very complicated when it comes to when we do it and how we do it, where we do it. Again, I go back to what a former minister has told me. We all have our public sins, our private sins, and our secret sins. So don't act like it's not in you, because we've all grown up in this country. It's in all of us.
Yeah, I do want to say, y'all, I want to always be mindful, and I don't mind, y'all. Listen, y'all know I don't care if you disagree. I want you to stand on your morals and your values and your principles, right? I do want y'all to understand that something I try not to do, which I think is hard. I think it's hard. Something I try not to do is act like I've never been where somebody is in that moment, right? Y'all know I be whacking halitosis, but I also know exactly what the fuck it's like to be a crash out, because I used to be one. Those of y'all that were in my life heard the stories, right? Right? So I try to come from a place of the behavior needs to be corrected. I'm not going to say that then means something about you. Well, let me tell the truth. I'm going to try to do it from a place of a teachable moment for the rest of y'all, right? Not her, because she don't know me. Oh, Tashina, don't do me. I used to be. I used to be. But so I try to, have a little bit of humility, right? I didn't always know everything that I know, right? So I do think it's okay to be yeah, I'm not fucking with that. How do we grow from the space that you're in right now? I don't think it's something wrong with that. Okay. I'm happy to. No, Chris don't got no stories to share. I'm not gonna let Chris share no stories. No, I'm just kidding.
What?
I'm just kidding. Chris don't got no stories to share about me being a crash out. I mean, not know about him. Now, alongside him, maybe there are some stories to tell, but but not to him. Okay. Um, but my ex-husband, don't rest his soul, definitely has some stories he could have told.
Did you say his soul?
I said, don't rest his soul.
Okay, I thought
I
I
hope
was misunderstood English.
I hope he is in eternal turmoil because that's what he earned in his lifetime. I said it. I don't care, y'all. Y'all know that I'm not nice. I don't. So listen. Listen. Okay. Sent one. I'm gonna use
Quick question. I hope I'm. Someone just said something in the comments. I was coming down, but then someone says it in the comments. There's this thing I've been noticing. I think I talked about it on here. Is like this level of policing that's been happening, where people use manipulative terms or therapy terms to do it. Like for example, like I've always had a thing about people say, "Don't tell people how to parent because you're not a parent." I've always felt like there was something wrong about that, but I could never explain it, right? Because I feel like you don't have to have parent a child in order for you to know what's right and wrong. And also because you parent a child doesn't mean you know how to parent one, right? I've noticed that it's been happening more and more in society, but with like, it just seems like it's with everything. Like someone in the comments say, calling someone out is not shaming. But if you shaming somebody using calling out as an excuse, then what the hell is that?
So I'll say this. I go back to the conversation around, right? Like we have to remember that we don't know each other, right? Like, and I'm not saying that to be like a jerk about it. I'm just like being honest, right? Like we don't intimately know each other, right? Those of us that are mutuals, that chat in the DMs, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like we might feel a little bit closer to one another where you can receive that a little bit differently. And so a whole snack, yes, feeling ashamed is different from being shamed. I want us to acknowledge that sometimes when the thing is said, when the thing is like, I don't know, that might feel a certain type of way. And I do think we have to be honest about, am I saying it because I want you to change? Am I saying it because I'm trying to move the needle? Or am I saying it to be a little bit shady? Like I've made videos for my subscribers where I'm like, I'm about to be shady. There's no other, like, there's no, if you take something from it, great, but I'm about to be shady. That's my intention. You know what I'm saying? And so I think we also have to be mindful of like, yeah, you might have an intention. Are you being honest with yourself about what the intention is? And I believe in intention and impact, right? So the impact, no matter my intent, the impact might be something different. Both of those things, again, can be true at the same time. And I will say, I agree with the statement, right? That feeling something doesn't mean it's real. That's an invitation to get curious about why I feel it, right? And you might fact check and realize, no, yeah, that is real. That is what it was, right? That was what was trying to happen, right? But the feeling is an invitation to get curious. It's not where you stop. So I don't want to like invalidate what was felt, and I don't want to invalidate, like, if the intention was to, I think you need to look at that and really, you know what I'm saying? Criticism should be constructive, right? It doesn't have to be pleasant, but it doesn't have to be hurtful or hateful. Shantae, that's a great point, right? There's a way to critique and to criticize without it being like, you ain't shit, you just da, 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 da. You understand? There's a way to have I mean, y'all watched us have it, right? I didn't attack Tata. I told her what I thought was what I didn't agree with about what she said. And then Tata was able to have her own, okay, let me zoom out and see something different, right? Let me expand my perspective around it. Because I didn't just come at Tata, but I have a relationship with Tata. Do you understand? So I am going to approach her differently. right? Which was the argument of a lot of people where they were like, well, why didn't they just DM, right? Why didn't they just go and have a conversation? Because the presumption is that if you have a relationship, that you can move the needle, right? I agree. I agree. Forcing others to regulate your feelings of shame or using that feeling to silence critique is policing. It has to be space for both. And I think that we do that pretty well over here. Okay, I'm going to accept the. I'm going to go Scent One, Sola, Sparkle. Lady Tata, I'm actually just going to rotate you out since everybody's gone from the first panel, and then you can come back up if you want.
You're good.
Oh, yes. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you. Let me bring up the last person for this panel, and then I will have 3 more that I'll bring up. I'm going to go to the restroom, but I can hear you, okay?
Okay, so I will agree with you primarily on there's one thing I'm questioning about is when you say the cat calls it's like rape culture. That's one thing I kind of disagree with because I'm from Jamaica and cat calls are like commonplace. But overall, this parasocial thing where it gets to the point where it feels like people are kind of worshiping individuals. To me it's cringe. To me it's cringe. I mean, people are people, and to me it's cringe. Sexualizing, like I don't want to over police people either, so that's where I'm. You did say one thing, Tina. You're in the bathroom, so you're not able to respond right now, but you did say one thing, that middle of the road is agreeing with oppression. But in this case, to me, pushing it too far where you're over policing people, like when Ola had EJ on and people were going after her because she had EJ on, to me that's too much. Like, over policing to me is too much. She can't be over policing. People are people, and people are weird, and people do weird things. So to me that's one thing. I don't like to over police, but I also don't like cringe. And to me, a lot of the things that I see in the fandoms are cringe. Like, I've skipped part, like, personally, listen, I like Nickelandra for the romance. I don't like them for the sexuality. And I'm not, what do you call, but people are saying things like prude and repressed and certain strange words, because to me it's strange. Nobody's prude or repressed. People are people, and people choose to be sexual, and some people are not sexual. So to me those kind of ideas are outlandish and outdated. Prude and repressed. I don't think anybody's prude or repressed or any such nonsense. I think people choose to be sexual, and some people choose not to be sexual, and some people are naturally sexual, and some people are not. Some people are asexual. Some, it's not prude or repressed or any such nonsense. But I don't also like the idea of over policing. I mean, people are people, and people are strange, and people are weird. So, and I don't think cat calls is rape culture. I really don't, because I'm Jamaican, and it's commonplace for when I first got to Canada. One of the biggest culture shock to me was walking on the road and feeling invisible. I felt invisible because, and maybe it's because I'm a Black woman, and in a largely white area, or maybe it's because it's so commonplace for people to say hi, hello, and some people to catcall you, or some people to say, "Oh, nice blouse," or "nice dress," or some people will look at you and say things like, "My what they used to call me, because I was very skinny growing up. I was very skinny, so they used to say my size or slim thing or whatever. So it's just commonplace for me. So I didn't consider that rape culture, because it's not rape culture.
You have to say
but
grape.
I'm sorry.
Grape.
Grape. So because I think maybe because you grew up in an American kind of culture where it's not commonplace for people to do that. So maybe that's why it's strange for you, but for me it's not. So that was the one gripe I had with you. Um but I agree with you by and large. You know, people you don't want people to feel uncomfortable. You don't want people to feel uncomfortable with their bodies. Like I saw the video. I mean, I didn't want to say anything negative to anybody about it, but I did see the video, and to me, it's kind of weird. Like, leave people penis alone. Sorry, leave people stuff alone. You know, just like don't talk about certain things. Like, let them have their own thing going on. But I'm not gonna. At the same time, I'm not gonna be like. I saw Sharon's video as well, and or at least a snippet of it, and to me, I didn't see. She didn't she was just acting like regular to me, like one of those fans who go crazy over whatever. So she was just being normal in her fandom or fan behavior to me. She didn't look like she was trying to be like, you know, she didn't look any so you know, on one hand I agree with people saying that people need to calm it down, and on the other hand, I'm saying you don't want to push too hard where you're going to tell people what to say and what not to say, because people are people, and people are strange, and that's my opinion right now. Um, and it sounds middle of the road, but I'm not trying to be middle of the road. I'm just trying to say that the cringe behaviors I skip past. Even with all, like, I didn't like Nick Nick doing that to Ola's bottom at the Vegas thing. I didn't I'm not prude, I'm not whatever. It to me it was weird on TV. And like her mom says, sometimes he's doing too much, and then after a while she says maybe he's doing just enough. So, you know, everybody has their own taste or how far they'll go, and how, you know, everybody has their own. And I'm not what can I say? I'm not saying that I'm not like one of these people who are asexual. I mean, I've said it in the comments, but I'm not asexual, you know. But I'm just not going to sit here and act like I'm some salivating person over people who to me look normal. I just love their romance. I love the idea of it. I love the things that the little intimacies and the little things that they do that shows that somebody has great interest in someone else and that sort of thing. To me, it was just very endearing. I love romance. I love a romance. I love a Hallmark movie if it's not, you know, one of those political ones where they're trying to sell you on the army or the military or such nonsense. So that's me.
Okay, let me respond. Thank you, Sent One, for your thoughts. Let me respond. I see y'all in the comments. Okay, so I would say this. Actually, catcalling is extremely common in the United States. I started being catcalled when I was around 11 years old, 12 years old, by grown men as I was walking down the street. Extremely commonplace. That's not, and the reason why, right, is because that culture exists everywhere, right? Because it's a function of, wait, why are you sorry, Nike? You're a function, it's a function of whiteness, it's a function of patriarchy, and it is a function of great culture. Now, I don't know what you consider catcalling, because the examples you gave, I don't know that I would call that, like telling someone their outfit is nice is not catcalling, right? Catcalling has to do with making very sexual comments, and sort of like salivating and objectifying the person as they're walking past you. That is catcalling, right? And so while it is not the act of great, it contributes to the culture by even saying like, oh, well, that's commonplace, like that's normal, like that's just an experience that you have. That normalizes the idea that people in general, but let's be honest, it happens a lot to women, right? That behavior from men, and it's often happening to young girls. It's not even always happening to women their own age, right? But that behavior from men to women is just okay. It's something to be expected. That when you leave the house, you should expect to be accosted in that way, to be talked to in that way by complete strangers. That is in the same sandbox of grape culture. It is trying to make it okay for you in your mind. See, yeah, I was catcalled from the age of 12, especially in my school uniform in the UK. It is trying to make it okay for you in your mind that this is just the way that men relate to and talk to women, and it is something that you should accept, right? It's why when you're in, clubs or in public spaces, and it'd be so much fucking room, and yet for some reason he needs to rub his hand across the back of your body, because it's normalizing that you exist for men's consumption, which is grape culture. Women's bodies exist for men's consumption, right? And so this is why people, well, what does she have on, right? Because all of this, again, oh, she's too grown, this and that, right? Because again, they perceive women's bodies as existing for men's consumption, right? And so I'm going to say that in this scenario, as we're talking about this larger picture, yes, we're talking about a man, but it's the way that culture is also harmful to men, right? They may not be as often the recipient of catcalling. They may not be as often the recipient of that behavior, but it is also harmful to them. But grape culture, like it's not really, and again, I understand that it's normalized for you, right? But in some people's houses, it's normal for their mom to get her head knocked in between the wall and the washer. That doesn't mean that it's actually acceptable behavior. It's just normal. It's just common. To make it less egregious, the story of, it's a ridiculous story, but the story of the guy that went to his friend's house and he asked them for the boo-boo spoon, and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? He thought everybody at their house had a spoon to shove the boo-boo down the toilet when it was too thick. It's just because it's common doesn't mean that it is acceptable or that it's happening everywhere, right? And so we have to get away from this idea that simply because something is commonplace, that it is normal or that it is acceptable, right? And so, yeah, it's still in the same sandbox. And yeah, I think that Babe Bliss 19, it was called, that his family called it the boo-boo spoon.
Oh, that's shocking. I will admit, well, I think maybe catcalling, maybe it's good that you gave a definition. But because I've experienced the fact is the salivating part of it too. And the funniest thing is I experienced it with a man who was very effeminate, and he was old enough to be, he was older than my mother. So, and I was walking home one night. I was about 17 to 19, somewhere thereabouts. And I was just wearing a tank top and a jean skirt, walking home. And he was behind me every step of the way, talking about my body. And he would say, even me, like alluding to himself being, that way, like not heterosexual. And he was like, even me, I would do this, that, the other to your body. So to me, that was very uncomfortable. I felt like I was about to be raped that night. So that's the difference from when I usually am on a bus or somebody, and they will, honk the horn or push their head through the window and say something. To me, that's different. But I guess definitions, or your definition is overall catcalling, especially if it's sexualizing you, is, but to me, the most commonplace is people giving you compliments, as opposed to the ones who are telling you that they'll be doing this to you or that to you or whatever to you. Because that's happened to me too.
Yeah,
that's happened to me too, and it was uncomfortable. It was very I was a little bit fearful.
and that's so F1, they're putting F1 in the comments because to not be censored. So yeah, because words were said. So we have to be mindful, y'all, to say grape and to say smex or smexual.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I know it takes practice. Sola, please give us your thoughts.
Hi. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, so I think what's happening for this whole issue is that a lot of people are missing context and timeline about this stuff. And can I mention names? Hope no one is going to get offended about it. Okay,
I'm not. I don't care.
I personally, me personally, for my own opinion, I do not follow any of the Avengers because I felt like I think I came online after the whole Nicolandra stuff and I saw how they acted. I was like, nah, you people take when people call you out when you are wrong, you take it like, oh, we're jealous. And so when I saw that, I was like, okay, I don't want to associate with them. I don't want to get angry more and more for that. I personally I saw the video when they did it and I saw people commenting and saying, "Oh, remove this. This is not nice." I think she changed it and she kept it to her friend zone. And people then I went on Twitter because I'm much of a Twitter and TikTok girl. So I see both sides. And that's why I keep telling people that like don't come with information when you only have one side. And you call me and say, oh, Twitter is a cesspool. TikTok too is also a cesspool. Like people are still lying on Olandra's name up to now. So you can't keep saying, oh, this side is bad, this side. No, both sides are bad. But you need to have both informations if you want to actually have an objective thing. People, I think a lot of them on Twitter have blocked Sharon and Sharon has blocked them. So DM is not going to happen. They will not be able to. I saw tweets of people saying, if you know her, please tell her to remove this. She's creating a platform for people to objectify him. Those were the tweets I saw immediately. And I think the next in 30 minutes, Ulandra posted. So people were calling those people out that like delete it. They're going to tell their friends. They removed it. Olandra posted, they moved on. They didn't talk about it anymore because they've already said their piece. They've posted it, they've said their piece, and they've moved on. Olandra posted, we were all happy about the whole award thing. Everything was fine. I knew because people are not on Twitter. When TikTok should see it, they're going to make it a big deal. I think I even told my friends that they're going to make it a big deal about this whole situation, and which, as always, they did. Because that is what I'm so sorry. People keep saying Twitter is a cesspool, but TikTok, you amplify everything. Not everything needs to be said. Like if they called her out, and I think what triggered a lot of people, myself included, I think I just unfollowed a lot of them, was the response. She was like, she follows me. She sees my content. I'm like, okay, are you actually justifying what you did? You should simply say, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Then what will our other friends do? They were also attacking. That is what I said the last time. You should not be a fan of a fan. And everyone kept saying I'm being crazy. I'm like, I'm not crazy. I've been in fandoms. You don't do that. We call each other out in other fandoms. We do. It's a normal thing. People overcross step their boundaries. It's normal. Like even in the Twitter community, before they used to do something like I think night talk, and then during the night time, they are objectifying them. And someone called them out. I was like, "This is wrong. We should stop doing this." Olandra is on Twitter. We should stop. We shouldn't create a space for people to be objectifying themselves. And people stopped it. They no longer do that in CHC, like the community. And when people keep saying, "Oh, Twitter this," the whole community, CHC is not the whole community on Twitter. There are so many communities there. You should specify. And if someone is talking on their personal page, that's their personal page. That is not in the community. They are two different things. You shouldn't join it. And that is my problem with everyone that was defending it. I'm like, you guys were actually, I felt like my ears were not working. I actually felt like I was going insane. Because everybody said, oh, it's normal. She said defeat. And that's why I said context matters. When Nick went for the glamour thing, he picked his outfit. He said my outfit is made. He also said that like his outfit was chopped. And when you say your outfit is chopped, that means your outfit isn't good. People were laughing at him on Twitter, saying like, "Oh, he's always wearing Kulani skinny clothes. He's always wearing that." People were laughing about it for that. So that is why, because she's a Twitter girl, she saw the tweets that we're even making jest of him in the community, like, "Oh, because you joke about it. Oh, Nick doesn't dress. He doesn't dress. That is his thing. He doesn't care." So that is why she did the post of the fit check saying, that's why I said context matters. She said, oh, now what are they going to say? Because we've been insulting him about that. That is why she made the snap. Not for you to say, Nick, the fact that you actually said respectfully, for you to say respectfully, you shouldn't have said it. That's why I always get offended when people say, with all due respect, remove that. You just want to disrespect me. The fact she said respectfully, that is what people are saying. Respectfully, you shouldn't say it. Go to your friends group. You don't have to put it in the public. These are digital footprints. Other fan base saw it and we're making jest of them. That is how a lot of them found out because a lot of them they've blocked each other. They can't see it. because other fan base will bring it they'll bring it on Twitter, laughing at them. And that's why I keep saying that context matters for a lot of things. People keep coming from one side. Oh, TikTok, Twitter. If you want to get information, see it from both sides. So because of in the morning, then Big Mama Lona woke up, was ranting. Honestly, she was ranting. She was saying people in CHC mode were doing this, people were doing this. And as much as they doing it in the community or were they doing it on their personal page? As you said, two things can exist in the community. People will not know about it. Is if you go outside of the community, you will see it, and you can't control what someone says on their personal page. As much as you want to say, they called them out and told them to apologize, which some of them did. Some of them posted that like, "Oh, I'm sorry for that," and everything. So that died down the night before. But because of she came online and brought the thing back up, and people are like, "Why are you lying about something?" Yes, they were sending threats, which you all saw. They were sending the threats. That's fine. But call those people personally. Stop generalizing. And that's what I do not like. They keep generalizing, saying, oh, Twitter, this, TikTok, this. Pick the person and say, oh, this person did this. Call them out. That is the only way you can weed out the bad seed. If you don't call them out and you keep generalizing, people will be sliding through. But when people see you call them out by their names, they will not be able to talk. Shame them. Tell them you did this wrong. What you did was wrong. You shouldn't have said this. You shouldn't have done that. I think what happened with the whole issue was the reaction. What was said was like she created a platform for people to do it. I saw a guy do his own. He also did that. And someone told him to remove it. He removed the video because he understood and someone explained. But the fact that you were deleting comments that were telling you to remove it and you're justifying it, that is what triggered people. And as much as you want to say, I said it personally, I am not a big fan of them because they never want to see other sides. They always think they are right. And I am so sorry. I don't like to engage with people like that. And that's mine. It's my opinion. I unfollowed them. I said no after the whole incident of that, and I saw the way they were all defending their rights. As I stated at the time, you were putting your face in public. You can't be expecting love and not expect hate. I'm so sorry. You signed up for it. As they say, if you cannot stand in the kitchen, get out. It's simple. If you know your mental health can't take it, leave. I don't understand why people are not seeing the facts about that. I'm so sorry for what was happening to her. I don't wish it on anybody or that. But I feel like if you can't say something to Ola about the thing, why are you doing it? And not everything needs to be a content. Not everything you need to talk about. If you like yesterday, Ola won an award for the Roots 100. They were talking about Sharon on threads. They were saying, I stand with Sharon. I was like, are you standing Sharon or you're standing Ola? Who are you doing? She won an award. No one was talking about it. They were saying, I stand with you. What are you standing with you? What you did was wrong. People called you out. Yes, how they called you out was wrong. But at the same time, the intention was right. People were also telling you, if anyone was actually saying things about you, mention their name. Let us know. You are not saying their names and you're generalizing, saying, oh, people on Twitter. Do you know how many people are on Twitter? Even in the community, there are up to 57,000 people. Who are they? Mention them. You're not mentioning it, you're generalizing. And I think that's where the issue is. And the fact that they were people defending their rights, I was like, okay, you people have lost it. And I'm done with it. I do not care if this thing blows up, if they post it somewhere else, because with the way the rates of things are going, that no one can call anyone out. You people, the first instinct everyone goes is, you are jealous. Why? What? For what? For who? I don't even like to know my faves personally because the moment you know them too much, you do not like them. Just like the way I found so many things about Denzel, still breaks my heart. But I don't like to know people that much. And that's what I think that's the issue with a lot of people. They keep coming on defense, but go back and see it the way you actually said what is wrong is wrong. You shouldn't justify it. If someone did that to Ola, I know if EJ did that to Ola, you people would have packed his bag immediately. There is no if but maybe. He would be gone. There is nothing you can say. But because he's a man, because he's doing modeling, you think his body is for you. I'm so sorry. I've actually was very disgusted by hearing so many people that were older, and it was like, am I living in a dystopia world? Like, are people actually saying things like this? I felt like I was going. I felt like my ears. I'm not joking. I kept saying, are my ears working because of what I was hearing? And Ali made a very simple point. Like, she keeps calling people out, and I wish people were always following her. She calls people out generally, both sides. She's not partial or anything. But if you keep saying this person did this, name them. That is the only way you can actually remove the root of the problem. You are not naming people. That's even what the Ola dolls are now doing, because they found out that like their names have been tainted. They've been releasing people that have been causing havoc. They are naming them and people are blocking them. That is the only way you can change. If you don't call that thing out or that person out, it's not going to work. As much as they even used to say Nigerian this, Nigerian, I'm Nigerian and I know some of my Nigerians are also supporting Luda, but that doesn't mean it's all of us. I don't get offended about it because I know majority of them do, because it is a known fact. That's what I'm saying. If people are noticing patterns, and I've noticed patterns from them, from the Avengers, and I said personally, I don't respect them. I don't. You people might. I do not respect them because if I've seen what happened, even the whole Nicolandria stuff was my limit. I was like, no, you people, no. But personally, I think everyone should see both sides. Like, get your information from both sides. Don't pick one side and just say, oh, this is the truth. Check everywhere. And when you do that, you actually get more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Sola. I am going to say, someone in the comments, Shake, I don't know how to say your name. I apologize. I'm probably saying it wrong. I am going to say that Hibby, I am always going to prioritize subscribers first. So give me a second. I'm going to rotate out folks in just a second. I did see Sharon came in. Hi, Sharon, if you're still here. Here's my thing. I don't know that I think that Ali should have put someone's name on it. I understand the reasoning for wanting that. And I go back to what I said already before. If you don't have a personal relationship with someone, if you don't know that person, I think it's going to be hard pressed to be received well, right? Like I think we're going to be hard pressed for that person to receive it with good intention, especially if you're making a public video naming that person. I think that would have only made things worse, if I'm perfectly honest. And then I think you lose again, and y'all know that I've been saying it over and over and over again, I think you lose the zoom out. You lose the larger conversation if it becomes about just this one person. And I think that is an unfortunate way to approach the situation. I will say, Sheikh Camille. I will say this, and Cookie, my follower. I think you're my sub too. Olandria took the snap down. Olandria took the snap down. So if we're gonna that is what they said. Olandria took the snap down. That's what they said. It was up the whole 24 hours. Is that true? Y'all clock it in the comments. And I still will say, as I have said this entire life, I actually don't give a fuck, personally, about Nick or Olandria individually. Hot take. I don't give a fuck about them individually. Okay, just expired. You do not have a right, and this is me zoomed out because I've said repeatedly, I don't see all the things, right? This is about the larger picture. When we're talking about campaigns, we're talking about ads, we're talking about a job. People existing in their regular life is not the same as them working a job. And we have to stop acting like it is. Because even a corn star walking down the street that you subscribe to, that you send your money to their platform every month or whatever. I don't know how I be working. It's probably monthly. Okay. Even a corn star that you subscribe to doesn't mean you get to accost them if you see them in public living their regular life based on their profession. I don't know why that feels like a hard concept for people. And for me, the problem has been the discourse. The problem has been the discourse around it of, well, they were on Love Island. Well, they're models. Well, they did this campaign. Well, they this. Well, they signed up for our consumption. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. So it feels disingenuous. It feels disingenuous to name these other moments from them and then to be like, so it's fine. We cannot, exactly. Consent is not continuous. And here's the thing, Chake. So on my lives, everybody that comes over here knows on my lives, what we do is, yeah, you have this one moment, but then we zoom out to larger context. So it might feel disingenuous to you if you don't know how to do that. If you are a stan or a fan, then this conversation might feel hard because I like Alandria and I like Nick. I would not consider myself a stan. I wouldn't even really consider myself maybe a fan. Like, I like them. I'm rooting for them. I want to see them win. But like ingesting their content all at the level that maybe some fans do, I don't do. Right? So we're always having a conversation from a larger context. And when the conversation, and I'm not saying that you said it explicitly, but this is what I've seen and what I've heard in other spaces, is people start making excuses instead of just being like, oh, I could see why that might be a little weird. Like, oh yeah, you know what? You're right. That was maybe a little odd. People are like, well, they this and they that. And so it's totally fine. And it's like, babe, if it was your brother, if it was your son, if it was your man, you will have the same response. You would feel the same way. You would feel like it was a cute little kiki moment. Probably not. And that's why we invite the conversation into a larger context so that you can see people as humans, right? I'm gonna rotate out real quick, just the tops. Thank y'all for coming up. So we zoom out to have a larger conversation. Because if the only way that you can contextualize this conversation is in relationship to Nick and Alandria or Sharon or Allie or the Avengers, whatever, this is going to feel like a hard conversation for you. It's going to feel like a hard conversation because the reality is it doesn't stop with them. It's not, we're not talking about, like, some people have named Sharon's name, but very rarely during this conversation have we even talked about Sharon. And I agree with you. Babe Bliss said the opportunity for this conversation initially was lost in the midst of bullying and nastiness and then defense, which is why my subscribers sent it to me like, hey, can you have this conversation? Can you have this conversation in your space? Because that's not the conversation that's happening outside of your space. People are wanting to determine who's right and who's wrong. And to me, that's a missed opportunity. That's a missed opportunity around this conversation. I think there's a really rich, important conversation to be had around how we do consumption of public figures, how we do sexualization, how we do it. Like, there are important, rich, large conversations to have about this that are not reduced to creators and Nick and Alandria. So that's why we're having the conversation. I know people are giving context, and I always appreciate that. And so I know that people are wanting to like name explicit people. I can appreciate that. And in this space, again, I know that y'all that follow me already know this, but we zoom out to have a larger conversation, and more than one thing can be true at the same time. What happened to the Avengers and what happened to Sharon is not okay. Period, full stop. Period, full, it's not okay. Nothing that was said should have led to that. Period. Are we fighting to wrap our minds around that? That's, of course not. Of course not. And we can say the discourse that some of y'all are having around why it's okay to do this is ooh, that's a conversation we really need to get into. Both of these things can be true. Both of these things can be true. And having a black and white either or thinking stance, I'm about to be shady. Having the black and white, only one or the other, is why a lot of people need to go to therapy. Because that's work that you do in therapy around how can you live a little bit more in the gray. It's harmful. Hibby is right. It is harmful to have black and white thinking. It actually leads to a lot of discontent in your personal life. Because if the answer is I can only be successful or I'm a failure, where do you have any space in between for yourself? I can only get A's or I'm a failure. Where do you have any space in between for yourself? Where do you give space to your own humanity? If you are only black and white, you don't make space for your own humanity. And if we want to keep it a buck, it's why a bunch of people in this conversation have gone black and white with either the Avengers or Allie, right? It's either I'm all in and I support you, or you're completely wrong and fuck you. It's no in between, because you don't have that for your own self. You don't have compassion and grace for your own self. Sorry, not sorry. Like, you struggle with that for you. So it's hard to be like, ooh, that was not great, babe. How can we grow? And people are going to struggle. Mark my words, people are going to struggle with giving people an opportunity to change their minds. I'm not saying it's equal. Again, I'm not going to do the either or with y'all, right? Because I've already defended Allie. I've already said what I had to say about Allie, right? Allie generalized for a reason, and I think that was smart, because Sharon wasn't the only person that made a video. To target Sharon would have been wrong. That would have been wrong. And people are going to struggle to let anybody change their mind. That's a great point too, Nike. People want to be right so badly. People are going to struggle for anyone to change their minds. This is why y'all watch Halitosis fans be like, I wish she hadn't apologized. I wish she hadn't, even though she knew that she was wrong. And I don't think she changed her mind. I think the apology was a PR statement, but whatever. But that's why they were mad about it. And so if people come out and they're like, oh, you know what? My bad. I thought about that. I've sat with it a little bit. I realized, I felt defensive because I don't fucking know y'all, and you were saying something to me, and so I couldn't really receive it in love, blah, 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 blah. Camilla, I love y'all down. Right? If people do that, there are going to be people in the factions that are like, oh, you shouldn't have said that. I wish she hadn't done that. Now you don't want to follow them no more because they allowed themselves to be human and change their fucking mind and grow. I want us to understand there are some things that we absolutely we're on one side of the street. We're on one side of the street. We don't objectify people. We don't sexualize people when they are just existing in their bodies. We are on one side of the street about that. And give a little space to, in this situation, there's a little bit of mess on all sides. And I'm not even talking about Allie explicitly, right? But what the fandom did in response, come on, y'all. Come on. We're not going to act like that was okay. So I want us to have some nuance in the conversation. Let's have some nuance. Let's complicate it. Let's zoom out, right? It's turning into a huge discussion is what they be talking about when they say the fandom takes it too far. They treated a fan as an enemy, and I hated that. Yeah, I think this is the danger when we individualize things, when we get to a micro level rather than having a macro level conversation, right? I love that, Emirates. Lana apologized on the live yesterday and took accountability. And that's how we grow. That's how we grow, right? And this is why I actually don't think that Ali should have named anybody directly, because I would have made it a micro level conversation rather than inviting a macro level conversation in. And I appreciate the macro level conversation. And how that lands on a micro level is how it lands. But I appreciate the larger conversation because, again, this is not isolated to just Nick and Alandria and it's not just isolated to that. Okay, I'm gonna stop monologuing. Jay, please give us your thoughts.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thanks for having me up. I just want to say 4 quick things and then I'll be out of your way. I do want to start by saying the internet will, yes, queen you to death and to your own demise sometimes. And I think sometimes we feel like how we act online or how we act in a fandom is some alternate universe that doesn't reflect our personality and our choices and our morality. And it's like, it has no bearing in our like karmic account. But it's a reflection of who you are, what you believe, because unless you have like a conditional personality, which is kind of weird to have, everything you do is a reflection of who you are on the inside. And just observing the conversations this weekend, because I'm not like deep into like fandom because I didn't grow up in the in the United States. I grew up in the West Indies, so fandom, celebrity, that's not really a thing. So observing it it's different. And the main thing I wanted to ask women in particular is like, why is it so easy to strip someone of their humanity when it's been done to us so much? Because we always, and I see it on TikTok, I see it in like online spaces. People come down on men so much because they're like, when men say they don't understand consent, we're like, if you didn't the reason you don't understand consent is because you don't want to admit that you might have been guilty too. And then I come online and I see women doing the same defensiveness and deflection when, especially in fandom spaces, they're called to task like, hey, that's a little weird. You might not want to talk about a human being that way. This is a real person. They're not, oh no, Gully and Gaza. I'm not Jamaican. I'm from Dominica. We do not do that. That over there. Yeah, but it's the same reactions that I'm seeing men have that I'm seeing in women's spaces more and more and more, as more women are saying, hey, we've been fighting for this for a long time. Why are we now demonstrating the same type of behavior? It doesn't have to be a 1-for-1. It's kind of like the whole principle of the thing. And I feel like we kind of need to be comfortable in listening and understanding what we're contributing to, which brings me to my next point, where I've noticed in this particular fandom, there are a lot of older people, but it makes me believe that people are just growing older and they're not growing up. Because part of growing up is being able to be comfortable with the discomfort that comes when you're wrong and sitting in it to learn how to grow through that. I'm going to be wrong. I might even say something wrong in this little time that I'm talking. And then I'm going to have to deal with people saying like, hey, that was wrong. You didn't understand. You should. And I have to be able to sit in that, assess it, and be like, there's egg on my face. Am I going to fight for the right to stay with the egg on my face and look like, the Zandoli? I know I'm going to get the egg off my face. And I think there's, it might be a childhood thing where people have been taught that if you do something wrong, that means you are wrong as a person. And it might be like rooted in that. I'm not sure. So I give grace for that. But at the same time, you can't like just live with the chains of your childhood all the time. You kind of have to want more for yourself. And I think like things like this is a great opportunity for people to kind of have a look in the mirror moment and be like, why am I acting this way? This is just this is like a show. Why am I being like this type of person? Why am I co-signing certain things? And it brings me to another point where it's often said that women hold up half the sky. If we stop participating in great culture and patriarchy and capitalism, these things would collapse. These things really truly exist because women keep giving them oxygen as well. As soon as we starve them, they disappear. Men can't do this by themselves. Mothers have to teach their boys or make this boys are easier to raise. Oh, I love being a girl mom. Oh, my girls are more difficult. Why my daughters never needed me. You throw like a girl. It's little things like that that we do that keeps feeding the patriarchy machine. And I think sometimes, I think I have a little bit of an advantage because growing up in a more egalitarian society, like whether you're a man or a woman, you're capable of being evil. You're capable of being I can do all things for Christ who strengthens me as a woman, right? So if I want to be a terrible woman, I can be. I think sometimes because of a lot of the oppression women have faced, especially in the West, we tend to moralize women and think like women were born good people. Women are a product of the same society that these terrible men have grown up in. It's just that they've faced harsher consequences, so they've learned how to kind of hide or work around or do things out of self-preservation to gain social capital, to gain social approval. But look at what happens. Look at what's happening in book talk, in fandoms. Look at what happens when men aren't the overseers. Look at what happens when women are given free reign to just be. The same type of dynamics seem to kind of rear their heads, and then we start, defensiveness. And so I'm just like, it's not that being a woman makes you better than anybody. What makes you better is your choices daily. And which brings me to my last point is I feel like we need to be willing to have personal boundaries. What are the things that I will and will not do no matter what? What are your principles? Are your principles conditional upon whether you'll get punished, whether somebody will call you out? Or is this just who you are as a person? And I think we kind of have to be honest about how cheap our integrity is. So the world is falling apart. I need a distraction. That's enough for me to be a creep. I'm feeling bad today. That's enough for me to sexualize a man. Oh, I just need this. Oh, I'm lonely. So that's enough for me to go back on everything I say that I am. We have to love ourselves enough to know that I'm not a home for toxic behavior or toxic thinking or toxic thought patterns. Like, why would I let myself be a home for that type of darkness? Why would I do that? And I think this is a great opportunity because I don't want to get into the minutia and the details of who or whatever, because it's not a one person thing. Things don't exist in a vacuum. Things exist or things happen because we have made space for it. We've put drops in the bucket and we've been planting seeds. So now when we see the fruit, we're just like, oh, it's not that sweet. We don't like it. It must be that. No, we all did it. We all were part of like building the soil that this came into. So, and me included too, because I'm a woman, and there have been times where I should have spoken up. There might have been times where I laughed at something I shouldn't have laughed at, but like, you can't separate yourself from the environment you live in. What you can do is be a part of putting drops in the right bucket with your personal choices. Yeah, everybody else is doing that, but I'm not going to do it. And that's why it bothers me a lot of times when I see in this fandom, well, if they didn't want us to do this, nobody is telling you to do it. You're making a personal choice because many people see it and they walk away. Many people see it and they choose not to. You're making a personal choice to engage in certain content in a certain way. And that is a result of your own thinking and your own doing. That's not the poster's responsibility. Stop outsourcing your integrity. Like, please take personal responsibility. And if we do that, I think we can like not just change fandom spaces, but actually change society. If we look at it at this is the brick I'm laying. And if everybody lays good bricks, we're gonna have a good house. And that's the end for me.
Thank you so much, Jade. I loved that. Thank y'all for gifting Jade. Yeah, I love this concept of like, hold on, you said something that I really liked. Hold on. God damn it, ADHD. But you said something along the lines of like, fuck, I can't remember. It doesn't matter. Everything you said was really, really spot on. Thank you so much for zooming out, including the patriarchy, because yes, I talk all the time about that was what it was, Nike. Don't outsource your integrity. Don't do that, right? This goes back to the things I say, right? About it's like I don't want to hear about what somebody else did and why that means you now get to do the thing that you're doing. Wrong is wrong, right is right. That doesn't mean we can't have space to grow. That doesn't mean sometimes we can't have to be in the gray and tussle with it, but really sitting with that discomfort, really letting that make us curious. That is where the work happens. And I love you naming that directly. Also, are they being ageist in the comments? I see my girlies talking about the ageism in the family. Oh, thank you, baby. For me and the girls.
Yeah. I did turn that.
Thank you. We got our weekly flowers. Thank you, babe. So like, yes, that was beautiful. I appreciate that. Wonderfully said. Wonderfully said. Okay, y'all don't be ageist. Y'all know I'm old as fuck. Okay, don't do that. I'm 39 years old, almost 40 in a few months. Okay, I like the aunties. Okay, I am the auntie. Okay. Oh, I love that. Flowers for our flower. That's so cute. So listen, y'all, don't be ageist in the comments. I am about to be 40. I'm gonna be 40 on. Do y'all remember? Some of y'all remember 308. I don't know if Sharon is still in here. It's a lot of people in here. I guess I could look. March 8th, International Women's Day. That's my birthday. So yes, I'm gonna be 40 on March 8th. Yes, clock it. Y'all know, because what's my code number? 308. 308. Thank you so much, Jade. Y'all, thank you so much for gifting my panelists as well. Period, Tashina. All right, Sparkle, will you please go ahead and give us your thoughts? Caroline, that's your birthday too? Of course, Jade, thank you.
Hi, Tina. Thank you for hosting another panel. This has been a really interesting discussion. I have not been like tapped into the Nicolandria Nation stuff for a while because things were getting a little bit odd to me over, different issues. So I was not really aware until today of all the things that have happened. And I feel really bad that anybody has felt attacked. I think that that probably feels horrible, especially after having a platform where people are showering you with praise, following you, just speaking a lot of life into you and praise into you, and then you just feel the opposite all of a sudden. So I feel really terrible that anybody is in that position, but I also think that this is overall a good thing, that people will hopefully proceed with more caution with what they're posting and what they're commenting online, not just when it comes to these two individuals, but when it comes to anybody and just taking things too far. I saw the day that, that content was posted. I don't, again, like follow many of the Nicolandria, solely Nicolandria people anymore, but I do get Nicolandria in my algorithm. And I saw a post, not even that one, a different one than the one that has been mentioned here, because multiple people did post about it. And I saw it, I was like, that's weird. That is over the line. That is too far. That's inappropriate. But overall, not surprising. People have been making comments like this. They've been creating posts like this, writing things online. And I've seen a lot of people say, well, what is the boundary? When you're talking about, what could or could not be happening in somebody's bedroom, in their private relationship, you're talking about their body, and you're not talking about, parts of their body that, like their arms or something, like things that you've seen, things that they have exposed to you. You're talking about private parts of their body. That's where the line is. And I don't know why people think that that needs to be spelled out to them. And it's not a matter of shaming people, it's just a matter of saying it's too much. And I think the defensiveness, it seems, immediately set in with people, and they feel as though it's an attack on them, it's shame, or the people are jealous of them, when most of us, like, we enjoy discussing pop culture. We don't want to be a part of pop culture. I do not want Alandria or anybody following me. So it is not at all about jealousy. It's just about not feeling that certain things are appropriate and okay. And just thinking, again, like you've said, if this were you, if this were your brother, like, would you think that that was okay? Obviously not, you know? And I think a lot of us are kind of on the other side of it, like I've said, where I've detached from this group of people on the internet. And I think some of them, even it was even mentioned earlier in the panel, where people are like, everybody's switching up. Everybody, you know, now only feels that this isn't appropriate. But I think what's actually happening is that a lot of people have not actually been able to have honest conversations. And now there is just space to have an honest conversation about these things. So we're engaging with these conversations instead of like me, where I'm just like, you know what, this is getting weird. I'm going to detach. I'm never going to go after anybody, go into their DMs, send them nasty messages. That's crazy. I'm just going to say, you know what, this community is getting a little bit strange. It's not for me, but you guys have it. You know, if that's what you want to do with your time, that's your business. But yeah, that's just something that I wanted to say about the comments earlier of people being, you know, quote unquote hypocritical or switching up all of a sudden or doing things differently when this kind of behavior has been accepted since the summer. A lot of people have not accepted this type of behavior, but anytime somebody would say something about it online, a whole group of people would come in and jump on them. You know, like, you're jealous of this person. You're not a real fan of this person. Even, you know, some things that have happened recently where we're just talking about the content, we're not talking about the individuals. One of the things that really kind of disturbed me was the conversation that happened after the sunglass post that, you know, Alandry did. Not even just the post, but it was more so the comments and the conversations. And some people, I saw this girl, never seen her before. She's not one of the huge creators, just somebody with an opinion. She made a video. She was like, you know what? I didn't like it. I don't like the tone of it. I don't follow anybody else who makes content like that. So I've never seen that trim before. People jumped on this lady. I mean, they were in her comments going crazy. And that's again when I was just like, this is not a place for me. You know, this, it's just, it's too much. People are overzealous. They feel like they have to worship anything that these individuals and their fans are doing online, that people are not allowed to have honest conversations. And that's been my main issue with it. And that's what I hope changes. It's unfortunate that, you know, certain people feel attacked by that, but I hope they are able to just log off, take a deep breath, and just move on in a different direction.
I love it. Thank you so much. Thank y'all so much for gifting Sparkle. Lady Evie, please go ahead and share your thoughts. And y'all that are in the queue, I see you. I'm going to rotate out one more panel. Go ahead, Lady Evie.
Hey, it's Erica. Did I just mostly? Hi, I'm so grateful that you had this conversation because I myself have been into multiple lives, and it just seemed like I guess the point is, or the focus is getting lost, and it's like we're constantly, you know, moving the goalposts. And two things could be true at the same time. No one should be bullied, even going as far as the death threats. This started happening even a couple of months ago. I started noticing like a lot of discourse, a lot of bullying, even more so on Twitter. The only reason why I got Twitter just to keep up with the updates of them. You know, this is the first fandom that I've ever been a part of. I'm 43 years old, and I was like, I fell in love with them as people, right? And so I don't even think I'll even watch the whole season of Love Island, but I just fell in love with them, their story. And I think the magnitude of their reach and their impact is due to we literally seeing a love story play out in real time, right? So it's almost like, oh my God, I can't believe, I wonder what's next. And I think sometimes people have a tendency to, you can't separate from what is fiction what is basically controlled on TV and based on what is real life. And I think a lot of the boundaries have been crossed because there are people, they love people, both of them, and they want to be kind and generous to them, and they want to have access to their fans because of the fandom that grew from it. But at the same time, even though that they are kind people, they're generous people, and maybe they're showing part of their love story even outside of the village, does not give us the right to infringe upon their relationship, tell them how they should govern themselves and how they should respond to each other. Even more so, people started coming, becoming a little bit more freaked out, and even they have said it before. Oh, y'all should kiss, and why y'all don't kiss, and do this and do that. I'm just like, come on, these are real people. You wouldn't want nobody telling your daughter or your son to do that. Go ahead, kiss your husband so I know that y'all in love. That's weird. That's weird behavior. We need to stop that. At the same time, it's just like, I understand that a lot of people say, well, a lot of people that had discourse or even made in their videos and said anything about it was you're just jealous. No, because even for me, I hardly ever post TikTok. Like, I only get on panels. I don't think you're like the second person that I've done a panel with because I'm not like that. But at the same time, it's like, everybody is not jealous. You can call out something, of course, in a loving way, do unto others as you have them to do unto you. You don't have to be mean and nasty and bullying. But at the same time, if you're constantly defensive, and I could recognize that because they used to be me, constantly defensive, constantly didn't want anybody to tell me nothing. I'm grown. And when you have that position, you cannot grow. You cannot learn. You cannot evolve as a person if you're constantly combative and rejecting that. And a lot of it comes from whether it's in deep rooted insecurities or you've been hurt before, and the plot has been lost when you are constantly defending yourself, or when you only see people or conversation through the lens of offense, right? And what I've noticed that a lot of times the most offensive people are often offended. You're the one, you can be offensive, but you don't want nobody to offend you. And so we have to be careful that treating people with respect and love. And also, just like someone said that concerning, well, we all been there, we all make mistakes, we are being hypocritical. That's just like an alcoholic saying, hey, I did alcohol and I recovered from it and I went through the process and I'm changed, and you're trying to help somebody else, right? So with that, if you see bad behavior, yeah, they used to be me, but that's not me anymore. Maybe you should not do that. You can't go back and say, oh, you're just on your higher moral ground and you shouldn't tell. No, we should be able to have an open discussion and dialogue to be able to say, hey, this is what happened to me and this is how you can come out of that. But I think oftentimes when you're constantly being defensive, you're not hearing that from a place of love. And also, even when you're trying to tell someone, not to do certain things, I don't think you have to know somebody on the ins and out of their, like, have like a tight knit conversation, especially when there's a whole bunch of people doing it. I believe you can tell us, hey, you may not want to post that, or you may not want to say that, or you may want to look at things from a different perspective. Because even within the fandom, if there's fans of fans of fans, I've never seen that before. So that, for me, that was kind of weird. And then on top of that, when I grew up, even with fans, I grew up to where people online, if they had a fan page, they didn't have a face. That was just me. So I kind of find it, this is totally different to see that. So it's just like, oh my God. So when you have a face, and it's almost like you're an ambassador for this person. And so you represent them. And so, of course, you're going to be held to a higher standard. Too much is given, much is required. And so if you put your face as the face of a fandom, it's just like when you go into a doctor's office, the first person you're going to see is the receptionist. And so if that receptionist is nasty to you, you're going to generalize and say everybody is nasty to me, even a doctor, because of your experience. So we have to be careful with that and show that, hey, being that I'm the face of this group or this fandom, we have to be careful what we promote. We have to be careful of what we, put out there into the internet world to prevent us from being ostracized or prevent us from being judged. I think some things need to stay out of it and maybe behind closed doors. And even for the ones that say, well, who are we to police people or the content and what they do? But you yourself are policing somebody on what they should put out there. So it goes on this, it's the same thing. And I just think that, when we learn how to love people, lovingly correct someone, lovingly to say, hey, you may want to consider this. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm not here to harm you. You may want to consider this. For instance, there was a young lady, I was at church, and she had on a dress. And she just started her cycle, probably didn't see it, but she was a red stain on her dress. I had a jean jacket on, and I walked up behind her and hugged and put the jacket over her. I said, hey, you have a stain on your dress. I just want to cover you. You can take my jacket. Right? That's lovingly. I covered her. I seen that there was an issue, and I covered her. I didn't embarrass her or make her feel less than or bully her or laugh at her or get somebody else to draw attention to her. I covered her. I believe that we have lost humanity. We have lost the sense of love. We have lost for other people, respect and boundaries. And because of that, we just look at people as somebody that's disposable. The same way with Nick and Alandria. We look at them as, okay, I can say whatever I want to say. I can cross boundaries and it's okay because they didn't tell me personally. They don't know you personally. I don't really care if they follow you. They don't know you personally. And we don't know them personally. I love what they present to us, but at the same time, we have to be careful when we get so caught up with someone, even defending of their wrong. We have to be careful with that. So I just hope that everything would die down, because initially it was, I loved it. I loved the love story. I loved everything with their edits. They were coming. I was like, oh my gosh, I love this. I really love this. But it started becoming like twisted and dark, and so I had to take myself out of it. A lot of people that I had to unfollow because of the issue. So I think it's especially with the brands are actually engaging with the fandom and also with the fans of it. It was just, I think that's where the lines to me have been crossed. Yeah. And people think they are justified in speaking up as if they're a spokesperson for it. You're not. So we have to be careful with that. That's it.
Thank you, Erica. Those were all some really excellent points. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hold on real quick, y'all. Shake Camille, I don't perceive you as being disrespectful. I let people have, you can, if I felt like you was being disrespectful, I would have already cussed you out. So you're fine. Thank you for that, saying that in the comments. So I just wanted to directly address it. Okay, I am gonna hold on, let me see. Miro, share your thoughts, and then, cause Shake, listen, they'll tell you, I keep it very cute. But that's why that disclaimer is in my profile. I will cuss y'all out if I have to, but I try not to. I try not to do that over here. I'm going to let Miro give their thoughts, and then I'm going to go ahead and bring up the final panel. Miro, please give us your thoughts.
Hi, Tina. Thank you so much for having me. Nikki brought me here from last night from TK's Live. Yeah, I love following different content creators and listening to different viewpoints, and that's what brings me here. And it's been really interesting listening to this live. I have a psychology background as well, but I went into the IO background. I'm sure you know what IO is, but I've dabbled a bit in the subfields of psychology. And I appreciate you allowing us to discuss this. And there was a few points I wanted to make. The first thing was that everything that's been happening the past couple of days, what's been really bothering me about it is like the public shaming of people. And I've said on like several panels already that we really should be following Alandria's example, which is we should be correcting people in private and not publicly shaming them, because that's very hurtful and very disrespectful to them. And I really like how you mentioned how we should be having like a zoomed out viewpoint of what's going on. And tell me if I'm going like too far like left here, but I don't know, there's like other content creators that I follow that talk about like sexualization of celebrities and of young people on shows, and how that becomes like public and becomes part of our public life, right? And part of our culture. And I think that's what's happening here. And I think someone previously, and you have mentioned like the age gap sometimes between people, and it made me think of like R. Kelly and Aaliyah and like the huge age gap there, and the power play that comes with that. And sometimes I feel like there's such like a gray zone. I'm not excusing any behavior. I feel like for people there's like a gray zone when there's like sexualization of people who are celebrities, and like how that goes into the public as well. And it's becoming such a huge issue in, I'm sorry, one second.
Sorry. See about your baby. Don't you worry. They've had me to see me stop and parent before.
It's become like such a big issue in the US, especially with like younger adults and teenagers being like schmexualized and essayed, and like the power play that comes with that. And not just with celebrities, like we've seen that like with like certain like religions. I don't want to say like specific religions, and like certain like groups, like the Boy Scouts, for instance. And like I understand people's perspectives a lot, like how objectifying has become like such a huge problem, and it's like seeping into our like our homes as well, you know, and other aspects of our culture and society. And I don't know, like I guess like I didn't really see it that way the past couple of days, and like it's becoming like clearer to me now. I think it's because like I felt like there was such like a little bit of a gray zone there, so it kind of was like confusing me a little bit. And but yeah, like I agree, like, you know, they're still people and they have like what they do privately, and we shouldn't be bringing that to like their public life, I guess you could say, you know. And I think that's all I had to say. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for joining the panel. Thank you so much for coming over to my space. India, I see your comment, so I want to respond to it because I feel like it is in line with your question that you asked me a long time ago that I haven't responded to yet. India said, is it in assimilation? I'm going to let Miro hang out while y'all continue to gift her. Is it in, I'm going to answer India's question. Bay, you had a question. I don't know, dark skin love girl, if you're still here, but I know you had a question. Please drop them. I'm going to answer them all right now, and then I'll bring up the final panel. India said, is it assimilation of the behavior because it's normalized from the top? So, Malicious, I want you to tell me what your point in telling me that is. I want you to tell me your point. And I want the person that said, what about Agua de Kafir, to tell me your point. What about it? I want you to tell me your point. I want you to say it out loud so we can walk it through. Oh my God. Don't be weird, y'all. Just leave the live. Don't report it, okay? Don't find something better to do with your life. Okay? So is it normalized from the top? So I think they're talking about government policy because that was what the question was earlier today. So here's the thing. I think that we would be disingenuous to say that we don't know that in the system that we lived under of patriarchy, that it normalizes predatory behavior toward, I'm going to say explicitly young women, but I'm going to say also like young children, right? Oh, she has? I haven't even seen it. A whole snack. My bad. So we would be being disingenuous to say that, right? We know that the age of consent has only changed because the zygotes changed, right? How much am I going to say? The zygotes changed, right? And even then, the response at the end is still teen, right? It's still 18, right? And the conversation recently Now, they have not said, oh, we're changing the age of consent, but we have to be mindful that when certain conversations are being had, that it's laying the groundwork for certain things. And we need to be honest about the fact that the people in charge talking about how girls are reaching puberty much younger than before, which a lie, right? I think he said 8 years earlier than usual or 6 years earlier than usual, whatever. That's a lie, right? But they're making this argument that girls are reaching sexual maturity when they would still be in fucking elementary school. Okay? They're making this argument and then also saying, oh, but boys their age, they're not as equipped to have children. They don't have as much I think I could say sperm as like they don't have as like they're not able to make babies in the same way as a 65-year-old man can. And so what they are doing is laying the groundwork for sexualization of children from grown men. And yes, all of this is in relationship to each other. All of this is in relationship to each other, right? It's why I've told y'all before, Love Island in and of itself, you have to be some level of pick-me to even go on the show. You just do. Right? You have to be some level of pick-me to even go on the show. Okay? The same is true, and you have to be willing to have some level of sexualization. But we all listen to, when we're thinking about the two people we've been discussing, we all listen to Olandria tell us that she didn't kiss outside of challenges. She had a very explicit lane that she was willing to be in, even inside of the villa where they were being sexualized, around what she was willing to do for her sexualization publicly. Even on a show where that was normalized, she still had boundaries. So you're never going to convince me until she says something different that that's how she wants to be related to outside of the show while she's living her regular life. I don't care. And yes, all of it is related. Right? When we hear things like, when we say things like, Olandria posted the snap and she zoomed in as though she wasn't doing a fit check and showing y'all his belt. When we say things like that, it is no different than them asking, well, what did she have on? It's no different than that. And I need y'all to understand that you're in the same sandbox. And I really want, and I know it's not everybody in this live, right? But when people say things like that, I want you to understand that you're playing in the same sandbox. And it is a very, very short walk over to the justifications of certain behaviors. Exactly. She was doing a fit check. It was a fit check. Using that as a way, you're so welcome. Using that as a way, and I'm not talking about creators. I'm talking about people's discourse after this. Using that as a way to say, well, it's okay, because people have come in my live doing that. Is weird. And when the zygus, which is the larger culture, right? How can I explain this? Y'all know we always teaching over here, okay? I like to tell y'all this one all the time. Sexual harassment was not always a thing. That was not always a thing. That was not always just understood to be a thing. Groups of women were getting together and having conversations. They're like, dang, I keep being harassed, and I don't know, it kind of seems like it's related to my gender, like kind of related to like sex, you know? And it became a thing because the larger culture, conversations from larger culture will determine what we think is acceptable and what is not. And so as we're having this conversation, I think we do, and I've been talking about it with y'all since they were in the villa, right? That part of the reason why we saw halitosis get the edit that she got with being a crash out, right? You have to be honest about what's also happening in this country and what we're funding overseas right now in relationship to watermelon people. You have to be honest about how that helps to encourage a narrative. You have to be honest about that. Doesn't excuse her behavior, because she still gave them something to edit. Do not misunderstand me. She still did the shit, but you have to be honest about the culture that we live in right now and why that might be beneficial. So we need to understand that, yes, the what we are seeing in our society, because we're talking about the United States of America, right? And then explicitly, Miro, and again, she did the behavior, okay? I'm not saying she didn't do the shit, but I'm saying it's advantageous to ramp it up, right? Watching it be Michelle and Alandria versus Honda Civic, which is why even in this most recent thing, when halitosis laughed at that shit, right? Louis also laughed at that shit. But the conversation has primarily been around halitosis and not just Olandria, who the thing was said about, but Olandria and Michelle, because it continues to drive that narrative, right? And we know that historically, Black people and Palestinian people have been in solidarity in the struggle. So you need to understand, while we critique it, there is always something else at play. We are always having a much larger conversation than just this one thing. Okay? So, yes, absolutely, India. What is happening in larger culture, this normalizing, this is why trad wife content has gotten so big over the last however many years, right? It's been, I don't know, 5-ish years as we've been kind of like pushing toward more and more in that direction. Soft life is a short walk to trad wife, which is right in the same seating section as alt-right lifestyle content. And why? Because of what our government is right now. And why? It's all a scheme set up by Todd. Do you understand? The overturn, all of this shit is on purpose. Nothing is without intention, y'all. So yes, thank you for asking the question. There's always a larger picture. Miro, I've also talked about this. Oh, sent one, you're not from here. It's a quote from Real Housewives of Atlanta, where Candy was getting married to a man named Todd, and her aunties did not fuck with him, and it was something happened, and her aunt Bertha, I think it was like, it was a scheme set up by Todd. And so now it's like a famous line. Okay, Miro says, and trying to control us. I have also made this claim to y'all, and I stand by it. I don't care. That part of the reason why Finn is in again, part of the reason why we're watching a fucking star-ass champion athlete, Serena fucking Williams, taking GLP-1 to lose weight, part of the reason why we're seeing Ozempic blow up, part of the reason why we're seeing all of that is because they need you to be hungry. They need you to be malnourished. They need you to be weak because you cannot fight. They need to normalize you having less access to food. They need to normalize you being in smaller bodies. Because, baby, if it's one thing I can tell you from working at the eating recovery place that I worked at and working with those undernourished children, they're fucking tired all the time. You can't do shit if you're tired and you're weak. Do you understand? So all of it is connected, which is why I'm never willing to have a conversation just about that one thing. We gotta go out. We gotta get a little bit bigger than that as we're having the conversation. And then people, I was on a live last night, and this ridiculous ass man was talking about how, right, prepping us for the Great Depression, economy plunging. There was this man on live last night talking about EBT. I ain't even gonna get into all that, right? But what I will talk about, Ginger already knows who I'm talking about. What I will talk about, yes, bae, is people may, you'll learn how to do this, you'll learn how to do that. Y'all, they got rid of natural ecosystems for a reason. Why y'all all got grass in y'all front yard? Why everybody got grass? Why is food just not naturally growing outside anymore? Because if it was, then what? It's on purpose. It's on purpose. So yeah, exactly, babeless. That's why I tell y'all, if you gonna have grass activities, I want you to get it from your local grass supplier. your neighborhood grasser, okay? I don't want you to go to the store and get it from the store grass people. I want you to find your neighborhood grasser. Because it's all about taxing. It's all about control. It's why we have HOAs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So if they removed control, I'm just saying, if you're gonna garden, find your local, Ginger said, your local lawnman, your local, what do they call it, landscaper. Find your neighborhood landscaper, okay? I'm just saying. Okay? So it's all connected, my babies, right? It's all connected, my loves. It's all connected, my friends, right? No shade, I do it too, right? But making fun of people that eat roadkill, right? Like that's no thank you, right? And that used to be much more normal to be outside getting your own stuff, but we don't have access to those things in the way we did before, and that's on purpose. Why do I have to pay to go into the state park? Okay. Okay. I'm just saying. It is that deep. Every time. Okay? Or pay at the beach now. I gotta pay to park at the beach that I could just literally walk onto? Huh. That's interesting. And that's a great one too, Ivy. They plant male trees in the park so as not to produce free food. We are overpopulated with male trees, which is why people's allergies be effed up because of the pollen, because they don't have female trees to go pollinate. Why? Because then you'd be able to access free food. I'm just saying it is that deep. It is that deep. Okay? All right. So yes, it's connected. And this is why we can't just have the conversation and be like, I want to defend the person that I like, or I want to defend, or I want to, it can't ever stay right there. Okay? It can't ever, you can start there, but you can't stay there. Not in my lives. In lots of lives, absolutely. But not over here. Okay? All right, love y'all down. All right, I'm opening up the panel to the final panelists. Okay.
Oh my god.
Hi.
Hi, I have a question. Okay, so I filled out your form, but it's not related to like Nick and Landry, and it might be like a controversial thing. So I was wondering if like you could like communicate with me when to like read my take or like the idea that I
I'm about
have.
to open it up right now and look at it.
Oh, okay. It might. A lot of people don't like it, but I've been peeping this behavior, and I even did some analysis before I even asked the question. Like I reviewed their page, looked at their content, but that's just how I personally feel. So yeah.
I got you. I'm gonna go look at it. Dark Skin Lover Girl, I know that you had a question for me. If you want to drop it in the comments, I'm happy to respond to it. And Bay, I know you also had a question. If I've already answered it, don't have to worry about it. I also, Dark Skin Lover Girl is correct. I don't only talk about Love Island. You can pretty much ask me about anything on the Google form, and I will talk about it. Y'all want me to read it out loud?
Y'all can read it out loud. It's Love Island related, but it's about a character because I feel like everyone just hypes up this person, and I'm just like, okay, but why? Is it because of their content of their character, or is it truly because of who they associate with? So they morph into that acceptance. So I don't know.
Okay. I'm about to look at it.
Oh yes, someone already guessed. Yes, yes. It's Jeremiah. It's Jeremiah.
Oh, child.
It's Jeremiah. I I actually like I was like maybe I'm self-hating. Maybe I'm hating on this man. Maybe I'm hating. So I went back. I watched his book talk thing to see what his book talk is about. I looked at his Instagram posts. I looked at his TikTok. I'm like, am I hating or am I just picking something up? Like my body's understanding something. And I was just like, And then I'm recalling what happened in the villa and then what happened post Villa. The first few weeks, he was hopping on the live stream. He went kikes and that. He was doing all that talk, and now, boom! Now he's like hanging out with certain people, but he's not really hanging out with them because we just found out you really didn't have our phone number, and now you're doing Beyond the Villa, and you hang out with these certain people, but these certain people were just associated with a known racist athlete, and this person was just talking shit about this person. So I'm confused. Do you like him because of his content, or are you just dick riding because you like that he's friendly and supporting that person? So I'm confused, and I just don't want to be a hater. So I wanted someone else to see.
Okay, I'm pulling it up right now.
Well, you say he didn't have Ola's number because she never checks her DM. But didn't he see Ola in New York City? Doesn't he talk to Nick? Wasn't he on live stream with Nick before? So I'm confused on how that. Maybe I don't know. I thought they was friends. Why? And then today, like I know people don't like Pepe. I don't like him. But Pepe today was adding Nick, and I was like, if Jeremiah does the same thing, it's just that Jeremiah is more palatable because he preaches this book talk stuff. But if you go on his live stream, he's calling people like fat, and he's like, well, maybe you should hop off someone's dick, like you're like, you're obsessed with your man, like you're obsessed with a man, you can't give it a break. So I'm confused. I'm confused. And I had to rewatch the clips. I don't know if anyone else saw that, but how do you see the way he acted in the villa? And then him coming out, like, I don't know if you saw his progression on the live streams when he was still on the fence about Nickelandria, then to the reunion, and now how he's kind of still friendly with Ace, and now he's on doing Beyond the Villa, and he's still friendly. He's just like, what's your side? Like, I'm so confused, and like, everyone is like, oh my god, I love Jer. Do you love Jer because you love him? Or you love Jer because he's friends with your fave? He's quotation friends with your fave. I'm confused. I don't want to be a hater, and I had to look back because I genuinely did not want to be a hater. So yeah, I think it's opportune. I don't even know, but I'm like, am I weird for the vibes that I'm picking up? Like, yeah.
I'm gonna say about Jeremiah, I stopped following Jeremiah while we were still in the villa. Because for me, there were just some things that they didn't sit right with me. Right. And I personally, I don't care enough to try to give you like a shit ton of chances. I'm not gonna lie. I think I've said this before. Like, I do think that it's difficult for me when I feel like you don't take a hard stance about some things, right? And I don't love that he was like super close with Charlie. I don't love that he was like, I just feel like you are the company you keep, right? Again, I've said that to y'all 1,000 times before. I don't think it's anything wrong to be like, oh, something is a little bit off. And if he is doing, I don't watch his switches to know what he's saying. But if he's saying all of those things, I don't think that that's anything wrong with that. You know what I mean?
Yes. What I don't like is how I would even say Nicolangelo's, even Shalacious, they kind of platform. Like, you're seeing how people reacted with the Beyond the Villa announcement. And they're like, oh, I would only watch it because of Jeremiah. And I'm like, why would you only watch it because of Jeremiah? Is it because you like him, or is it because he's more close relations to your fave? And if so, why is that so? Because he acts more like a casa person. Like, he's always on live stream. He doesn't act like a celebrity like Nick and Landry and even like Shalace. Like, he's always on live stream. He's always doing TikToks. He's doing this book talk thing, but like he only does it once a month. And so I'm confused, and he's always at the meme house with the Love Island Games people, and he's always on live kind of like begging for gifts. So I'm confused how he, even though he went on the show for like 2 weeks or something, how he is somehow in close proximity to Nicolandria, which is bigger than Program. How have you guys started associating Jeremiah with Nicolandria? And he doesn't have the same campaigns. Like, yes, he has Chipotle, but like the magnitude, it hasn't sold out. So I'm confused, and I'm very confused because I don't want to be a hater. I genuinely don't want to be a hater. So I'm like, I had to look back. Like, I was scrolling, I was annotating, I was confused, and I wanted to see if anybody else felt this way.
I mean, I think that it really doesn't. I don't really care if people like him because of Nick and Alandria. Do I think somebody said in the comments, and I feel the same way as to why personally I don't like putting any support behind him. Love that he's doing the book talk. Love that he's encouraging people to read. That's fantastic. I love that. And I said to y'all, somebody else I think named it right, like on my last live, like he hasn't highlighted any black authors, right? And somebody was like, well, he's reading The Hate You Give this month. And I was like, and that's curious that that's the black book he's reading, if you know what The Hate You Give is about. That's curious that that's the, of all the books by black authors that we can read. So it's like, I'm not a fan. Personally, I don't like people that straddle the fence. I don't like people, a friend to all is a friend to none. I just don't vibe with it personally, right? And I don't know. I can see, I think people have short-term memories. And so I can see people saying they back him because he needs his baddie chain because he's a Nick and a Landrian, whatever, right? But Pia, I feel the same. It feels like he straddles the fence on purpose so as not to rock the boat. And to me, people like that are just not trustworthy. So I personally don't fuck with it. Those are my thoughts about Jer Bear. Okay, Chake, you were in it for a really long time, but so was Audrey. So I'm gonna have Audrey go first and then you, Chake. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Audrey, please go ahead and give us your thoughts, my dear.
Hi, Tina. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Thank you. This is the first time I'm talking on a live, and I'm actually not an English speaker, so excuse me if it's not you don't understand what I say. I just wanted to say, regarding the situation with Sharon, the G print. Okay, I just feel like we are a big fandom, so we need to understand that boundaries are there, and even if they are not, like even if they are not visible, we still have to respect them. And while people said previously that Nick was like hugging, was like grabbing her cheek and everything, rubbing her, but it was like it's that's their that's what they want to do. That's what they expose themselves to do. And so it's okay for us. I think it's okay for us to see it and to be like, oh, that's cool. But then when you have just a general video, like a genuine video if you check, and you go and just you find the little things that had nothing to do with the situation, with the video, with the context, and you try to over explain it. You try to over analyze that. You go on to make videos, not just sharing, but just like a lot of videos have been made, even on threads, like people are like, they did so many things about, so many posts about that. And I was like, whoa, that's not, I mean, I saw it and I was like, oh, okay. And then I went on about my day because it's just that it's not an issue for me. It's not, it's like, okay, but then whatever. And then, even on CHC, because I'm on CHC, I'm on Twitter a lot, and they talked about it a few times. They talk about it, and then directly the mod said, okay, you know what, cut it out. Because it's one thing to just like to see, okay, you can make a little joke about that. We can have fun. But then after that, it's just too much. It gets to a point where you have to cut it out. And for them to, those creators to come on lives and to say that, yeah, but she zoomed it for us. No, she didn't. And even if she did, even if she came on to us and say, oh, but I'm okay with, I'm okay with that. I'm okay. It's still not okay for us to continue like over analyze everything they do, even those small stuff that they just show. It's not okay. And what I wanted to say was, I'm lost in my thought. Even the whole situation with Sharon, like the hate is too much. It got to a point where it was too much. But this has been going on for a long time for her. And while I don't agree with all those targeted posts on Twitter and everything, I just feel like there's a time when you have to take accountability. Sometimes you have to say, okay, because she asked on threads, what did she do wrong? And I I did actually, I responded to her thread and I said, there's this, and no shade, like no, not wanting to be a mean girl, because everybody in her comments were like, oh no, you did nothing wrong, you're just jealous, everything. Like they were not like, they were cuddling her. And I just said, you know what, there's some things that you've done that people are mad at, and while it's not okay for you to have hate, it's still something that you have to reflect on. And she didn't respond. I don't think she took it into consideration. But it's just something that we have to be able to reflect on what we do, what we say. When you have a big platform, it's just like everything you say, and especially when you are followed by them, because even the entitlement of saying, oh, but they follow me. I like basically saying, oh, but I can do whatever I want to do because they follow me. But it's not like that. Like, I've been in a lot of fandoms, and like someone else, I don't remember who it was, but they said, you're not supposed to have, like, when there's fan page, you're not supposed to have like a face behind that. You're not supposed to be a fan of a fan. It's not, that's not what happens. And unfortunately, the Avengers got to a point where they are a big, something big into our fandom, and it just got too much. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Thank you, Audrey, for
Thank
hanging
you.
out so long in the queue waiting to come up here.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. I don't disagree, y'all. Again, yeah, I don't disagree. I will say, I hadn't said this before, but I'm thinking about it as y'all are talking about it. Like, I didn't see it. Okay, I didn't see it. So I am making some assumptions, right? Is it possible that she said, I know them, or they follow me, or whatever was said, because the response was about, like, if they had a problem with it, they would say that? You know what I mean? Like, is it possible that she was like, they'll tell me if they don't like it, and then I'll delete it? I don't care what y'all think. Like, is that potentially what her response was about? I don't necessarily think that means it's okay because of what I said, right?
I think the response was more in that way. Like, if Valangia had a problem, like, she would just take it up with me. Like, my DMs are open, that type of narrative, which kind of brought people off because that means, oh, well, now you're saying that Alandra checks up on you and she's your friend and she's open, she's willingly goes into your DMs, you know? So it just added more fuel to the fire.
Yeah, I see. I also, yeah, that's what I was going to say, Erica. I hate that idea of them having to tell you not to sexualize them. I agree, right? I don't love that as a response simply because we can acknowledge that something is wrong without that person explicitly telling us that it's a misstep, right? And we get to have missteps, right? I'm not against that, but yeah. Okay. Shake, please give us and tell me if I'm saying your name wrong. I know it's Camille, right?
Yes, it's can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, it's Shaki Camille.
Shaki Camille, thank you for coming up. Please share your thoughts.
So this whole situation, and I just want to say to everybody that's on the panel right now and the chatters, if I seem disrespectful, I didn't mean to be disrespectful earlier. I'm so very what's that word? I'm very much defensive. No, I don't want to use that word. Protective of Nick and Alandra because of all the scrutiny they've been getting. Not just that, just with this whole situation with Sharon and all that. I'm protective of Sharon too because she's such a sweet person, and from what I've seen with people attacking her and it feels so forced. And you know, we all know that there's infiltrators that is literally deliberately. I've had a few discussions back and forth with a few of them on threads already. So I mean, this is a real thing. So it's just like, for me, I just kind of felt like, for one, the situation with Nick and Ola, I thought, and I'm gonna just tell you my opinion on it. They posted it. They already called us freaky frogs, and I just thought it was like a kind of a joking matter. Like, I didn't see a big deal of it. Like, because they knew we were gonna talk about it. I'm pretty sure they knew. They both kind of posted it up, and I think Nick even put up like the binoculars and all that. Like, it just seemed like it was kind of like, okay, their way of just joking with everybody about it. And I felt like it was just taken up to the next level, you know. And I'm all here for discussion. I'm all here for learning and evolving. I am one person that will call out my own bullshit. I mean, excuse my language, I'm sorry for cursing, but it's just like, oh, the binoculars was for Asher. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just saying the whole thing just kind of seemed, it's just, for me, it felt like we just kind of blew it up on proportion. It seems like every week there is something that we pick on. Everybody picks on whether they put content out and then they stop putting out content. And then, you know, it's just like, when is enough is enough? Why do we always have to pick and choose? And then there was all these other creators that was saying things, everybody went on Sharon. It was like why it feels forced. I don't know. I mean, I get what you guys are saying, but then I also, you know, it's like, I know there's a bigger conversation with consent, and I totally agree. I just feel like, you know, it was forced, and that's all I want to say. If I said anything wrong, please let me know. 'Cause, you know, I don't do this a lot. I don't like talking like this or being, you know, but you know, I just want everybody to love each other, and I just want the fandom to be strong again, and all this discourse, and it's making me sad. You know, that's all I gotta say. I'm sorry.
No, I feel that, Camille. I will say what I want to say. I will say, one, I appreciate you having the courage to come up here and to have an opinion that is maybe that's different than mine about it, right? I will say, I'm gonna give you a separate example. I feel like what I'm hearing, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like what I'm hearing is like it's like what I heard with Pepe in his interview of like, I just want all the boys to like get along again. You know what I mean? Like, I just want us to like all come back together without being able to explicitly name what went wrong in it, right? And I think that we can do both. I don't think it has to be one or the other, actually. I think that people can have the discourse and say, you know what, that was odd. People went too hard on Sharon. The behavior was odd from everybody, not just Sharon. And like, can we work through it as a crew and get back to being a fandom, right? But to my life, my choice, yes, that is a great point. It is a large fandom. Discourse is going to happen. People are going to be on opposite sides all the time. I think it goes back to me saying like this is the problem with black and white. You know what I'm saying? Let's have the conversation without just saying, well, like I've heard people say before, I hate this story, but it's a true one. I had a girl one time that I worked with say a racist slur. And I said to her, you can't say that. I gave her a correction of what she could use instead of that. And then she was like, no, because like she didn't so then I said, you can't use that word. It's like a racist slur. And she was like, oh, I didn't know. But then the person next to us was like, don't worry, I know you're not racist. And it's like that's the problem, right? When it's like, well, I know you and I know that you're nice. And so I know you didn't mean it that way. That removes opportunity for growth. And so for me, I just feel like we can, all of these things can exist at the same time. You know, I don't, yeah, I don't think it has to be one or the other. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do Anne because you're new up to the panel tonight, and then we'll do Gigi and oh wait, applesauce. Did you come up here just about Jer Bear?
No, I actually have something to add on to the discussion.
Okay, let's do Anne, then you, then Gigi, then Nikki. Go ahead, Anne. Add your thoughts.
Hey, y'all, I'm back. I had to take a break because I was doing the laundry. And honestly, I'm all Love Island out, y'all. I ain't gonna hold you. I have to take a mental health break from them. But regarding Jer Bear, I will reiterate what a nice commenter said in the comments that Blue Clock, that he is pro women but possibly anti black. I believe his mama, hey, what's going on? Hey, Betty Chi. I think his mama is white, right? Am I right about that? I think his mama is white, and according to Tina, the moms carry the culture, which I agree. So his mama's white, his father is of Nigerian descent, if I'm remembering correctly. So he is comfortable around the white boys. This is why, like Blue said, Austin is his bestie, and we know Austin views aren't exactly, but we also know that Austin is a non problematic, low effort white man. So, like Jer Bear, they're both palatable. I have since unfollowed Jer Bear maybe about let's say 2 months ago. He got a sympathetic edit. Jer Bear wasn't treated fairly on the island. They kept Honda for the drama or for the plot, however you want to say it. And because he got kicked out, the man received sympathy. Beyond all of that, we know Honda has a strong personality, so she overshadows everyone that she is with, right? This is why we got to know Chris Seeley a little bit more on Love Island Games, because there was no Honda to overshadow him being a low effort black man. He still did not sing that song for Shelly, talking about I'm gonna do my Shelly Amu. Did not hear the song. No song for Shelly. Low effort black man. I'm still not understanding why he doesn't have an overseas feelings. Sir, this is the third time you're gonna be back on my screens, back to back to back. Please take a mental health break. I'll never get tired of Justine. I will never get tired of Justine. But she's also done a lot of she's done competition shows. She's done stuff outside of Love Island. Sir, you were on Love Island season 7. You came on season 2 of Games. Now you're about to be on season 2 of Beyond the Villa. Take a break. I'm tired of seeing your tall ass wannabe Tyler Perry son looking ass nigga. Stop, Chris. Thank you, Obsidian. That's a nice name. His ex says he's low effort. Well, D, I'm not surprised. You understand he's not overseas. Yeah, I don't understand why he's not overseas. Kim Possible. I like that name. Yeah, what is wrong with you, Chris? Get it together. Somebody said something about Jeremiah. Yeah, Chris Seeley from Love Island. Jeremiah is just building a platform for himself. Yeah, he's coming for season 2. I thought I told you about this, Mom. Yeah, he's going on season 2 of Beyond the Villa. What else is going on? Yes, I wanted to discuss Snap real quick, y'all. I'm gonna be transparent. I have been unemployed for a couple of years now. I would say now I'm a retired medical assistant. Had a lot of trauma going on because of what happened during COVID, and we have our SNAP benefits removed. So I've been doing some reading up on the law. They're currently in legislation right now trying to get the SNAP benefits back. They want to give us the half amount. They have determined, by they, I'm talking about the judges and people part of the Food and Drug Administration. They're saying that keeping us starving by us, the percentage of the population that relies on it to eat, is unlawful. But also now they are trying to appeal to get the full benefits back. I don't know how long this could take. This could take a span of weeks, and they could take a span of months. I will make a video about this, and I will give resources to people who live in Connecticut. And there's gonna be a food share in my area this coming Friday. Y'all, because of this, I've had to spend money to buy food out of pocket. I cannot afford my nails and going to the gym, the luxuries in life. I am a very simple person. Those are the only things I require for self care. That and a good book, TV, whatever. But it is what it is. And so Tina clocked it that they're trying to starve us. Remember, guys, thank you so much, Nikki, for the gifts. That there's not free healthcare in these United States because they don't want black people to be healthy. That's the one. So if they don't want us to be healthy, they want to starve us as well. Like Tina said, as someone who's had an eating disorder from trauma, binge eating, like this is very intentional. And I just want to say, you orange motherfucker, you ain't shit. You ain't never gonna be shit. And your mama should have. No, let me stop. That's it. That's all. Thank you.
I know y'all. I saw your comment. We go everywhere on this live, so applesauce lover, please add your thoughts.
Yeah. This is kind of like, I'm not gonna talk about Jeremiah because that's always something. And so,
Oh, applesauce, I can hear you.
oh, can you hear me now? I had a alarm. I'm gonna discuss. I feel like a lot of times with these TikTokers, I know I say TikTokers, but with the TikTok live is I'm very confused on how we somehow transitioned to a place in this fandom where like these Avengers in itself, the people that went to the Agua party, they now like anytime something happens in their comments where people are like, oh, maybe you should delete this post or whatnot, they then go on Twitter, knowing that Twitter's toxic. They keep being like, Twitter's toxic, Twitter's toxic. Da, 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 da. They go on Twitter. The same thing that happened to Nickelandrico. They go on Twitter and they start reading the Twitter comments. And I'm like, why would you do that? Like, why would you do that? Like, that doesn't make sense. And I don't understand because like there are platforms that I use. I don't use YouTube. I don't use Pinterest. Like, you don't have to open the app. And I'm very confused because now you escalate the issue is like, yes, yes, it's horrible. Like, this bullying is unacceptable. This shouldn't have happened. But why would you go on a platform that you know is free thinking and then go back to your original platform and be like, well, on Twitter they said, da, da. Of course, on Twitter they always threatening somebody. So I'm confused on how we somehow got to a place where now, like, we kind of feed into this negativity for this on their platform now, like instead of addressing things on TikTok and things like that, they go on Twitter, they screenshot it and be like, well, people on Twitter said this, people on Twitter, and they're now people with faces are now beefing with, we don't even know how many non-faceless people on Twitter. And I'm like, guys, don't you guys think this is weird? Like, you don't even know what these people look like and you're arguing 100, maybe 10 or 5 or 1 person on Twitter. Like, that's ridiculous. I would never give attention to someone that I don't even know what they look like. And you don't even know how to count on your hand how many people there is because you're just scrolling through Twitter. You don't even know their username. So I don't know. I wish I could give these people a hug and be like, get off Twitter. Like, you don't, because it just feeds into this narrative. And I'm like confused because you're saying, oh, Twitter's attacking. You know how, like, I don't mean to sound mean, but you know how dumb it is to be like, oh, everyone's hating on me on Twitter. You can't even be like, oh, someone blank and blank is hating on me. No, it's Twitter. Of course Twitter's hating on you. Twitter, everybody, so you always getting hate on Twitter. Like, so I'm confused. It's just like Twitter. Like, is Twitter bad? Yes, we all know that. But like, you don't even, you're fighting people on Twitter. You don't even know what the people are. You don't even know their name. Like, I'm so confused, and I don't know. Like, I wish, I don't know, as someone that has a platform, Tina, I don't know what you possibly do to, like, I don't know if you ever had controversy that went onto Twitter, but like, what do you do? Do you ignore it? I think, I don't know, because I'm not a public figure, but I would honestly say just to get off Twitter, because there's a lot of celebrities that are famous or whatnot, and they don't have Twitter, and you don't see them every day going on live talking about, oh, Twitter's hating on me, because they already know, like, Twitter's gonna hate on you. You put your face out there. So I don't know what else people can think, but I don't know. I just feel like they need to get off Twitter and stop like listening to people on Twitter, because like you already know it's a shit place. You say it's a shit place, but then you're feeding into the shit place, and then you're mad that people are shitting on you on Twitter, but like people shit on you like every day, like in your classroom. So I'm just genuinely confused. So yeah.
I'm going to answer your question because I do think it is a good one. And I do think that this goes back to, I talk about like boundaries all the time, right? Dark Skin Lover Girl, I am not watching Selling Sunset because they were tripping last season. And I was right. I knew it because now they tripping even more this season, I heard. I refuse to. Y'all, I just started watching something on OWN Network. It's old, but it's about these women in Houston that are like boss girlies. I like TV that makes me feel good, y'all. I'm not about to watch people be racially micro and macro aggressive for fun. That's not fun to me personally. So applesauce lover, I will say that what?
One last thing. Someone mentioned like CHC, but when Orlandria left Twitter, the Twitter community still remained. Like, Orlandria doesn't have to be on Twitter, and these TikTokers don't have to be on Twitter, because no matter what, I think like Ariana Grande and Zendaya, they left Twitter, but Zendaya gets talked about on Twitter every day. Like, you don't have to be on Twitter like to be discussed. So like, I don't understand this whole thing. Just get off Twitter, like, and stop beefing with Twitter. Like, that's ridiculous. You don't even know who you're beefing with.
Yes, and it's called Hustle Houston. Yes, it's so cute. In the first episode, Houston Hustle. It's very, very cute. Brina is really that girl. Okay, anyway, let me stay on task. But to answer your question, I actually, yes, I got put up on the Jumbotron in like one of the Chalet's fan base pages on Twitter. People were dragging, oops, I unplugged my thing. People were dragging me on Twitter. Apparently I've come up in lives before, all kind of shit. I don't engage with that. I'm not going over there. The only time I've addressed the fans 3 times, and that's only when they come over here to my shit, right? So I had people find me on Threads. I had people all up and through my DMs on here, all up and through my comments, to the point that I filter out certain words. So certain words, if you comment that word, it's never going to make it to my comment section, because I'm not doing that shit with y'all. Y'all not about to take my peace of mind while I'm just over here trying to have a little kiki and fun. Okay. So I choose, but I'm old, right? I'm 39. So I choose to protect my peace, right? That doesn't mean that I can't, that I get them all, I keep them all from coming, because I had one of them in my DMs after a live that I did a couple days ago. But I don't engage with certain things, because like I was an activist for years prior to me ever being on social media. And it's just a general rule of thumb: never read the comments. Don't read the comments, right? Don't read the comments, because it's going to enrage you. And the reality is that you need to keep your stamina for the fight. And the fight is not going back and forth with motherfuckers in the comment sections. So I already have that practice from other arenas that I exist in. So it feels really easy to apply it for me in this arena. So like when that little fan base started coming in my comments showing their ass, I just stayed out of my own comment section for a couple of days. I just went and added filters to my comment section, because I'm not going to let y'all make me crazy. Okay. And then I just posted my disclaimer video and pinned it to the top of my page. And I will tell you that I saw a reduction rate of probably over 90% almost instantaneously after me posting that video. And they were coming to my page. I know they were coming to my page because that video that was pinned was getting so many hits. It was getting downloaded. It was getting shared. It was getting reposted. So I know that they probably were recognizing I'm really actually not that girl to fuck with. I don't do that back and forth shit on the internet. I will take your ass to court. Don't fucking play with me. Keep it up in the comments. Keep it up if you want to. And so I think that they very clearly got a picture of who the fuck I am. And so they don't fuck with me like that no more. Very rarely will one come into my space. And then I started having my own metrics. Like I have my boundary right now, right? Where it's like, unless you catch me on live or you're a subscriber, you're never gonna know what I think about an Islander. You're never gonna know because y'all have showed me that you lack self-control. And so I'm not going to keep engaging with people that lack critical thinking skills and self-control. You're not actually engaging with me in good faith. So I think that you're right.
Ooh, what you set off?
Child, they downstairs losing their minds. I can't complain because I'm not cooking. But yeah, so you do have to set up your own boundaries. You do have to decide how are you going to engage, because it's crazy making. In my opinion, right? Because I don't get on here, and y'all know I say this all the time. I'm not really on here to like build a platform. I really enjoy that I've been able to build a platform. I really enjoy that I've been able to build community with people. And that's not my entire intention and focus on here. And so I think it makes me willing to disconnect at a different level than maybe some other people. I actually don't believe that all engagement is good engagement. I believe in protecting my mental health and my emotional well-being. So I actually don't just want to engage with everybody. And so I do think that it boils down to like, okay, what is going to be your boundary? How are you going to keep yourself mentally and emotionally safe? Okay, Gigi and Nikki, please give me your Gigi, you go first, and then Nikki, give me your thoughts.
Hi. Oh, first of all, what y'all burning over there?
Fries and done lit up the oven, child.
Lord have mercy. Yeah, I think that, and we've been saying this in the comments, and it's been like a really great discussion. So I feel like this is a great space, and I'm glad that this discussion came to your space, because it's just like you said, people forget that the real world lives in the gray. And I think too many people who are having this discussion are having it in the black and white, and they're disguising the criticism as shame or as hate. And so it becomes conflated. And for me, when I thought of it, right, and when I saw it, it really brought me back to Alan in his interview. And when he tried to disguise what he was doing under the guise of, I'm this black man, so please don't come for me. So very much this was giving the same tone. And so I was having discourse with Ivy in the comment section. She was like, yeah, a lot of this was happening on Threads. My Threads algorithm very much is a lot of political stuff. So I don't see a lot of that on Threads. So what I see a lot of is, what came to my TikTok, and then I went into Twitter, which I told you I don't go very much into. And disclaimer, Twitter has been a cesspool. I just don't go into Twitter because of Elon Musk and the things that he allows and the misinformation that he allows on the political scope. This is why. So this is before Love Island. It has been a cesspool. It just has gotten worse since then. But I think that this is where the conversation gets lost. So this is where it was for me. It was never about, being okay with objectifying people. We get lost in the sauce in the conversation because of the things that surround it, right? You shoot yourself in the foot with your credibility when you're trying to guise critiques and criticism under the guise of hate, under the umbrella of hate, or like, these DTs that are happening. Cause I was seeing this in abundance, and it wasn't until yesterday's live with Curves did I really see people like coming up and saying, no, this is what was happening, which is why I had to make my disclaimer with people saying, hey, don't use the agua or them being on being on Love Island as this overall umbrella of being okay to do certain things, because you're making it sound like, okay, if she wears the dress then she deserves it. Very much how I started the conversation. But when it devolves into the personal attacks and everything, when it devolves into the personal attacks, that's when I become to have an issue with it, because it's like you're hiding this underneath all of this, and then the overall message gets lost, and people are not seeing it because they live in the black and white and not seeing the gray. Or when people on this panel have come up and you're throwing tomatoes at people on this panel because we're having a conversation, and then you try to make it, oh, it's because you're stuck in this or you're stuck in this. We don't have that conversation. And I said it earlier on, this is why I'm glad we have this, so two perspectives can come together to have a conversation and an understanding can be had, and we can do that zoom out. We can't have that zoom out if we're not understanding where these perspectives are coming from. So that's why I truly love and appreciate and respect your spaces, because we can definitely do that. And people have to stop with the tomatoes and the black and white conversations and saying that that it's just deflection, it's justice, it's just that. And it's okay, because I run my mouth a lot. Tina, we've had conversations where we don't necessarily agree. I say a whole lot of shit. Sometimes the shit I don't say don't make sense. I get that, right? And it's okay to call people on that, but to try to put them in a dunce corner and put a dunce hat on them is not going to get them to understanding your perspective. And I think that's where people lose the plot in conversations. And I think social media really does. That's why I appreciate live spaces, because when people get in a conversation and when people get into conversations and they get into things, they sort of put people into a corner. It's like, it's my way or the highway. And I just find that to be super weird, because then we forget the nuance of conversation. We forget how discourse is actually supposed to happen.
Yeah.
So I tend to feel like sometimes, a lot of time, people will see they take to social media and they get super brave and they have all this intellect at their hands and they don't use the brain cells to be able to process it. It's like, what are we doing? Mm-hmm. So I just feel like with conversations, and this happens on all ends. So I just feel like with conversations, we have to stop being so stuck in our black and white and be able to have, these gray conversations so we can see and have a come to Jesus. Because you can't have a come to Jesus if we don't know where we're coming from.
Yeah. Not wrong.
For my last 20 seconds, if Erica, if you're still in here, you'll get a response from me in 7 to 10 business months about our custody agreement over Tina.
Not business. Bye.
Yes.
You are not wrong. And I do think that y'all, to the commenter that said, or saying like, oh, it's because you're an auntie, that also is ineffective. I thought about that, Kimberly, and I be trying to remember that, like, these people don't fucking know me though. You know what I'm saying? So like, these people don't fucking know me, but I don't think that I would have loved for like somebody that could be a little bit more balanced to bring in the Avengers and Allie and whoever else has been targeted in this situation and been like, let's have a conversation. Let's actually try to come to some common ground. Let's actually try to hear one another so that we can move forward. Because I think the reality is that people are not nearly as misaligned as they think they are. And someone else said it earlier on my panel. I don't remember who said it, but like, you will get yes girled to death. And it will have you thinking that bad behavior, or even like missteps are like, no, like go full force, go all at it, right? We see this with Honda Civic's fan base. And I say all the time about Honda Civic's fans, then people don't actually fucking like her. And that's why you have to be mindful about what people are saying to you. And if the majority of people, thank you, Missy, if the majority of people are saying, I don't know, but then the fans, right? And I'm saying, well, let me say it like this. If people that are generally not just contrarian to be contrarian, right? That if they're offering a critique, it's probably valid, right? I think that it's one thing to listen to those people and say, okay, like maybe I want to take that in. Be curious about if overwhelmingly everybody is saying, No, just keep on going. Just keep on going. Just keep on going. Again, be curious about that. If you know that the person that is trying to do the call in is someone that has typically moved with good intention, right? Exactly. Sam, exactly. I was in both lives and realized that having a conversation would have fixed the whole thing. That's what I saw. And instead, people were going back and forth between the lives being messy as fuck. Not everybody, but some people. I'm
But
literally
doesn't that call
watching
the
people.
question what the motive is? Doesn't that call the question like what is your motive for real? And that's why I keep saying like I always like to go back to see people's motives because it really calls into question what is your motive? Do you really want this to be a conversation or do you just want this to be a takedown? Or are you doing this to be messy? I think that's why it's very important to understand people's motives and when they do things.
I don't disagree. Okay, I'm assuming, Pia, that they're talking about. So yesterday, Big Mama Lana and a couple of the other Avengers were live, and then Allie also went live, and I follow both, and so I was in both, and I didn't. Anyway, I realized that they were talking about Allie that I follow as well, and people were going between the lives. Oh, she's on her live saying this, and like just kind of being a little bit messy. And you always have to be curious, right? Because whatever the creator's intention was, you got to be curious about the people behind the creator. Are they aligned with your intention, or are they just trying to stir up some shit? Oh, I agree. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. I'm just talking about the people outside of the creators and their intention, right? Because I do think it could have been a conversation, and we could have resolved it probably, and maybe they will. My hope is that they will. Um, okay, Nikki, go ahead and share your thoughts.
Yes. First of all, lastly, I just want to say, Tina, thank you again for having this and having this space. I definitely was a little triggered, probably from several different lives watching a lot of this go down. So it definitely, if I offended anyone, that was never my intent, and I do tend to get passionate. It's very interesting, though, Tina. Most people pop off in the comments. Actually pop up on the panel, and I'm actually nice in the comments. I like I'm the opposite, child. So probably I need I need to reverse that. Work on that. I just want to say, as I'm sitting here, because I'm a person that is very self-reflective and can take accountability and lives in the utmost integrity to understand that I have blind spots. I'm happy to admit that. I have learned that maybe have made excuses for objectivity without necessarily knowing that that's what it was because of some of the actions of who I stand not stand for, but who I'm a fan of in the past have kind of watching their behavior done the same thing. With that said, I wanted to say that with the sharing video, because it did not, my algorithms are very curated as well. I did not see the videos I've ever seen of Sharon were always bubbly, upbeat, fun, and I love that. I was informed that this was a pattern. I have not seen that pattern, but as we know, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So I'm happy to go back and, find that pattern. Because if it is a pattern, then yes, there's definitely a discussion there. I also understand that I might need to even look into. Remember, Tina, a long time ago in one of the lives, I don't know if you remember, but I said we have to be careful about the pedestal we put on Landria because there's going to be a time where she's not going to align with what. And honestly, if I'm being keeping it a stack, I was on a live where Alandria called out another creator and was talking about her boobs. So I think that's, you know what I mean? So I think we have to be honest about how our faith is actually contributing to that issue. And I don't think a lot of people are going to want to wake that one up. This is why I say you might be careful about your moral superiority when it comes to certain things. And I think there was a comment made about the sunglasses and that whole scandal. Let me just say, for me, it was I understood where people were talking about the body positivity. Where people lost me though is again zooming out. Alandria was the only one that was being targeted about that sunglass. This trend was going on way before then. Bella Hadid did it. Guess whose videos are still up and not Alandria's? Guess who doesn't have a disclaimer about body positivity when you go and look up Alandria's sunglass thing? TikTok literally made a statement about it. But the rest of those YT women, their videos are up with the sunglasses. So that's what I'm saying. It's like we have to be, vigilant in how we are looking at things, and especially from a political perspective. Because what I see is the extreme black and white is happening on both ends of the party. And I worry, let me see how I can say this. I worry because I live in a state right now where they are censoring everything. And because I am progressive, and I do believe in allowing schmex workers to earn a living, especially because a lot of schmex workers are transgender women, because that is the only profession that they can survive off of because of what is happening in our political arena. I do worry about what it means to, I don't know. I don't, I need to look more into that. There's something in me that's saying it feels, it feels a bit dangerous to go a puritanical route and not leave room for the people that actually want to be a part of the schmex industry. So I think that's where a lot of my conflict comes in too, because I definitely see and have learned that I myself have normalized or it, because I don't personally do it, but I don't find when other people do it offensive, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And especially not in such an overt way, because honestly, again, that snap, I didn't get it. I didn't get it the first time. I literally thought like, oh, because I that's what I correlated it to, was the night before people were, dogging Nick's outfit, and then Alandria was just like, check this out, Amiri down, I didn't even see that happening. But my instinct when other people were talking about it was, why are people making a big deal out of it?
Mm-hmm.
Because I had seen it go on for so long during Love Island. And I think someone had said people were having this conversation. That conversation never appeared in
Oh, I lost you, Nikki.
can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got a call. Yeah, people seem to, be okay with it. So therefore I was. It doesn't make it right. It just means that, maybe I
You're gone again. So y'all help me. Did TikTok took down Alandria's video? She did not take it down on her own.
I have heard both. I have heard she took it down. And I've heard that TikTok took it down. So I couldn't even tell you, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I just know that it's
I
down.
thought I heard that she took it down. Y'all are saying she did not take it down. TikTok took it down. She put it on private. Yeah, I don't know how anybody would know whether or not TikTok took it down or she took it down. Like, how would you know that unless she came out and was like, I took it down or TikTok took it down? Like, how do you know that? Oh, Nikki, I can't hear you either. So here's my thing. Here's my thing, y'all. And I've given a thought about the sunglass post already, and I'm gonna give it again. Regardless of Alandria's intention, it is okay to say, hey, this is the impact, and for people to grow. I don't like, and I said this earlier in my life, I do not like when we say, well, those other ones, because everybody's fucking videos need to be taken down. I reported people's videos. No shame in my game. I don't give a fuck. I reported people's videos. I don't care. As someone that has worked with children that have eating disorders, I know how pervasive eating disorder culture is. And there is a whole sect of them on TikTok explicitly. I report them all. I don't care. I don't care. And I'm going to be honest, period, to your point. To be honest, I was ignorant to it before. For me, nope, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Edie, I'm going to speak to your comment. We're not going to do that. I didn't actually see the trend. What I saw was somebody critiquing the trend because that's the way my algorithm is curated. So then I went to the sound and I saw the videos, right? And here's the thing. We're not going to... Some of y'all are not going to like this, but y'all know that's never kept me from telling you the truth. Skinny shaming, I just want us to be for real. I want us to be for real. Skinny shaming in the US, where again, we're watching an all-star fucking champion athlete, GLP-1 herself. Skinny shaming, please don't piss me off, y'all, in the comments. Please don't, because you know that skinny is the preference in the United States. Don't start in these comments with me. And I hate to fuss.
You now. Do you now? Oh, well. Watch out, y'all. She hates to fuss.
But to your point, Bay, it's like saying reverse racism. We're not doing that, okay? We're not doing that. We're not doing that over here, okay? It is nothing wrong with being a slim build. The glorification of thinness is directly related to whiteness, which is directly related to your oppression in general, which is direct. Like, we're not going to do that. And we're not going to act like it is not the standard. We're not going to do that. Not with the girl that grew up. I'm an 86 baby. I grew up in the 90s and 2000s where Jessica Simpson was fat. We're not going to do that. Don't play in my comments. Okay? Don't do that in these comments. They're not skinny shaming to say, hey, yes, I remember Jessica Simpson. I remember all the little girlies that were not fat being called fat. Okay? And they would be considered very, very, very slim. Hillary Duff, lots of them. Okay? So we're not going to act like we can't also say, hey, this is a way in which we contribute to the culture of disordered eating behaviors. And let's maybe not do that. And if Olandria took in that feedback and decided to grow and say, you know what? I can understand how that might be problematic, and chose to take down her video or private her video. There's nothing wrong with that. Why are y'all mad about that? Not that y'all are mad about it, people in general. Okay? When they said Jessica Simpson looked great and then she was 90 pounds, a grown woman. Dark skinned lover girl said, Tina, how is putting glasses around your natural waist bad? I didn't say it was bad. What I'm saying is, y'all read the comments. I know y'all read the comments on the video. Oh, I need to not eat no more. Oh, let me hurry up and go to the gym. Oh, let me starve myself.
Tina, I have a question.
Yes.
So, after I saw this video, right? We saw it after Nick did it. So, would it be wrong of me to put do I need to put my Cricut up since I bought this big old cardboard? Because I don't got no sunglasses gonna fit around my waist, right? Because I'm not there yet. So, I was gonna make some out of cardboard, right? Because I bought some boxes from Home Depot to make some. Would that be wrong of me? I'm just saying. That's what I was gonna do. Cause ain't no sunglasses. I can't get the sunglasses around my arm. And no, but to be totally serious, I do agree with you wholeheartedly, 100%, because there were conversations. Because what really spiked me was y'all know I be with the shits. So no, what really sparked it for me was I saw my daughter doing it. And I was just like, yo, what the fuck? I have a 16-year-old. She's super impressionable. And it was just like, yo, what the fuck? And it was like very much having to sit her down and be like, not saying that Alandria is unhealthy. It's, but I don't want this unhealthy idea in your head that this is the goal. This is what you need to do, So I do fully agree with the impact that this was happening, especially with what is here, what with the view here in the US as to what the preferred aesthetic is. And like you said, we've got a world-class athlete who got body for days is on a GLP-1. It sends a certain message. And, it is a little disturbing when you think about it, which is why I had to break out my cardboard and show her, girl, I could do this thing too. Let's go to Home Depot. We're going to get a couple of cardboards. We're going to make some big old sunglasses. We're going to put it on the waist. Because what in the world?
And that's the thing. And that's the thing, to y'all's comments and to Gigi's point, right? It's, yes, the comments were in jest, but this is not a platform of only grown-ups. And this is not a platform of people there are tons of people on this platform that have eating disorders or are recovering from eating disorders. And Alandria has been very, very clear that her body is mostly genetics. Okay, she's been clear about that. There is very little anybody is going to do to gain an Alandria body. Right? So Alandria said, regardless of my intention, here is potential impact. And then she chose to pivot. Why? That's not a negative, y'all. That's not a negative. That's not a negative. That she decided, I'm not going to allow y'all to twist and glorify my body in a way that would encourage you to potentially do harmful things when it comes to your bodies. And whether y'all want to believe it or not, we all absolutely have a responsibility as people with platforms, right? When you have a platform, you have a responsibility. And I don't know why that would be an issue for people if Alandria is saying, you know what? I don't want to contribute to that, so I'm going to choose to be conscious of that. To me, it was, again, this goes back to that black and white, right? And to your point, Sparkle, some people see all criticism as hate. Understand that sometimes you're just pointing out a blind spot for someone. That's not negative. Damn, y'all like to learn? Like, she wasn't conscious of that. Somebody pointed it out and she was like, oh, got it. That's not negative. It's not negative, right? What she did, what Alandria did, and this goes back to what I said, right? This goes back to what I said about how people were going to be mad. Even if all the people involved in this whole conversation from this past weekend, hi, Lauren, even if all the people involved in that stuff from this past weekend came on and said, you know what, I've reflected. I wish that I had done this differently or done that. There are going to be people that are mad about it. There are going to be people that are upset about it. Because what Olandria did by choosing to private the video was said, this was a growth opportunity. I got some information. I'm going to choose to grow. And people are like, but what about the, and it's like, so what? So what? She's only accountable for her own self. Let her make that choice. Let her choose to get information and change her mind. Her video with the sunglasses, Lauren. Let her get information and choose to change her mind. She wasn't aware. People made her aware. She chose to adjust. I mean, if that's not what we all want for ourselves, if the goal is not to be able to grow, like, is that not the epitome of what we would want? Dark skin lover girl, I think I missed the first part of what you said. When it seems like everything can be taken as an issue, I'm going to say this, and this is going to make people uncomfortable probably. But I'm just going to be honest with y'all. It's probably going to make people uncomfortable. The pervasiveness of eating disorder world, damn near everything is a problem in what we accept as larger culture, actually. The things that I heard kids say that contributed to their buy-in around the disordered eating and eating disorder behaviors, you would think that's so small. Why would they? And it is. And unfortunately, that means it's your job as an adult that engages with children. If you are an adult that engages with children, it is your job to be conscious of how you engage around bodies, around food, around just all. You would be shocked. You know, I had, I'm going to do a little bit of self-disclosure. I had to tell my daughter, like, we buy clothes to fit the body that we have rather than trying to make our body fit the clothes. So if that particular cut of jean, if that particular cut of shirt or whatever doesn't make us feel like we're having our best body day, then we choose a cut of shirt that does, rather than criticizing our body in that cut of the shirt. Right? And so one example, this can look as simple as parents, you know, saying things like, oh, that's unhealthy food. Why don't you eat something that's healthier? And they think they're just making a regular statement about, like, you should eat more fruits and veggies. But what you should say is, hey, eat more fruits and veggies. Eat more fruits and veggies. Because that's what you want. What you want is for them to have food that has nutritional substance to it. But making claims about food being healthy or unhealthy starts to create a narrative in their minds about what foods they should and should not eat, which can contribute to disordered eating behaviors. I slipped and said something the other day that I did not mean to say it, and I knew immediately as soon as it came out that I was like, damn, but like, my daughter, my daughter is the queen of not finishing her food that she puts on her plate. The queen of it. And I don't like food to be wasted. So my comment was, that's a lot of food. Are you going to eat all of that? And I immediately thought to myself, damn, now I've made her feel potentially like she has too much food on her plate. Right? And so you have to catch the small things, and then you have to correct. So yes, safe food versus unsafe food, right? So yes, it is, unfortunately, yes, if you want to create humans with healthy body mindsets, then you have to be mindful of the way that we engage with rhetoric around food and around bodies and around clothes on bodies, right? I teach middle schoolers. I hate that they say big back so frequently and casually. I used to be a therapist to middle schoolers. I was working at a school as a therapist, and they would call each other. They would be like, Miss Christina, because I always had the snacks. I was the snack lady at my office. You can get a snack, right? Because food insecurity is a real thing. And they would be like, Miss Christina, can I come get a snack? Blah, 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 blah. I'm being such a big back. And I would always say, as you should. If you're hungry, you should eat. You should feed your body. I always countered that statement with that. And it's those little small things that you can do. So all that to say, Alandria choosing to get that information and then say, oh, maybe I want to pivot. Maybe I want to think about, even if that's not my intention, what the possible impact is, and I want to move differently. There's nothing wrong with that. Nobody is shaming her for being a small girl. I need y'all to be serious. Nobody was shaming her about being slim. People were saying, hey, maybe consider, right, how this contributes to this thing. Because we don't all know every fucking thing. Before I started working with people with eating disorders, I did not know that certain things could be a thing. I had no fucking idea. I had no idea. I didn't know until I knew. And then you have to do something different with the information that you have. And that's okay. We like growth. We like reflection. We like consciousness around our impact. That's beautiful. That's not a negative. I'm also going to say that I stand by what I said around skinny shaming. Erica, I do believe that Chris downloaded it and will be uploading it soon.
Which?
The Beyond the Villa live.
It's already up.
Oh, he said it's up. It's up. So you can go watch it. Okay. Dark Skin Lover Girl, you had a question for me, and Bae, you had a question for me. I do want to answer them if you're still here and you want me to respond. Oh, Miro. So let me give y'all this disclaimer right now. I actually am going to be on live tomorrow. With Ginger, actually. We are going to co-host. So I'll be in my live and she'll be in her live. I answered. Okay, great. We'll be co-hosting. It will be at, I was about to lie and act like I knew the time. I feel like, I think it is at 5 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Mountain, 7 Central, and 8 Eastern. Thank you, Ann. It is. If you go to my profile or hers, you can register for the live. We'll be talking about why do men only understand empathy once they have daughters. That's going to be the prompt. And it won't be a panel, so you don't got to worry about the men's being cray-cray. And if you come over here, you know the men ain't going to be cray-cray, right? So that's what we're going to be talking about. Listen, Rihanna. So it will just be the two of us. Miro, do you mean send in questions for me and Gigi's live tomorrow? I mean, Ginger's live tomorrow?
You like me here.
I do. Or do you mean in general? Because in general, okay, so for the live tomorrow, you can just hop in the comments and drop questions. You're welcome to do that. I will make a post advertising the live. Also, I am typically on live on Sundays, on Tuesdays, and Fridays. Sunday, Tuesday, Friday. I'm not going to lie to you and act like I have a consistent time on all of them, because I don't. But I do typically go live on those days, and I typically, bye, Gigi, and I do make posts. So I will be live again tomorrow night with Ginger in the context of that question that I just posed. We will, oh wait, Bad, you said you had a question for me. Drop it, babe. Go ahead and drop it for me, boo. And then, yes, if you subscribe, listen, you can go to my actual page. Good night, Miriam. You can go to my actual face, click on it, click on actual subscribe. That is where I give all of my takes around Love Island. Someone asked me to give a take around Jeremiah per subscriber, so I will make that. And then someone asked if I could, Kim Possible, DM me and I'll see if I can help you. And then, exactly. Oh, thank you so much, Divinity. Oh, that's a good question. Okay. And then someone asked me to make a video about kind of what we talked about in the live today for the FYP. I'm going to think about it, y'all. I'm going to think about it because, again, part of what protecting my peace looks like is recognizing that the larger public does not always have the range to have these conversations. And then they just start getting on my nerves in the comments. So I'm going to think about it, but I'm going to consider it very heavily. Bad said, how should I start a combo with a friend whose parent enforced an unhealthy relationship with food? We did. It was on. You're welcome, Ray. Have a good night, babe. It is on YouTube. Good night, Nikki. Love you down, girl. Of course, Renice. Thank you so much for being here. I be seeing y'all. I be seeing y'all in the other spaces. I be trying to be in there quiet, but I be seeing y'all. That's a great question, Bad. Maybe I'll make a video about that. Will you inbox me that question? Thank you so much. I love y'all down. I appreciate y'all for hanging. We was in here a long time tonight and y'all hung. Oh, Renice, I'm so glad that we get to be like that over here. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Shay, I didn't say that. I have no idea what the comment actually was. I'm so glad, Babe Bliss. I didn't see it, so I have no idea what that comment was, but I appreciate you for offering clarity. Okay, love y'all down. Love y'all down. Have an excellent night. Have a happy Monday tomorrow. I'll see you live tomorrow night, and we will keep it rocking throughout the week. Take good care of yourselves and of each other.